Bourne Deception. Written by Eric Van Lustbader. And read by Jeremy Davidson. Prologue. Munich, Germany. Bali, Indonesia. "I speak Russian well enough," Secretary of Defense Bud Halliday said, "but I prefer to speak English." "That suits me," the Russian colonel said with a heavy accent. "I'm always happy to speak foreign languages." Halliday gave the Russian a sour smile in response to his jibe. It was well told that Americans overseas only wanted to speak English. "Good. We'll get this done faster." But instead of beginning, he stared at the wall full of very bad portraits of jazz greats like Miles Davis and John Coltrane, copied, he had no doubt, from press photos. After seeing the colonel in the flesh, he had begun to have second thoughts about this meeting. For one thing, he was younger than Halliday had imagined. His blonde hair was thick, without the slightest wave, and cut short in the style of the Russian military. For another, he looked like a man of action. Halliday could see, beneath his suit, the play of muscles as now and again they bulged against the cheap material. He possessed a peculiar stillness that unsettled Halliday, but it was his eyes, pale, deep-set, unblinking, that truly unnerved the secretary. It was as if he were looking at a photograph of eyes rather than the real thing. The bulbous, veiny nose only served to intensify their implacable peculiarity. It was as if there was no one home, as if the soul of the man did not exist, leaving nothing but a monolithic will, like something ancient and evil Halliday had read about in an H.P. Lovecraft story when he was a teenager. He trampled the impulse to get up, walk out, and never look back. He had come all this way for a reason, he reminded himself. The smog that choked Munich, the same precise shade of filthy gray as Karpov's eyes, perfectly mirrored Secretary Halliday's mood. If he never saw this miserable excuse for a city again, it would be too soon for him. Unfortunately, here he was in this god-forsaken, smoke-clogged subterranean jazz club, having stepped out of the back of an armored Lincoln limousine onto tourist-infested Rumfordstrasse. What was so special about the Russian to bring the American Secretary of Defense 4,200 miles to a city he despised? Boris Karpov was a colonel in FSB-2, ostensibly the new Russian anti-drug enforcement agency. It was a measure of the FSB-2's meteoric rise to power that one of its officers was able to get a message to Halliday, let alone entice him out of Washington. But Karpov had hinted that he could deliver something Halliday wanted very much. The defense secretary might have been wondering what that might be, but he was too busy trying to figure out what the Russian would want in return. There was always a quid pro quo to these deals, Halliday knew only too well. He was a veteran of the political infighting that perpetually surrounded the president like a Kansas dust storm. He knew full well that quid pro quos could be painful to accept, but compromise was the name of the political game, whether it be domestic or international. Even so, Halliday might not have taken up Karpov's offer had it not been for his own suddenly tenuous position with the president. The shockingly abrupt fall from power of Luther Laval, his hand-picked intelligence czar, had shaken Halliday's power base. Friends and allies alike were criticizing or second-guessing him behind his back, and he had to wonder which one of them would be the first to sink the metaphorical knife into his back. But he'd been around long enough to understand that hope sometimes arrived in seemingly unpleasant forms, like a bed of nails. He was hoping Karpov's deal would provide the political capital that would at once restore his prestige with the president and his power base within the multinational military-industrial complex. As the trio on stage opened a box full of noise, Halliday once again mentally reread the file on Boris Karpov, as if this time he'd find some further information, anything, including a surveillance photo, no matter how grainy or out of focus, of the colonel. No such photo existed, of course, no more intel than the 4 threadbare paragraphs on the single sheet of paper watermarked top secret.
Because of the administration's dismissive relationship with Russia, the NSA had limited knowledge of the workings inside the Russian political system, not to mention FSB-2, whose actual mission was highly covert, far more so than the FSB, the political inheritor of what had once been the KGB. "Mr. Smith, you appear distracted," the Russian said. They had agreed on using the pseudonyms Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones in public. The secretary's head swung around. He was profoundly uncomfortable underground, unlike Karpov, who more and more seemed to him like a creature of the dark. Raising his voice to be heard over the rhythmic clangor, he said,
"Nothing could be farther from the truth, Mr. Jones. I'm just taking in with a sightseer's bliss the particular atmosphere you've chosen."
The colonel chuckled deep in his throat.
"You have a droll sense of humor, yes? You have me entirely."
The colonel laughed out loud.
"We'll see about that, Mr. Smith. Since we do not even know our wives, it seems unlikely we should know our counterparts."
The small hesitation had Halliday wondering whether Karpov was going to say adversaries instead of the neutral word he'd chosen. He didn't bother to wonder whether the Russian was aware of his political position, because it didn't matter. All that concerned him was whether the deal about to be proposed would help him. The trio lurched into another tempo, the secretary's only clue that they'd segued into another selection, and he hunched forward over the too-bitter beer he'd hardly touched. No Coors in this joint.
"Let's get on with it, shall we?"
Without delay. Colonel Karpov placed his hands on his golden forearms. The knuckles were scarred and yellow with calluses, which made them look as ridged as the Rockies.
"I know, Mr. Smith, that I don't have to explain who Jason Bourne is, yes?"
At the name, Halliday's expression hardened. He felt as if the Russian had sprayed him with Freon.
"Your point?"
he said woodenly.
"My point, Mr. Smith, is this. I will kill Jason Bourne for you."
Halliday didn't waste time in asking how Karpov knew he wanted Bourne dead. There had been enough NSA activity in Moscow the last month when Bourne was there to make it abundantly clear to a deaf, dumb, and blind man that he was targeted for termination.
"Very magnanimous of you, Mr. Jones."
"No, sir, not magnanimous. I have my own reasons for wanting him dead." At this admission, the secretary relaxed slightly.
"All right, let's say you do kill Bourne. What do you want in return?"
There was in what anyone else might be termed a twinkle in the colonel's eye, but to Halliday, who was still trying to get the measure of him, it seemed as if someone had walked over Bourne's grave. Death had winked at him.
"I know that look, Mr. Smith. I know you're expecting the worst, a high payment. But in exchange for you giving me license to take Bourne out with full immunity against the consequences of collateral disturbance or damage, I want you to eliminate a vexing thorn in my side, whom you can't terminate yourself."
Karpov nodded.
"You have me entirely, Mr. Smith."
The two men laughed at the same time, but their tones were absolutely different.
"So,"
Halliday made a tent of his fingers,
"who was the target?"
"Abdullah Chori." The secretary's heart sank.
"The head of the Eastern Brotherhood? Christ on a crutch, you might as well ask me to assassinate the Pope."
"Assassinating the Pope would do neither of us any good. But killing Abdullah Chori, well, that's another matter entirely, yes?"
"Of course, yes. The man's a radical Islamic maniac as well as a menace. Right now he's holding hands with the president of Iran, but the Eastern Brotherhood is a worldwide organization. Chori has many friends in very high places."
The secretary shook his head with a good deal of vehemence.
"Attempting to terminate him would be political suicide."
Karpov nodded. "All this is unquestionably true, but what about the Eastern Brotherhood's terrorist activities?" Halliday snorted.
"A pipe dream. Rumors, at best. No one in our secret services has ever found a scrap of reliable evidence that it has ties to any terrorist organization. And believe me, we've tried. Of this I have no doubt, which means that you didn't find any evidence of terrorist activity in Professor Spector's residence. There's no doubt the good professor was a terrorist hunter, but as for allegations he was anything more, Halliday shrugged. A sudden smile wreathed the colonel's face, and all at once an unmarked manila envelope was on the table between them. Then you'll find this of particular value. As if maneuvering his queen into checkmate position, Karpov slid the envelope over to Halliday. As the secretary slit open the envelope and scanned the contents, Karpov continued. As you know, FSB-2 is primarily concerned with international drug trafficking. So I've heard, Halliday said dryly, because he knew damn well that FSB-2's purview was much wider than that. 10 days ago, Karpov went on, we initiated the final phase of a drug bust in Mexico, one we'd been working on for more than 2 years because one of our Moscow Gruporovka, the Kazanskaya, has been searching for a secure pipeline as it moved into the drug trade. Halliday nodded. He knew a bit about the Kazanskaya, one of Moscow's most notorious criminal families, and its head, Dmitry Maslov. We were entirely successful, I'm pleased to say, the colonel continued. In the final sweep of the dead drug lord Gustavo Moreno's house, we confiscated a notebook computer before it could be destroyed. The information you're reading now was printed out from the hard drive. The tips of Halliday's fingers had gone cold. The printout was dense with figures, cross-references, annotations. This is a money trail. The Mexican drug ring was financed by the Eastern Brotherhood. 50% of the profits went to buying weapons, which were transshipped to various ports in the Middle East by Air Africa Airways, which is wholly owned by Nikolai Yevsin, the world's largest arms dealer. The colonel cleared his throat. You see, Mr. Smith, there are powerful elements in my government aligned with Iran because we want their oil and they want our uranium. Energy trumps everything else these days, yes? And so, vis-a-vis Abdullah Chori, I find myself in the awkward position of possessing evidence implicating him in terrorist activities, yet unable to act on that evidence. He cocked his head. Possibly you can help me out. Calming the thundering of his heart, Halliday said, Why do you want Chori out of the picture? I could tell you, Karpov said, but then, regrettably, I'd have to kill you. It was an old joke, and a stale one, but there was again in the colonel's pale, implacable eyes the eerie twinkle that chilled the secretary to the bone, and absurdly it occurred to him that Karpov might not be joking. This was not a theory he was eager to pursue, so he made his decision quickly. Terminate Jason Bourne, and I will use the full might of the American government to put Abdullah Chori where he belongs. But the colonel was already shaking his head. Not good enough, Mr. Smith. An eye for an eye. This is the true meaning of quid pro quo, yes? We don't assassinate people, Colonel Karpov, Halliday said stiffly. The Russian snickered unkindly. Of course not, he said dryly, then shrugged. No matter, Secretary Halliday. I have no such compunctions. Halliday hesitated but a moment. Yes, of course. In the heat of the moment, I forgot our protocols, Mr. Jones. Send me the entire contents of the hard drive, and it will be done. Bracing himself, he stared into those pale eyes. Agreed? Boris Karpov gave a sharp military nod. Agreed. When the colonel exited the jazz club, he located Halliday's Lincoln and Secret Service bodyguards arrayed along the block of Rumfordstrasse like tin soldiers.
Walking in the opposite direction, he turned a corner, fished inside his mouth, and removed the plastic prosthetics that had changed the shape of his jawline. He grabbed the veiny bulb of his latex nose and pulled it and the actor's putty off, removed the gray-colored contact lenses, stowing them in a plastic case. Himself again, he laughed. There was a colonel in FSB-2 by the name of Boris Karpov. In fact, Karpov and Jason Bourne were friends, which was why Leonid Danilovich Arkadyin had chosen Karpov to impersonate. The irony appealed to him. Bourne's friend proposing to terminate him. Plus, Karpov was a strand in the web he was spinning. There was no danger from the American politician. Arkadyin knew full well that Halliday's people had no idea what Karpov looked like. Nevertheless, even if his treadstone training had taught him never to leave anything to chance, there was a very good reason why he had become the visual approximation of Karpov. Anonymous within the swirl of passengers, he boarded the U-Bahn at Marienplatz. 3 stops and 4 blocks later, at the specified location, he found a perfectly nondescript car waiting for him. As soon as he climbed in, it took off, heading toward Franz Josef Strauss International Airport. He was booked on the 1:20 a.m. Lufthansa flight to Singapore, where he'd catch the 9:35 a.m. flight to Denpasar in Bali. It had been far easier to trace Bourne's whereabouts. The people at Next Gen Energy Solutions, where Moira Trevor worked, knew where the two of them had gone, than to steal Gustavo Moreno's laptop. But he had a number of men inside the Kazanskaya. One of them had been fortunate enough to be in Gustavo Moreno's house an hour before the FSB-2 bust went down. He absconded with the incriminating evidence that would now plant Abdullah Chori 6 feet under, as soon as Arkadyin shot Bourne dead. Jason Bourne was at peace. At long last, his grieving for Marie was over. The guilt lifted from his heart. He lay side by side with Moira on a bale, a huge Balinese daybed with a thatched roof, supported by 4 carved wooden posts. The bale was set into a low stone wall to one side of a 3-tiered infinity pool that overlooked the Lombok Strait in southeast Bali. Because the Balinese were aware of everything and forgot nothing, after the first day, their bale was set up for them each morning when they arrived for their pre-breakfast swim, and their waitress would bring without being asked the drink that Moira loved most, a Bali sunrise, consisting of chilled sour orange, mango, and passion fruit juices. "There is no time but time," Moira said dreamily. Bourne stirred. Translation: "Do you know what time it is?" "I don't care." "My point," she said. "We've been here 10 days. It feels like 10 months. She laughed. "I mean that in the best way possible." Swifts darted like bats from tree to tree, or skimmed the surface of the highest pool. The muted crash of the surf lulled them from below. Moments ago, 2 small Balinese girls had presented them with a handful of fresh blossoms in a bowl of palm leaves they had woven by hand. Now the air was perfumed with the exotic scents of frangipani and tuberose. Moira turned to him. "It's as they say. On Bali, time stands still, and in that stillness lie many lifetimes." Bourne, his eyes half closed, was dreaming of another life, his life, but the images were dark and murky, as if seen through a projector with a faulty bulb. He'd been here before, he knew it. There was a vibration from the wind, the restful sea, the smiling people, the island itself to which something inside him resonated. It was déjà vu, yes, but it was also more. Something had called him back here, had drawn him like a magnet to true north. And now that he was here, he could almost reach out and touch it. yet still its secret eluded him. What had happened here? Something important, something he needed to remember. He sank deeper into his dream of a life lived on the edge of yesterday. In the dream, he roamed across Bali until he came to the Indian Ocean. There, rising out of the creaming surf, was a pillar of fire. It rose up into the clear blue sky until its tip touched the sun. As the shadow, he went across the sand, soft as talcum, to embrace the flames. He awoke, wanting to tell Moira about his dream, but for some reason, he didn't. That evening, on the way down to the beach club at the foot of the cliff on which the hotel was perched, Moira stopped at one of the many shrines strewn around the property. It was made of stone, its haunches draped with a checkered black and white cloth. A small yellow umbrella shaded the upper part. Onto it had been laid a number of offerings of brightly colored flowers in woven palm leaf cups. The cloth and the umbrella were signs that the local spirit was in residence. The cloth's pattern had a meaning also. White and black represented the Balinese duality of gods and demons, good and evil. Kicking off her sandals, Moira stepped onto the square stone in front of the shrine, put her palms together at forehead height, and bowed her head. "I didn't know you were a practicing Hindu," Bourne said when she was finished. Moira picked her sandals up, swung them at her side. "I was thanking the spirit for our time here, for all the gifts Bali has to offer." She gave him a wry smile. "And I was thanking the spirit of the suckling pig we ate yesterday for sacrificing himself for us." They had booked the evening alone at the beach club. Towels were waiting for them, as well as frosty glasses of mango lassi and pitchers of tropical juices and ice water. The attendants had discreetly tucked themselves away in the windowless auxiliary kitchen. They spent an hour in the ocean, swimming back and forth just beyond the curling surf line. The water was warm, as soft on the skin as velvet. Across the dark beach, hermit crabs went about their sideways business, and here and there bats could be seen winging in and out of a cave at the other end of the beach, just beyond a finger of rocks, part of the western half of the Crescent Cove. Afterward, they drank their mango lassis in the pool, guarded by a huge grinning wooden pig with a medallion collar and a crown behind its ears. "He's smiling," Moira said, "because I paid homage to our suckling pig." They swam laps, then came together at the end of the pool overhung by a magnificent frangipani tree with its buttery white and yellow blossoms. Beneath its leafy branches, they held each other, watching the moon move in and out of gathering clouds. A gust of wind clattered the fronds of the 30-foot palms that lined the beach side of the pool deck, and their legs went from pale to dark. "It's almost over, Jason." "What is?" "This." Moira wriggled her hand under the water like a fish. "All of this. In a few days, we'll be gone." He watched the moon wink out, felt the first fat drops on his face. A moment later, rain goose-fleshed the skin of the pool. She put her head back against his shoulder, deeper into the shadow of the frangipani. "And what will become of us?" He knew she didn't want an answer, wanted only to taste the thought on her tongue. He could feel the weight of her warmth through the water, against his heart. It was a good weight. It made him drowsy. "Jason, what will you do when we get back?" "I don't know," he said truthfully. "I haven't thought about it." But he wondered now whether he would leave with her. How could he when something from his past was waiting for him here, so close he could feel its breath on the back of his neck? He said nothing of this, however, because it would require an explanation, and he had none. Just a feeling. And how many times had this feeling saved his life? "I'm not going back to Next Gen," she said. His attention returned fully to her. "When did you come to that decision?" while we were here." She smiled. "Bali has a way of opening the path to decisions. I came here just before I joined Black River. It seems to be an island of transformations, at least for me." "What will you do?" "I want to start my own risk management firm." "Nice." He smiled. "In direct competition with Black River." "If you want to look at it that way. Other people will." It was raining harder now. The palm fronds clashed against one another, and it was impossible to see the sky. "That could be dangerous," he added. "Life is dangerous, Jason, like anything governed by chaos." "I can't argue with that. But there's your old boss, Noah Peterson. That's his ops name. His real name is Perlis." Bourne glanced up at the white flowers, which now began to fall all around them like snow. The sweet scent of frangipani mingled with the fresh smell of the rain. "Perlis was none too happy with you when we ran into him in Munich 2 weeks ago." "Noah's never happy." Moira snuggled deeper into his arms. "I gave up trying to please him 6 months before I quit Black River. It was a fool's game. The fact remains that we were right about the terrorist attack on the liquid natural gas tanker, and he was wrong. I'm willing to bet he hasn't forgotten. Now that you're encroaching on his territory, you'll have made an enemy." She laughed softly. "You should talk." "Arkadian's dead," Bourne said soberly. "He took a header off the LNG tanker into the Pacific off Long Beach. He didn't survive. No one could." "He was a product of Treadstone. Isn't that what Willard told you?" "According to Willard, who was there, Arkadian was Alex Conklin's first success and his first failure. He was sent to Conklin by Semyon Yukopov, the co-head of the Black Legion and the Eastern Brotherhood, until Arkadian killed him for shooting his girlfriend." "And his secret partner, Asher Sever, your former mentor, is in a permanent coma." "We all get what we deserve in the end," Bourne said bitterly. Moira returned to the subject of Treadstone. "According to Willard, Conklin's aim was to create a superior warrior, a fighting machine." "That was Arkadian," Bourne said. "But he escaped the Treadstone program back to Russia, where he got up to all sorts of mayhem, hiring himself out to the heads of various Moscow Gruparovka. And you became his successor, Conklin's success story." "Not if you poll CI's directorate chiefs," Bourne said. "They would shoot me dead as soon as look at me." "That hasn't stopped them from coercing you into working for them when they needed you." "That's all over with," Bourne said. Moira had just decided to change the subject when the power failed. The lights in the pool and within the open-air beach club itself winked out. The wind and the rain remained swirling in the darkness. Bourne tensed, tried to move her away so he could get up. She could sense him questing in the darkness for the source of the outage. "Jason," she whispered, "it's all right. We're safe here." He moved them through the water from where they had been sitting to the other side of the pool. She could feel his accelerated heartbeat, his heightened sense of awareness, of waiting for something terrible to happen. And in that instant she was given an insight into his life she'd never had before. She wanted to tell him again not to worry, that power outages happened all the time on Bali, but now she knew it would be useless. He was hardwired for this kind of reaction. Nothing she could say or do would change that. She listened to the wind and the rain, wondering if he heard anything that she didn't. For an instant, she felt a stab of anxiety. What if this wasn't a simple power outage? What if they were being stalked by one of Jason's enemies? All at once, power was restored, causing her to laugh at her foolishness. "I told you," she said, pointing to the smiling carved pig spirit. "He's protecting us." Bourne lay back in the water. "There's no escape," he said, "even here." "You don't believe in spirits, good or evil, do you, Jason?" "I can't afford to," he said. "I come across enough evil as it is." Picking up on his tone, Moira at last broached the subject closest to her heart. "I'm going to have to do some heavy recruiting right off the bat. It's certain we'll see a lot less of each other, at least until I set up my new shop. Is that a warning or a promise? He couldn't help noting that her laughter had a brittle edge to it. Okay, I was nervous about bringing it up. Why? You know how it is. Tell me. She turned in his arms, sat straddling him in the dimpled water. The rush of the rain through the leaves was all they could hear. Jason, neither of us are the kind of people... I mean, we both live the kind of life that makes it difficult to hold on to a steady anything, especially relationships, so... He cut her off by kissing her. When they came up for air, he said in her ear, "It's okay. We have this now. If we need more, we'll come back." Her heart was gripped by joy. She hugged him tight. "It's a deal." "Oh, yes, it is." Leonid Arkadyan's flight from Singapore arrived on time. At customs, he paid for his entry visa, then walked quickly through the terminal until he found a men's room. Inside, he went into a stall, shut the door, and latched it. From a shoulder pack, he took out a bulbous latex nose, 3 pots of makeup, soft plastic cheek inserts, and gray contact lenses he'd used in Munich. Not more than 8 minutes later, exiting the stall, he went to the line of sinks and stared at his altered appearance, which was once again the very image of Bourne's friend, the FSB-2 Colonel, Boris Karpov. Packing up the case, he crossed the terminal, out into the heat and the dense texture of humanity. Climbing into the air-conditioned car he'd hired was a blessed relief. As the taxi exited Ngurah Rai International Airport, he leaned forward, said, "Badung Market," to the driver. The young man nodded, grinned, and along with an armada of kids on motor scooters, promptly got stuck behind an enormous truck lumbering toward the Lombok ferry. After a harrowing 20-minute ride, during which they overtook the truck by dodging oncoming traffic, played chicken with a pair of teenagers on motorbikes, and almost ran over one of the thousands of feral dogs on the island, they arrived on Jalan Gajah Mada, just across the Badung River. The taxi slowed to a crawl until the seething crowds made further forward progress impossible. Arkadyan paid for the driver to hang around until he was ready to be picked up, exited, and went into the tented market. He was immediately seized by a score of pungent odors: black shrimp paste, chilies, garlic, karupuk, cinnamon, lemongrass, pandan leaf, galangal, kunchur, salam leaf, and raised voices selling everything from fighting cocks, their plumage dyed pink and orange, to live piglets, trussed and tied to bamboo poles for easy transport. As he passed a stall filled with wide-mouthed baskets of spices, the proprietor, an old woman with no upper lip, dug her claw-like hand into a vat of roots, held a palmful out to him. "Kunchur," she said. "Kunchur very good today." The kunchur, Arkadyan saw, looked something like ginger, only smaller. Repelled by both the root and its hideous seller, he waved away the kunchur and pressed on. It was to one of the pig stalls he headed. Halfway there, he was stopped by an insistent tapping on his arm, like the dry scratch of a chicken's foot. He turned to see a young woman holding a baby in her arms, her eyes beseeching, while her brown fingers continued to tap his arm as if it was all they were good for. Ignoring her, he pushed on through the crowd, aware that if he gave her anything, he'd be immediately besieged by a multitude of others. The middle pig dealer was a wide man, squat as a frog, with glittering black eyes, a moon face, and a pronounced limp. After Arkadyan spoke the specified phrase in Indonesian, the man led him back through the ranks of trussed piglets, their bodies quivering, their terrified eyes staring straight ahead. In the shadows at the rear of the tent were 2 stacks of hogs, gutted, skinned, ready for the spit. From the belly cavity of one, the man drew out a Remington 700P, which he tried to palm off on Arkadyin until Arkadyin refused enough times for him to go on to Plan B, which turned out to be precisely what Arkadyin wanted. A Parker Hale M85, a super-accurate bolt-action, heavy-barreled rifle. It had a guaranteed first-round hit capability up to 78 yards. To this, the vendor added a Schmidt & Bender Police Marksman II, 4 16x50 rifle scope. The price for both seemed a bit high, even after some vigorous bargaining took it down from the stratosphere, but this close to his prey he wasn't in any mood to nitpick. Besides, he was getting top-of-the-line product all the way. He got the pigman to throw in a box of Full Metal Jacket 30 caliber M118 cartridges and called it a success. He paid, and the dealer broke down the rifle, boxed it and the scope into a hard-sided case. On the way out, he bought himself a bunch of milk bananas and ate them slowly and methodically as the taxi made its painfully slow way out of Denpasar. Once on the highway, their speed increased dramatically. The lack of heavy traffic made it easier to get around the trucks that clogged the road. In Gianyar, he saw an open-air market on his left and told the driver to pull over. Despite the bananas, or perhaps because of them, his stomach was growling for some real food. At the market, he ordered a plate of babi guling, roast suckling pig, and served on a broad, vivid green banana leaf, lawar, coconut, and strips of spiced turtle. Its sauce of uncooked blood appealed to him particularly. He rent the succulent meat of the piglet between his teeth, swallowing quickly to take another bite. Because of the clamor of the market, he periodically checked his cell phone. The longer he waited, the greater his tension, but he needed to be patient because it would take some days for his man to be sure of Bourne's comings and goings. Still, he was uncharacteristically on edge. He put it down to being this close to Bourne, but that only caused him more discomfort. There was something about Bourne that had gotten under his skin, that had become an itch he couldn't scratch. In an effort to control himself, he turned his thoughts to the recent events that had led him here. 2 weeks ago, Bourne had thrown him off the side of the LNG tanker. It was a long way down into the Pacific, and he had prepared himself by turning his body into a spear, keeping it perfectly vertical so that when he hit the water, he wouldn't break his back or his neck. He went in feet first, the force of the fall pushing him so deep the world fell into twilight, and he was gripped by a terrible chill that worked its way into his bones before he'd even begun his double kick upward. By the time he broke the surface, the tanker was a blur, steaming toward the docks at Long Beach. Treading water, he swiveled his body around as a submarine captain might swivel his periscope to get the lay of the land, as it were. The vessel nearest to him was a fishing trawler, but until it was an emergency, he wanted no part of it. The captain would be bound to report rescuing a man overboard to the American Coast Guard, which was precisely what Arkadyin didn't want. Bourne was sure to check the records. He felt no panic or even concern. He knew he wouldn't drown. He was a powerful swimmer with great endurance, even after his exhausting hand-to-hand fight with Bourne aboard the tanker. The sky was blue, except where the brown haze hung over the shore, stretching inland to Los Angeles. The waves lifted him up and swept him into their valleys. He kicked to maintain his position. Now and again, curious gulls wheeled overhead. After 20 minutes, his patience was rewarded. A 60-foot pleasure craft hove into view, moving at about 4 times the speed of the trawler. Soon it was near enough to him for him to begin waving. Almost immediately, the boat altered course. Another 15 minutes and he was on board, wrapped in 2 towels and a blanket because his core temperature had dropped below acceptable levels. His lips were blue and he was shivering. The owner, whose name was Manny, fed him some brandy and a chunk of Italian bread and cheese.
If you excuse me a minute, I'll get on the horn with the Coast Guard, tell them I've picked you up. What's your name?
Willie, Arkadyin lied.
but I wish you wouldn't."
Manny made an apologetic gesture with his meaty shoulders. He was of middle height, red-faced, balding. He was dressed casually but expensively.
"Sorry, pal, rules of the road." "Wait, Manny, wait. It's like this."
Arkadian was speaking English with a native's Midwestern twang. His time in America had served him well on many fronts.
"Are you married?"
"Divorced, twice."
"See there? I knew you'd understand. See, I'd chartered a boat to take my wife out for a nice day. Maybe head over to Catalina for drinks. Anyway, how was I to know my girlfriend stowed away on board? I told her I was going fishing with a guy, so she thought she'd surprise me." "She did surprise you." "Shit," Arkadian said. "Did she ever?"
He finished off his brandy, shook his head.
"Anywho, things got kind of wild. I mean, all hell broke loose. You don't know my wife. She can be a real queen bitch."
"I think I was married to her once." Manny sat back down.
"So what did you do?"
Arkadian shrugged.
"What could I do? I jumped overboard."
Manny threw his head back and laughed. He slapped his thigh.
"God damn it, Willie, you son of a bitch."
"So you see why it'd be so much better if no one knows you'd pick me up."
Sure, I understand, but still." "Manny, what's your line of work, if I might ask?"
"I own a company that imports and sells high-end computer chips."
"Well now, isn't that something?"
Arkadian had said.
"I think I might have a deal that could net both of us a boatload of money."
Arkadian, finishing the last of his lawar at the Gianyar market, laughed to himself. Manny got $200,000, and through one of his regular business shipments, Arkadian received the Mexican drug lord Gustavo Moreno's laptop in Los Angeles without either the FSB-2 or the Kazanskaya being any the wiser. He found a bed and breakfast, what the Balinese called a homestay, on the outskirts of Gianyar Center. Before he'd settled down for the night, he took out the rifle, put it together, loaded it, unloaded it, broke it down. He did this 12 times exactly. Then he pulled the mosquito netting closed, lay down on the bed, and stared unblinking at the ceiling. And there was Dievra, pale, already a ghost, as he had found her in the artist's apartment in Munich, shot by Semyon Yukopov when her concentration was diverted by Bourne entering the room. Her eyes searched his, looking for something. If only he knew what. Even this evil demon of a man had his vanities. Since Dievra's death, he had convinced himself that she was the only woman he had loved, or could have loved, because this fueled his desire for one thing: revenge. He had killed Yukopov, but Bourne was still alive. Not only had Bourne been complicit in Dievra's death, but he had also killed Misha, Arkadian's best friend. Now Bourne had given him a reason to live. His plan to take over the Black Legion, in order to complete his revenge against Yukopov and Sever, wasn't enough, though his plans for it were large and far-ranging, far beyond anything either Yukopov or Sever could conceive. But he craved more, a specific target on which to vent his rage. Beneath the mosquito netting, he periodically broke out into a cold sweat. His brain seemed to be alternately on fire or as sluggish as if it had been submerged in ice. Sleep, already barely known to him, was now out of the question. But he must have fallen asleep at some point, because in the darkness he was gripped by a dream. Dievra, holding out her slim white arms to him. Yet when he entered their embrace, her mouth yawned wide, covering him with spewed black bile. She was dead, but he could not forget her, or what she caused in him. The tiniest fissure in the speckled granite of his soul, through which her mysterious light had begun to trickle, like the first snowmelt of spring. Moira awoke without the feel of Bourne beside her. Still half asleep, she rolled out of bed, crushing the flower petals they'd found strewn there on their return from their evening at the beach club. Padding across the cool tile floor, she slid open glass doors. Bourne was sitting on the terrace that overlooked the Lombok Strait. Fingers of salmon-colored clouds drifted just above the eastern horizon. Though the sun had yet to appear, its light shone upward like a beacon beating back the tattered remnants of night. Opening the door, she went out onto the terrace. The air was rich with the scent of the potted tuberose sitting on the rattan desk. Bourne became aware of her the moment the door slid back, and he half turned. Moira put her hands on his shoulders. "What are you doing?" "Thinking." She bent down, touched his ear with her lips. "About what?" "About what a cipher I am. I'm a mystery to myself." Typical of him, there was no self-pity in his voice, only frustration. She thought a moment. "You know when you were born." "Of course, but that's the beginning and the end of it." She came around in front of him. "Maybe there's something we can do about that." "What do you mean?" "There's a man who lives 30 minutes from here. I've heard stories about his amazing abilities." Bourne looked at her. "You're kidding, right?" She shrugged. "What have you got to lose?" The call came, and, with an eagerness he hadn't felt since before Dievra was killed, Arkadyin climbed onto the motorbike he had ordered the day before. He rechecked a local map and set off. Past the temple complex at Klungkung, right at Goalawa, the thruway dipped down closer to the ocean on their right. Then the modern 4-lane highway vanished, leaving him back on a 2-lane blacktop. Just east of Goalawa, he turned north, heading along a narrow track into the mountains. "To begin with," Suparwita said, "what is the day of your birth?" "January 15th, Bourne replied. Suparwita stared at him for a very long time. He sat perfectly still on the hard-packed earth floor of his hut. Only his eyes moved, minutely, but very quickly, as if they were making complex mathematical calculations. At length, he shook his head. "The man I see before me does not exist." "What do you mean?" Bourne said sharply. "Therefore, you are not born on the 15th of January. "That's what my birth certificate says." Marie had researched it herself. "You speak to me of a certificate of birth." Suparwita spoke slowly and carefully, as if each word were precious. "Which is a piece of paper only." He smiled, and his beautiful white teeth seemed to light up the dimness. "I know what I know." Suparwita was a large man for a Balinese, with skin dark as mahogany, perfect, unblemished, and unlined, making it impossible to guess his age. His hair was thick, black, and naturally wavy. It was pushed back from his forehead by what seemed to Bourne to be the same crown-like band the pig spirit wore. He had powerful-looking arms and shoulders without the usual Western over-muscled definition. His hairless body looked smooth as glass. He was naked from the waist up. Below, he wore a traditional Balinese sarong of white, brown, and black. His brown feet were bare. After breakfast, Moira and Bourne had mounted a rental motorbike and headed into the lush green countryside, to a thatched-roof house at the end of a narrow dirt path in the jungle, the home of the Balinese holy man named Suparwita, who, she claimed, could find out something of Bourne's lost past. Suparwita had greeted them warmly and without surprise as they approached, as if he had been expecting them. Gesturing for them to come inside, he had served them small cups of Balinese coffee and freshly made fried banana fritters, both sweetened with palm sugar syrup. "If my birth certificate is wrong," Bourne said now. "Can you tell me when I was born?" Suparwita's expressive brown eyes had not stopped their mysterious calculations.
"December 31,
the holy man said without hesitation.
You know, our universe is overseen by 3 gods: Brahma, the creator; Vishnu, the preserver; Shiva, the destroyer."
He pronounced Shiva as all Balinese did, so that it sounded like Shiva. He hesitated a moment, as if unsure whether to proceed.
"After you leave here, you will find yourself at Tanganan."
"Tanganan," Moira said. "Why would we go there?" Suparwita smiled at her indulgently.
"The village is known for double ikat weaving. Double ikat is sacred. It provides protection from the demons of our universe. It is woven in 3 colors only, the colors of our gods: blue for Brahma, red for Vishnu, yellow for Shiva."
He handed Moira a card.
"You will buy a double ikat here, at the best weaver."
He gave her a hard look.
"Please do not forget."
"Why would I forget?" Moira asked. As if her question did not merit an answer, he returned his attention to Bourne.
"So you understand completely. The month of December, your birth month, is ruled by Shiva, the god of destruction."
Suparwita paused here, as if out of breath.
"But please remember that Shiva is also the god of transformation."
The holy man now turned to a low wooden table on which was set a series of small wooden bowls, which were variously filled with powders and what looked like nuts or perhaps dried seed pods. He chose one of these pods, ground it into another bowl with a stone pestle. Then he added a pinch of yellow powder and dumped the mixture into a small iron kettle, which he set over a small wood fire. A cloud of fragrant steam perfumed the room. 7 minutes of brewing passed before Suparwita took the kettle off the fire and poured the liquid into a coconut shell cup inlaid with mother-of-pearl. Without a word, he handed the cup to Bourne. When Bourne hesitated, he said,
"Drink, please."
His smile lit up the room again.
"It is an elixir made of green coconut juice, cardamom, and kenchur. Mainly, it is kenchur. You know kenchur. It is also called resurrection lily."
He gestured.
"Please."
Bourne drank the mixture, which tasted of camphor. "What can you tell me about the life I can't remember?"
"Everything,"
Suparwita said.
"And nothing."
Bourne frowned. "What does that mean?"
"I can tell you nothing more now."
"Apart from my real birth date, you haven't told me anything."
"I have told you everything you need to know."
Suparwita cocked his head to one side.
"You aren't ready to hear more."
Bourne was growing more impatient by the second. "What makes you say that?" Suparwita's eyes engaged Bourne's.
"Because you do not remember me."
"I've met you before?"
"Have you?"
Bourne got to his feet, pent-up anger erupting from him. "I was brought here for answers, not more questions." The holy man looked up at him mildly.
"You came here wanting to be told what you must discover for yourself."
Bourne took Moira's hand, pulled her up. "Come on," he said. "Let's go." As they were about to step out the door, the holy man said in a casual tone,
"You know, all this has happened before, and it will happen again."
"That was a waste of time," Bourne said as he took the keys from Moira. She said nothing, climbed on the bike behind him. As they were heading back down the narrow dirt path the way they had come, A compact Indonesian man with a weathered face the color of old mahogany on a souped-up motorbike broke out of the forest ahead of them, coming straight toward them. He drew a handgun, and Bourne spun them around, then headed farther up into the hills. This was far from a perfect place for an ambush. He'd taken a look at the local map and knew that in a moment they'd break out of the trees onto the terraced rice paddies that surrounded the village of Tenganan. "There's an irrigation system that runs above the paddies," Moira said in his ear. He nodded just as the terraced quilt of vivid emerald green appeared, sparkling in the brilliant sunlight. The sun blazed down on men and women with straw hats and long knives bent over the rice plants. Others walked behind teams of plodding cows, tilling sections of the paddies where the rice had been harvested. The remains burned off so that other crops, potatoes, chilies, or long beans, could be grown, ensuring that the rich volcanic soil wouldn't be depleted of minerals. Still other women, their posture ramrod straight, transported large sacks balanced on their heads. They moved like tightrope walkers, negotiating the sinuous, narrow margins between the paddies, placing one foot carefully in front of the other. A sharp crack caused them to bend low over the motorbike, even as it brought the heads of the workers up. The Indonesian had shot at them as he'd broken through the last stand of trees bordering the paddies. Bourne veered off, treading the fine serpentine line between the rice fields. "What are you doing?" Moira shouted. "We'll be entirely out in the open, nothing but sitting ducks." Bourne was nearing one of the paddies where the stalks were being burned off. Smoke, pungent and thick, rose up into the clear sky. "Grab a handful as we pass by," he called back to her. Immediately she understood. With her right arm tight around his waist, she leaned to her left, scooped up a handful of burning rice stalks, flung them backward. Released, they flew into the air, directly in front of their pursuer. While the Indonesian's vision was momentarily obstructed, Bourne veered back to his right, following the winding edge through the labyrinth of the paddies. He had to be careful. The smallest miscalculation would plunge them down into muddy water and densely packed plants, rendering the motorbike useless. Then they really would be sitting ducks. The Indonesian took aim at them again, but a woman was in his way, and then a pair of cows, and he put his handgun away, needing both hands to negotiate the trickier path Bourne had chosen. Cleaving to the outside of the paddies, Bourne took them up the hill, past terrace after terrace, some filled with brilliant green rice plants, others ashy brown following the harvest. A haze of aromatic smoke drifted over the hillside. "Here," Moira said urgently. "Here!" Bourne saw the abutment of the drainage system, a 5-inch ribbon of concrete on which he needed to drive the motorbike. Waiting until the last moment, he turned sharply to the left, running parallel to the terraces, which were laid out below them in a dizzying pattern, like hieroglyphics, immense and mysterious, carved into the hillside. Due to his size and that of his motorbike, the Indonesian was able to close the gap between them. He was no more than 2 arms' lengths behind them when Bourne came upon a worker, an old man with spindly legs and eyes the size of raisins. In one hand, he held one of the fat-bladed knives used to harvest the rice. In the other, a clump of freshly sliced raw rice. Seeing the 2 motorbikes approaching, the man froze in astonishment. As he passed, Bourne snatched the knife out of his hand. Moments later, Jason spied a rough wooden plank that crossed over the irrigation streamlet into the jungle on their right. He went over it, but as he did so, the half-rotten board cracked, then splintered just as the front wheel bit into the dirt on the other side. The motorbike slewed dangerously, almost spilling them into the densely packed trees. Their pursuer revved his motorbike, made the leap across the span left by the ruined bridge. He followed Bourne and Moira down a steeply sloping path, filled with rocks and half-buried tree roots. The way grew steeper. Moira held on tighter. He could feel her heart hammering in her chest, her accelerated breath against his cheek. Trees flashed by frighteningly close on either side. Rocks caused the motorbike to rear up like a bucking bronco, forcing Bourne to fight to keep it under control. One mistake would send them plummeting off the path, down into the forest of thick, bold trees. Just when it seemed as if the trail couldn't get any steeper, it turned into a series of rock steps, down which they clattered and bumped with heart-stopping speed. Moira, risking a glance over her shoulder, saw the Indonesian bent low over the handlebars of his motorbike, intent on overtaking them. All at once, the natural stairs gave out and the path resumed, this time at a more bearable pitch. Their pursuer tried to aim his handgun, but Bourne slashed a stand of bamboo with a knife he'd taken from the old man, and the thin trees came crashing down across the path. The mahogany man was forced to jam the gun between his teeth. It took all his skill to keep from veering off into the looming forest. As the path flattened out, they whizzed past small shacks, men wielding axes or stirring pots over fires, women with babies in the crooks of their arms, and the ubiquitous feral dogs, thin and cowed, which shied away from the racing vehicles. Clearly they were on the outskirts of a village. Could it be Tongganan? Bourne wondered. Had Superwita foreseen this chase? Soon thereafter, they passed through a stone archway and entered the village proper. Children playing badminton outside the local school stopped and stared as the bikes flashed by. Chickens scattered, squawking, and huge fighting cocks dyed pink, orange, and blue were so agitated they overturned their wicker cages, in turn disturbing the cows and calves lying in the center of the village. The villagers themselves, emerging from the walled compounds of their houses, ran after their precious fighting cocks. Like all hill villages, this one was built on terraces, much like the rice paddies. Swaths of packed earth and scraggly grass interspersed with stone ramps that led to the next level. Running down the center was a wall-less structure, used by the elders for town meetings. On either side were shops, part of the living compounds, selling single and double ikat weavings. Catching sight of the first of the weaving shop signs through the chaos of running feet and animal sounds, Bourne felt a chill run down his spine. So this was indeed Tongganan, the village of Superwita's prediction. In the chaos that had erupted in the village, Bourne cut a line of washing, which undulated in the air like a scaled reptile, before fluttering in their wake. Skillfully guiding the motorbike through a narrow alley, he doubled back the way they had come. Risking a glance behind him, he saw he'd failed to lose the Indonesian. He came roaring at them, unabated, unfazed by the downed laundry. Bourne, with a burst of speed, lengthened the distance between him and his pursuer, enough to make a sharp U-turn, reversing course to make a run past the small man and out of the village. But once again, the Indonesian seemed unsurprised, almost as if he were expecting this tactic. He pulled up, drew his gun, and fired, forcing Bourne to whirl the motorbike back the way he had been going, even as a second shot passed just wide of his left shoulder. Bourne kept going in the only direction open to him, continued on over the bumpy packed dirt and stone ramps, away from his dogged pursuer. Leonid Arkadyin, lost in the dappled shadows of the forest, heard the roar of the engines over the measured chanting that came from inside the walls of the temple, over which, from his position, he had a perfect view. He raised the Parker Hale 85 so the stock fit comfortably to his shoulder and sighted down the Schmidt & Bender scope. He was calm now, his anxiety replaced by a curious and cunning fire that burned away all thought extraneous to his purpose, leaving his mind as clear as the sky above him, as still as the forest within which he was nestled like an adder in a tree, waiting patiently for its prey. He'd planned well, using the local Indonesian as a hunter will use a beater to stalk the prey, moving it ever closer to where the hunter has hidden himself. All at once, a motorbike emerged into the temple clearing, and Arkadyin breathed deeply as he centered Bourne in his sights. and in that moment, the outline of Bourne's body became keenly defined, like vapor condensing into the poisoned nectar of revenge. Bourne and Moira broke out into a perfectly still clearing in which were set 3 temples, a large one in the center, 2 smaller ones on either side. There was no sound except the rhythmic throb of the motorbike's engine. Then, hearing chanting from inside the walls of the center temple, Bourne pulled up. In that moment, Arkadyin, settling himself on the nearly horizontal branch of a tree, pulled the trigger, and Bourne was blown backward off the motorbike. Moira screamed. Throwing aside the rifle and drawing a wicked-looking hunting knife with a serrated blade, Arkadyin jumped to the ground and raced toward the kill site in order to slit Bourne's throat and ensure his death. But his progress was impeded by a herd of cows. Following them were women with offerings of fruit and flowers on their heads, and behind them came the town's children in a ceremonial procession, moving toward the temple. Arkadyin tried to get around them, but one of the cows, disturbed by his frantic movements, turned in his direction. It shook its long, sharp horns, and at once the procession froze as if in mid-step. Heads turned, and all eyes were on him. And with one last look at Bourne's bloody body, he vanished back into the jungle. The celebrants rushed toward Bourne, spilling their offerings across the sparse grass where he lay on his back in the dirt. He tried to get up, failed. Moira knelt over him, and he pulled her down so her ear was against his mouth. Blood had soaked the front of his shirt and now trickled darkly into the earth. Book 1, Chapter 1. 3 months later. In an upper-class suburb of Munich, 2 young bodyguards with gimlet eyes and holstered 9mm Glocks in their armpits flanked a thin, hyperactive man as he emerged from a house. An older man with dark skin and grave lines reaching down from either corner of his mouth, like mustaches, emerged from the shadowed refuge to briefly shake the hyperactive man's hand. Then the 3 men trotted down the stairs and entered a waiting car. One of the bodyguards riding shotgun, the other one with the hyperactive man in back. The meeting had been intense but brief, and the engine was already running, purring like a well-fed cat. His mind was filled with how he was going to structure the debriefing he would give his boss, Abdullah Chori, on the rapidly changing face of the Turkish situation as it had just been outlined to him. The newborn morning lay drowsing, barely awake, and utterly silent. The trees, well manicured and leafy, dappled the sidewalks in inky shade. The air was soft and cool, as yet innocent of the harsh sun that would turn the sky white in a few hours' time. The early hour had been deliberately chosen. As expected, there was no traffic to speak of, just a young boy at the far end of the block teaching himself to ride a bicycle. A sanitation truck lumbered around the corner at the opposite end of the block, its huge brushes beginning to spin whatever dirt there might be on the nearly immaculate street into the truck's belly. Again, the site was utterly normal. The residents of this neighborhood all had pull with the municipal government, and they were proud of the fact that their streets were always the first to be cleaned each day. As the car gathered speed, making its way down the street, the huge truck turned so that it was sideways to the oncoming vehicle, blocking the road. Without an instant's hesitation, the car's driver threw the vehicle into reverse and stepped on the gas. With a screech of tires, the car shot backward, away from the truck. At the sound, the boy looked up. He was standing, straddling the bike, appearing to get his wind back. But at the last moment, as the oncoming car neared him, he reached into the bike's wicker basket and drew out an odd-looking weapon with an unnaturally long barrel. The rocket-launched grenade shattered the car's rear window, and the car burst apart in an oily orange and black fireball. By this time, the boy, hunched over the handlebars of his bike, was pedaling expertly away, a satisfied smile on his face. Just past noon that same day, Leonid Arkadyin was sitting in a Munich beer hall surrounded by Oompa music and drunken Germans when his cell phone buzzed. Recognizing the caller's phone number, he walked out into the street, where it was slightly less noisy, and grunted a wordless greeting.
Like the others, your latest attempt to destroy the Eastern Brotherhood has failed.
Abdullah Chori's ugly voice buzzed in his ear like an angry wasp.
You killed my finance minister this morning, that's all. I've already appointed another.
You misunderstand me. I don't mean to destroy the Eastern Brotherhood, Arkadyin said. I mean to take it over.
The response was a harsh laugh devoid of all humor or even human emotion.
No matter how many of my associates you kill, Arkadyin, this I assure you, I will always survive.
Moira Trevor was sitting behind her sparkling new chrome and glass desk in the sparkling new offices of Heartland Risk Management, LLC, her brand new company, occupying 2 floors of a postmodern building in the heart of Northwest Washington, D.C. She was on the phone with Steve Stevenson, one of her contacts in the Department of Defense, being briefed on a lucrative job her new company had been hired to do, one of half a dozen that had rolled in over the past 5 weeks, and simultaneously running through sets of daily intelligence reports on her computer terminal. Beside it was a snapshot of her and Jason Bourne, the Bali sun on their faces. In the background was Mount Agung, the island's sacred volcano, up whose spine they had trekked early one morning before sunlight kissed the eastern horizon. Her face was completely relaxed. She looked 10 years younger. As for Bourne, he was smiling in that enigmatic way she loved. She used to trace the line of his lips when he smiled like that, as if she were a blind woman able to glean a hidden meaning with her fingertip. When her intercom sounded, she started, realizing she'd been gazing at the photo, her thoughts wandering back, as they often did these days, to those golden days on Bali before Bourne was gunned down in the dirt of Tunganan. Glancing at the electronic clock on her desk, she gathered herself, finished up her call, and said, "Send him in," into the intercom speaker. A moment later, Noah Perlis entered. He was her former handler at Black River, a private mercenary army used by the United States in Middle East hotspots. Moira's firm was now in direct competition with Black River. Noah's narrow face was more sallow than ever, his hair flecked with more gray. His long nose swept out like a sword stroke above a mouth that had forgotten how to laugh or even smile. He prided himself on his keen insight into other people, which was ironic considering he was so heavily defended he was cut off even from himself. She gestured at one of the contemporary chrome and black strap chairs facing her desk. "Take a seat." He remained standing, as if he already had one foot out the door. "I've come to tell you to stop raiding our personnel." "You mean you've been sent like a common messenger?" Moira looked up, smiled with a warmth she didn't feel. Her up-tilted brown eyes, wide apart and inquiring, betrayed none of her feelings. Her face was uncommonly strong or intimidating, depending on your point of view. Nevertheless, she possessed a serenity that served her well in stressful situations such as this one. Bourne had warned her even before she set up Heartland, almost 3 months ago, that this moment was going to come. Something inside her had been looking forward to it. Noah had come to personify Black River, and she'd been under his boot heel for too long. Taking several steps toward her, he plucked the framed photograph off her desk, then turned it to gaze down at the image. "Too bad about your boyfriend," he said. "Got gunned down in a stinking village in the middle of nowhere. You must have been broken up." Moira had no intention of allowing him to upset her. "It's nice to see you, Noah." He sneered as he replaced the photo. Nice is a word people use when they politely lie. Her face held its innocent expression, a form of armor against his slings and arrows. Why shouldn't we continue to be polite to each other? Noah returned to stand with his fingers curled hard into his palms. His knuckles were white with the force he used to make his fists, and Moira couldn't help but wonder whether he wished he had his hands around her neck rather than hanging at his sides.
I'm very fucking serious, Moira.
His eyes engaged hers. Noah could be a scary individual when he put his mind to it. There's no turning back for you. But as for going forward in the way you have... He shook his head in warning. Moira shrugged. No problem. The fact is, you have no people left who meet my ethical requirements. Her words had the effect of relaxing him, enough to say in an entirely different tone, Why are you doing this? Why are you asking me a question to which you already know the answer? He stared at her, keeping silent until she continued, There needs to be a legitimate alternative to Black River, one whose members don't skate at the edge of legality, then regularly cross over. This is a dirty business. You of all people know that. Of course I know it. That's why I started this company. She rose, leaned across her desk. Iran is now on everyone's radar. I'm not going to sit back and let the same thing happen there that's happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. Noah turned on his heel and crossed to the door. With his hand on the knob, he looked back at her with a cold intensity, an old trick of his. You know you can't hold back the flood of filthy water. Don't be a hypocrite, Moira. You want to wade in the muck like the rest of us because it's all about the money. His eyes glittered darkly. Billions of dollars to be made off a war and a new theater of operations. Chapter 2. Lying in the dirt of Tunganan, Bourne whispers into Moira's ear. Tell them. She is bent low over him in the dust and the running blood. She is listening to him with one ear while pressing her cell phone to the other. Just lie still, Jason. I'm calling for help. Tell them I'm dead, Bourne says, just before losing consciousness. Jason Bourne awoke from his recurring dream, sweating like a pig through the bed sheets. The warm tropical night was clouded by the mosquito netting tented around him. Somewhere high in the mountains it was raining. He heard the thunder like hoofbeats, felt the sluggish, wet wind on his chest, bare where the wound was in the latter stages of healing. It had been 3 months since the bullet struck him, 3 months since Moira followed his orders to the letter. Now virtually everyone who knew him believed him to be dead. Only 3 people other than him knew the truth. Moira, Benjamin Firth, the Australian surgeon whom Moira brought him to in the village of Mongeese, and Frederick Willard, the last remaining member of Treadstone, who had revealed Leonid Arkadyan's Treadstone training to Bourne. It was Willard, contacted by Moira at Bourne's behest, who had begun reconditioning Bourne as soon as Dr. Firth allowed it. "You're damn lucky to be alive, mate," Firth said, when Bourne had regained consciousness after the first of 2 operations. Moira was there, having just returned from making very public arrangements for Bourne's body to be shipped back to the States. "In fact, if it weren't for a congenital abnormality in the shape of your heart, the bullet would have killed you almost instantly. Whoever shot you knew what he was doing." Then he'd gripped Bourne's forearm and flashed a bony smile. "Not to worry, mate. We'll have you right as rain in a month or 2. A month or 2. Bourne, listening to the torrential rain come closer, reached out to touch the double ikat cloth that hung beside his bed, and felt calmer. He remembered the long weeks he'd been forced to remain in the doctor's surgery on Bali, both for health and for security reasons. For a number of weeks after the second operation, it was all he could do just to sit up. During that syrupy time, Bourne discovered Firth's secret. He was an inveterate alcoholic. The only time he could be counted on to be stone-cold sober was when he had a patient on the operating table. He proved himself to be a brilliant cutter. Any other time, he reeked of arak, the fermented Balinese palm liquor. It was so strong, he used it to wipe down his operating theater when he occasionally forgot to refill his order of pure alcohol. In this way, Bourne unlocked the mystery of what the doctor was doing hidden far away from everything. He'd been canned from every hospital in Western Australia. All at once, Bourne's attention turned outward as the doctor entered the room across the compound from the surgery. "Firth," he said, sitting up. "What are you doing up at this time of night?" The doctor moved over to the rattan chair by the wall. He had a noticeable limp. One leg was shorter than the other. "I don't like thunder and lightning," he said as he sat down heavily. "You're like a child." "In many ways, yes," Firth nodded. "But unlike many blokes I met back in the bad old days, I can admit it." Bourne switched on the bedside lamp, and a cone of cool light spread over the bed and lapped at the floor. As the thunder rumbled closer, Firth leaned into the light, as if for protection. He was carrying a bottle of arak by its neck. "Your faithful companion," Bourne said. The doctor winced. "Tonight, no amount of liquor will help." Bourne held out his hand, and Firth handed him the bottle. He waited for Bourne to take a swig, then took possession of it. Though he sat back in the chair, he was far from relaxed. Thunder cracked overhead, and all at once the downpour hit the thatch roof with the bang of a shotgun. Firth winced again, but he didn't take more arak. It appeared that even he had a limit. "I'm hoping I can convince you to throttle back your physical training." "Why would I do that?" Bourne said. "Because Willard pushes you too hard." Firth licked his lips, as if his body was dying for another drink. "That's his job." "Maybe so, but he's not your doctor. He hasn't taken you apart and stitched you back together." He finally put the bottle down between his legs. "Besides, he scares the bejesus out of me." "Everything scares you," Bourne said, not unkindly. "Not everything, now." The doctor waited while a crack of thunder shuddered overhead. "Not torn-up bodies." "A torn-up body can't talk back," Bourne pointed out. Firth smiled ruefully. "You haven't had my nightmares." "That's all right." Bourne once again saw himself in the dirt and the blood of Tunganan. "I have my own." For a time, nothing more was said. Then Bourne asked a question, but when the only answer forthcoming was a brief snore, he lay back in the bed, closed his eyes, and willed himself to sleep. Before the soft morning light woke him, he had returned, unwillingly, to Tunganan, where the heat of Moira's cinnamon musk mingled with the odor of his own blood. "Do you like it?" Moira held up the cloth woven in the colors of the gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, blue, red, and yellow. The intricate pattern was of interlocking flowers, frangipani, perhaps. Since the dyes used were all natural, some water-based, others oil-based, the threads took 18 months to 2 years to finish. The yellow, the personification of Shiva, the destroyer, would take another 5 years to slowly oxidize and reveal its final hue. In double ikats, the pattern was dyed into both the warp and weft threads, so that when it was woven, all the colors would be pure, unlike the more common single ikat weaving, in which the pattern was only in one set of threads, the other being a background color such as black. The double ikat was part of every Balinese home, where it hung on a wall in a place of honor and respect. "Yes," Bourne had replied. "I like it very much." He was about to go into surgery for the first of his 2 operations. "Suparwita said it was important I get a double ikat for you." She leaned closer. "It's sacred, Jason, remember? Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva together will protect you from evil and illness. I'll make sure it's near you all the time." Just before Dr. Firth wheeled him into the surgery, she leaned even closer, whispered in his ear. "You'll be fine, Jason. You drank the tea made from the kunchur." Kunchur, Bourne thought, as Firth applied the anesthetic. the resurrection lily. He dreamed of a temple high in the Balinese mountains, while Benjamin Firth cut him open with little hope of his survival. Through the carved red gates of the temple rose the hazy pyramidal shape of Mount Agung, blue and majestic against the yellow sky. He was gazing down at the gate from a great height, and looking around, he realized that he was on the top step of a steep triple staircase, guarded by 6 ferocious stone dragons, whose bared teeth were easily 7 inches long. The bodies of these dragons undulated upward on either sides of the 3 staircases, creating banisters whose solidity appeared to carry the stairs upward to the plaza of the temple proper. As Bourne's gaze was drawn again to the gates and Mount Agung, he saw a figure silhouetted against the sacred volcano, and his heart began to pound in his chest. The setting sun fell upon his face, and he shaded his eyes with one hand, straining to identify the figure, who now turned toward him. At once, he felt searing pain and pleasure. At that precise moment, Dr. Firth came across the curious abnormality in Bourne's heart and began to work, knowing that he now had a chance to save his patient. Just over 4 hours later, Firth, exhausted but cautiously triumphant, wheeled Bourne into the recovery room, adjacent to the surgery, that would become Bourne's home for the next 6 weeks. Moira was waiting for them. Her face was pale, her emotions retreated from her flesh, curled into a ball in the pit of her stomach. "Will he live?" She almost choked on the words. "Tell me he'll live." Firth sat wearily on a canvas folding chair as he stripped off his bloody gloves. "The bullet went clear through him, which is good because I didn't have to dig it out. It is my considered opinion that he'll live, Miss Trevor, with the important caveat that nothing in life is certain, especially in medicine." As Firth took the first drink of arak he'd had that day, Moira approached Bourne with a mixture of elation and trepidation. She'd been so terrified that for the last 4.5 hours her heart had hurt as much as she had imagined Bourne's had. Gazing down into his near bloodless but peaceful face, she took his hand in hers, squeezing hard to reestablish the physical connection between them. "Jason," she said. "He's still well under," Firth said, as if from a great distance. "He can't hear you." Moira ignored him. She tried not to imagine the hole in Bourne's chest beneath the bandage, but failed. Her eyes were streaming tears, as they had periodically while he was in surgery, but the abyss of despair along which she had been walking was folding in on itself. Still, her breathing was ragged, and she had to struggle to feel the solid ground beneath her feet, because for hours she was certain it had been about to open up and swallow her whole. "Jason, listen to me. Suparuita knew what would happen to you, and he prepared you as best he could. He fed you the kunchur. He had me get the double ikat for you. They both protected you, I know it, even if you won't ever believe it." Morning broke in the soft colors of pink and yellow against the pale blue sky. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva rose as Bourne opened his eyes. Last night's storm had scrubbed off the film of haze that had built up from the burning off of the rice stalks in the hillside paddies. As Bourne sat up, his eyes fell upon the double ikat that Moira had bought for him in Tunganan. Holding its rough texture between his fingers, he saw, like a flash of lightning, the silhouette standing between him and Mount Agung, framed by the temple gates, and wondered anew who it could possibly be. Chapter 3. The cockpit of the American passenger airliner, Flight 891 out of Cairo, Egypt, hummed contentedly. The pilot and co-pilot, longtime friends, joked about the flight attendant they'd both like to take to bed. They were in the final stages of negotiating the terms of a thoroughly adolescent contest that would involve her as a prize when the radar picked up a blip rapidly closing on the plane. Responding in proper fashion, the pilot got on the intercom and ordered all seatbelts fastened. then took the plane out of its pre-planned route in an attempt at an evasive maneuver. But the 767 was too large and ungainly. It wasn't built for easy maneuverability. The co-pilot tried to get a visual fix on the object, even as he raised the Cairo airport control tower on the radio.
Flight 8901, there are no scheduled flights that close to you, the calm voice from the control tower said. Can you get a visual fix?
Not yet. The object is too small to be another passenger plane, the co-pilot responded. Maybe it's a private jet.
There are no flight plans posted. Repeat, there are no flight plans posted.
Roger that, the co-pilot said. But it's still closing.
8901, elevate to 45,000 feet.
Roger that, the pilot said, making the necessary adjustments on the controls.
Elevating to 45,000...
I see it,
the co-pilot cut in. It's traveling too fast to be a private jet. What is it?
There was a sudden urgency to the voice from Cairo.
What's happening? 8901, please report. Here it comes!
The co-pilot screamed. An instant later, disaster struck as the mighty metal fist struck the jetliner in a blinding flare. An immense explosion disjointed the fuselage as a beast pulls its prey limb from limb, and the twisted, blackened remains plummeted to earth with breathtaking speed. Deep beneath the west wing of the White House, in a spacious room made of steel-reinforced concrete 8 feet thick, the President of the United States was in a high-level security meeting with Secretary of Defense Halliday, DCI Veronica Hart, John Mueller, head of the Department of Homeland Security, and Jamie Hernandez, the new intelligence czar, who had taken over the NSA in the wake of the illegal waterboarding scandal that brought down his predecessor. Halliday, a ruddy-cheeked man with dark blonde hair combed straight back, a politician's sly eyes, and a perfect crest smile, seemed as if he were reading from a script he might have prepared for a Senate subcommittee.
After months of arduous prep work, judicious bribes, and discreet probing, he said, Black River has at last made first contact with a group of dissident pro-Western Iranis.
Ever the showman, he paused, looked around the highly polished table, making eye contact with each person in turn.
This is blockbuster news,
he added unnecessarily, and, with a nod to the president,
something this administration has been searching for years, because the only known Iranian dissident group has so far proved impotent.
Halliday was at his most eloquent, and Hart thought she knew why. Though his stock had risen because of the death of Jason Bourne, for which he had agitated and for which he'd taken credit, Hart knew Halliday needed another victory, one that was more wide-ranging, that could be exploited by the president himself for political capital.
At last, a group we can work with.
Halliday continued with unbridled enthusiasm as he handed around the fact sheet prepared by Black River, detailing dates and places of meeting, along with transcripts of clandestinely recorded conversations between Black River operatives and leading members of the dissident group, whose names had been redacted for security reasons. All the conversations, Hart saw, underscored both their militancy and their commitment to accept aid from the West.
They're unquestionably pro-Western,
the Secretary of Defense said, as if his audience required a verbal guide through the densely worded pages.
Moreover, they're preparing for an armed revolution and are eager for whatever support we can supply.
What are their real capabilities?
John Mueller asked. Mueller had that typical ex-NSA mien of a soldier with a 1,000-yard stare. He looked like a man who could break a body with the same nonchalant ease he'd crack a wooden matchstick in two.
Excellent question, John. If you turn to page 38, you'll see Black River's detailed assessment of the training preparedness and arms expertise of this particular group, which both rate 8 out of 10 on their proprietary rating scale.
You seem to be relying a great deal on Black River, Mr. Secretary, Hart said dryly. Halliday didn't even look at her. It was her people, Soraya Moore and Tyrone Elkins, who had brought his man, Luther Laval, down. He hated her guts, but Hart knew he was too canny a politician to let his animosity show in front of the president, who now held her in high esteem. Halliday nodded sagely, his voice carefully neutral.
I wish it were otherwise, Director. It's no secret that our own resources are already at their limits due to the ongoing conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq. And now that Iran is on our radar as a clear and present danger, we're obliged to outsource more and more of our far-flung intelligence gathering.
You mean the NSA is? CI created Typhon last year specifically to handle more of the Middle East field intelligence, Hart pointed out. Every Typhon field agent is fluent in the various dialects of Arabic and Farsi. Tell me, Mr. Secretary, how many NSA agents are similarly trained? Hart could see the color rising up Halliday's throat into his cheeks, and she leaned forward, further inflaming an intemperate outburst from him. Unluckily for her, the meeting was interrupted by the burr of the blue telephone at the president's right elbow. The entire room fell into a tense silence so absolute that the discreet sound had the resonance of a pneumatic jackhammer. The blue telephone brought bad news. They all knew that. With a grim expression, the president pressed the receiver to his ear, listened to the voice of General Leland over at the Pentagon, who briefed him, even while he told his commander-in-chief that a more detailed document would be on its way to the White House by special courier within the hour. The president took all this in with his usual equanimity. He was not a man to panic or to take precipitous action. As he cradled the receiver, he said, "There has been an air disaster. American Flight 891, outbound from Cairo, was taken out of the sky by an explosion." "A bomb?" Jamie Hernandez, the new intelligence czar, said. He was slim and handsome, with calculating eyes as dark as his thick hair. He looked like the kind of individual who counted the wontons in his soup to make sure he wasn't being shortchanged. "Are there any survivors?" Hart asked. "We don't know the answer to either question," the president said. "What we do know is that there were 181 souls on that flight." "Good God!" Hart shook her head. There was a moment of stunned silence while they all contemplated both the enormity of the calamity and the terrible repercussions that might very well ensue. No matter what the cause, a great many American civilians were dead, and if the worst-case scenario were to come true, if those American civilians proved to be the victims of a terrorist attack.
"Sir, I think we should send a joint NSA-DHS forensics team to the crash site,"
Halliday said in a bid to take charge. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Hart countered. Halliday's words had energized them out of their initial shock. "This isn't Iraq. We'll need the permission of the Egyptian government to send our troops in."
"Those are American citizens, our people blown out of the sky," Halliday said. "Fuck the Egyptians. What have they done for us lately?"
Before the argument could escalate, the president held up his hand. "First things first. Veronica is right." He stood up. "We'll reconvene this discussion in an hour after I've spoken to the Egyptian president." Precisely 60 minutes later, the president re-entered the room, nodded to those present, and sat down before addressing them. "All right, it's settled. Hernandez, Mueller, assemble a joint task force of your best people and get them on a plane to Cairo ASAP. First, survivors. Second, identify casualties. Third, for the love of God, ascertain the cause of the explosion." "Sir, if I may," Hart interjected, "I suggest adding Soraya Moore, the director of Typhon, to the team. She's half Egyptian. Her intimate knowledge of Arabic and the local customs will prove invaluable, particularly in liaising with the Egyptian authorities."
Halliday shook his head, said emphatically, "This matter is already complicated enough without a third agency becoming involved. The NSA and the DHS have all the tools at their disposal to handle the situation."
"I doubt that."
"I needn't remind you, Director Hart, that the press will be all over this incident like flies on shit." Halliday overran her. "We've got to get our people over there, make our findings, and take appropriate measures as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we risk turning this into a worldwide media circus." He turned to the president, "Which is something this administration doesn't need right now. The last thing you want, sir, is to look weak and ineffectual."
"The real problem," the president said, "is that the Egyptian National Secret Police, what are they called?" "Al-Mukhabarat," Hart said, feeling like she was a contestant on Jeopardy. Yes, thank you, Veronica. The president made a note on his scratch pad. He'd never forget al-Makabarat's name again. The problem, he began again, is that a contingent of this al-Makabarat will be accompanying the team. The Secretary of Defense groaned.
Sir, if I may say so, the Egyptian secret police are corrupt, vicious, and notorious for their sadistic human rights violations. I submit that we cut them out of the equation entirely.
Nothing would please me more, believe me, the president said with some distaste. But I'm afraid that's the quid pro quo the Egyptian president insisted on in exchange for letting us help in the investigation.
Our help? What a joke.
Halliday gave a humorless laugh.
The damn Egyptians couldn't find a mummy in a tomb.
That's as may be, but they're our allies, the president said sternly. I expect everyone to keep that in mind in the difficult days and weeks ahead. When he looked around the room, the DCI seized her chance. Sir, may I remind you that Egyptian is the Rector-Moor's native language.
Precisely why she should be stricken from the list,
Halliday said at once.
She's a Muslim, for God's sake.
Secretary, that's just the kind of ignorant remark we don't need right now. Besides, how many men on that team are fluent in Egyptian Arabic? Halliday bristled.
The Egyptians speak damn fine English, thank you very much.
Not among themselves. As the defense secretary had before her, Hart turned to address the president directly. Sir, it's important, no, vital, that at this juncture the team has as much information about the Egyptians, especially the members of al-Makabarat, because Secretary Halliday is correct about them, as is possible. That knowledge may well prove critical. The president pondered for no more than a moment. Then he nodded. Director, your proposal makes sense. Let's run with it. Get Director Moore up to speed. Hart smiled. Time to press her advantage. She may have some people. The president nodded at once. Whatever she needs. This is no time for half measures. Hart was looking at Halliday, who was directing a poisoned glare in her direction, to which she smiled sweetly as the meeting adjourned. She exited the West Wing quickly to avoid another vitriolic confrontation with the defense secretary and took the short ride back to CI headquarters, where she summoned Soraya Moore to her office. Abdullah Chori was on his way from the Starnberger See to the headquarters of the Eastern Brotherhood less than 10 miles away. Behind him, the snow-capped Alps and the icy blue water of the lake, the fourth largest in Germany, sparkled in the sun. Brightly colored sails rose above sleek boats, and yachts plied the lake. There was no room for such frivolous recreation as sailing in Chori's life, even before he became head of the Eastern Brotherhood. His life had taken a serious turn when, at the age of 7, he had discovered his calling as Allah's earthly messenger. It was a calling he had kept to himself for a long time, intuiting that no one would believe him, least of all his father, who treated his children even worse than he did his wife. Chori was born with the patience of a tortoise. Even when he was a child, he had no difficulty waiting for the opportune moment to take advantage of a situation. Not surprisingly, his preternatural serenity was misinterpreted as a form of idiocy by his father, and all of his instructors save one, who saw in the boy the holy spark Allah had placed there at the moment of his conception. From that moment on, Chori's life changed. He began to frequent this instructor's house after hours for advanced lessons. The man lived alone and welcomed Chori as his acolyte and protege. As a young adult, he had joined the Eastern Brotherhood, patiently moving up in the hierarchy. He did this in his characteristic manner, by winnowing out the wheat from the chaff. In his case, the wheat was represented by those in the organization who shared his strict views of Islam. It was he who brought them the notion of fighting for change from within. His was a naturally subversive nature. He was superb at undermining the current order to make way for his own. This he accomplished slowly and carefully, always flying under the twin radars of Semyon Yukopov and Asher Sever, because these were not men to be taken lightly or to engage as antagonists without every form of advantage imaginable. He was still amassing his arsenal of such advantages when they were both killed, leaving a vast and intimidating power vacuum. Not for Abdullah Chori. Seizing his moment while the Eastern Brotherhood was still in shock, he took control of the organization. Ripping a page from Yukopov's strategic manual, he quickly installed his compatriots in all key positions within the Eastern Brotherhood, thereby ensuring both the short and the long-term success of his coup. The motorcade came to a halt at the first of his 3 stops before he returned to his headquarters. There were lieutenants responsible for 2 areas of the Middle East and 1 for Africa, whom he needed to brief on the latest developments inside Iran. As the motorcade took him from one briefing to another, he couldn't help but reflect on the recent interference from Leonid Arkadyin. He dealt with men like Arkadyin before, people who believed that all situations could be settled with the flaming barrel of a gun. Weaponized men without faith to guide them. For what use was a weapon if it wasn't in the service of Allah and Islam? He knew something of Leonid Danilovich Arkadyin's background. He had come to be a killer of killers through hiring himself out to various Moscow Gruporovka. It was said he was close with Dmitry Maslov, the head of the Kazanskaya, but not as close as he had been with his mentor, Semyon Yukopov, before he turned on Yukopov and killed him. Perhaps not surprising, since Arkadyin had been born and raised in Nizhny Tagil, a hell on earth that could only exist in Russia. An industrial slime pit that manufactured tanks for the military, ringed by high-security prisons whose occupants, when they were released, stayed in Nizhny Tagil to prey upon its citizens. It was a minor miracle that Arkadyin had been lucky enough to escape. This sordid, bloody background was why Chori knew in his heart that Arkadyin was nothing more than a man who had lost his soul, condemned to walk among the living, the best part of him already dead and buried. And it was for the same reason that Chori had taken extra precautions. He was well protected by 2 bodyguards in his car, wallowing along beneath the weight of its armor-plated sides and bulletproof glass, as well as sharpshooters with hunting rifles in cars in front and back. He seriously doubted whether the man would be foolish enough to go after him. But since one couldn't read the mind of one's enemy, it was prudent to act as if he himself were under attack, rather than the Eastern Brotherhood. Within 15 minutes, the motorcade pulled into the Eastern Brotherhood's private parking area, and the men in the cars surrounding Chori's leapt out, making a thorough search of the area. Only then did one of them communicate to the bodyguards traveling with Chori through a wireless network that it was safe to exit. The elevator took him and 4 bodyguards directly up to the top floor of the private building owned by the Eastern Brotherhood. 2 of the bodyguards stepped off the elevator first, secured the floor, and checked the faces of their boss's personal staff to make sure they were all known. Then they stepped aside and Chori hurried across the reception area to his office. When his secretary turned toward him, his face pinched and ashen beneath the burnished color of his skin, Chori realized something was wrong. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. "There was nothing any of us could do." Then Chori looked beyond him to the 3 strangers, and immediately the primitive part of his brain, the fight-or-flight center, understood. Nevertheless, the civilized part of him was shocked, rooting him to the spot. "What is this?" he said. As if sleepwalking, he went across the magnificent jewel-toned carpet, a present from the president of Iran, staring with stupefaction at the 3 men in tailored suits ranged behind his desk. The men on the left and right stood with their arms hanging loosely at their sides and produced laminated badges identifying them as agents of the U.S. Department of Defense. The one in the middle with hair the color of iron filings and a hard, angular face said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Chori. My name is Reiniger." A Bundespolizei ID card was attached to a black cord around his neck. It said Reiniger was a high-ranking officer in GSG-9, the elite counter-terrorism unit. "I'm here to take you into custody." "Custody?" Chori was taken aback. "I don't understand. How could you—" His voice died in his throat as he looked down at the dossier Reiniger had produced. To his horror, he saw photo after photo, green-lit from infrared film, of him with a 16-year-old busboy from the Say Cafe, whom he saw 3 times a week when he went to Starnberger Lake, ostensibly for lunch. Gathering himself with a supreme effort, Chori pushed the photos across the desk.
I have many enemies with deep resources. This smut is doctored. Anyone can see it isn't me performing these wicked and disgusting acts.
He looked up into Reiniger's yellow teeth, wrapped in his fraudulent piety.
How dare you accuse me of such?
Reiniger made a small gesture with one hand, and the man on his right stepped 1 pace to the left, revealing the 16-year-old busboy from the Say Cafe. The boy would not meet Chori's dark glare, instead staring fixedly at the tops of his sneakers. In this superheated room, amid the tall, wide-shouldered Americans in their dark suits, he looked younger than his years, slender and fragile as bone china. "I'd introduce you," one of the American agents said with an audible snicker, "but that would be redundant." Chori's brain was on fire. How had this horror been visited on him? Why, if he was the chosen of Allah, had his dark secret, learned at the knee of his childhood instructor, been revealed? He had no thought for who had betrayed him, only that he could not bear to live with the shame, which would strip him of the power and prestige he'd worked for decades to amass. "This is the end for you, Chori," the other American said. Which one was which? They all looked alike to him. They had the evil look of dissolute infidels. He wanted to kill them both. "The end of you as a public figure," the American went on in his implacable cyborg voice. "But more importantly, it's the end of your influence. Your brand of extremism has been revealed as a sham, a joke, goddamn hypocritical." Chori growled deep in his throat as he lunged at the boy. He saw the American nearest the boy draw a taser, but he couldn't stop now. The twin barbed hooks impaled themselves, one in his torso, the other in his thigh, and the pain spasmed him backward. His knees buckled and he fell, flopping and arching, but all was ringing silence, as if he had already passed to another plane. Even as the movement in the room grew frenzied, even when, some minutes later, he was transferred to a rolling gurney, taken down in the elevator, rushed through the ground floor lobby filled with silent and shocked blobs that must once have been faces, all was silence. All was silence out in the street, even as traffic passed by, even as paramedics and the dark-suited Americans jogged beside the gurney, and mouths opened, perhaps to shout warnings for gawping passers-by to step aside or move back. Silence. Only silence. And then he was lifted up, as if by the hand of Allah, and rolled inside the ambulance. 2 paramedics climbed in, along with a third man, and even as the rear doors were closing, the ambulance took off. Its siren must have been wailing, but Chori couldn't hear a thing. Neither could he feel his body, which seemed to bind him to the gurney like lead weights. All he felt was the fire in his chest, the laboring of his heart, the irregular pulse of blood circulating through him. He hoped the third man wasn't one of the Americans. He was afraid of them. The German he knew he could handle once he regained his voice. He had cultivated many friendships in the Bundespolizei, and as long as he could keep the Americans at remove for even an hour, he knew he'd be all right. With a wave of relief, he saw that the third man was Reiniger. He could feel a tingling in his extremities, found that he could move his fingers and toes. He was about to try out his vocal cords when Reiniger bent over him and, with a flourish of a magician on stage, removed a nose and cheeks made out of silicone putty, along with a set of yellowed teeth that he'd worn over his own. Instantly, a premonition overtook Chori like the flutter of death's black wave. "Hello, Chori," Reiniger said slowly. Chori tried to speak, bit his tongue instead. Reiniger grinned as he patted the stricken man on the shoulder. "How are you doing? Not well, I see." He shrugged, his grin flowering open. "No matter.
Because it's a good day to die.
He placed the pad of his right thumb against Chori's Adam's apple and pressed down until something vital popped.
Good for us, anyway.
Chapter 4. When Soraya Moore walked into the DCI's office, Veronica Hart got up from behind her desk and beckoned Soraya to sit beside her on a sofa against one wall. In the past year of Hart's tenure as DCI, the two women had become close friends as well as associates. They had been forced by circumstance to trust each other from the moment Hart had come on board, following the old man's untimely death. The two of them had united against Secretary of Defense Halliday while Willard took down his attack dog, Luther Laval, and handed Halliday the most humiliating defeat of his political career. That they'd made a mortal enemy in the process was never far from their minds or their discussions. Neither was Jason Bourne, whom Soraya had twice worked with, and whom Hart had come to understand better than anyone else at CI, save for Soraya herself. "So, how are you?" Hart said as soon as they were both seated. "It's been 3 months, and Jason's death still hasn't sunk in." Soraya was a woman who was both strong and beautiful, her deep blue eyes contrasting strikingly with her cinnamon-colored skin and long black hair. A former CI chief of station, she had been thrust unceremoniously into the directorship of Typhon, the organization she helped create when her mentor, Martin Lindros, had died last year. Since then, she'd struggled with a labyrinthine political maneuvering any director in the intelligence community was forced to master. In the end, however, her struggle with Luther Laval had taught her many important lessons. "To be honest, I keep thinking I'm seeing him out of the corner of my eye, but when I look, really look, it's always someone else." "Of course it's someone else," Hart said, not unsympathetically. "You didn't know him the way I did," Soraya said sadly. "He was able to cheat death so many times, it now seems impossible that this last time he failed." She put her head down, and Hart squeezed her hand briefly. The night they heard of Bourne's death, she'd taken Soraya out to dinner, then insisted she come back to her apartment, steadfastly ignoring all of Soraya's protestations. The evening was difficult, not the least because Soraya was Muslim. They couldn't go on a good old-fashioned bender. Grieving stone-cold sober was a drag, and Soraya had begged Hart to drink if she wanted to. The DCI refused. That night, an unspoken bond had sprung up between them that nothing could now sunder. Soraya looked up then, gave the DCI a wan smile. "But you didn't call me in to hold my hand again." "No, I didn't." Hart told Soraya about the downing of the passenger jetliner in Egypt. "Jamie Hernandez and John Mueller are putting together a joint NSA-DHS forensics team to fly to Cairo." "Good luck with that," Soraya said caustically. "Which one of the team is going to interface with the Egyptians, speak to them in their own language, or be able to interpret their thinking by their replies? As a matter of fact, you are." When she saw the look of astonishment on Soraya's face, she added, "I had the same reaction to the task force you did." "How much of a fight did Halliday put up?" "He fired off the usual objections, including slurs directed at your heritage," Hart said. "How he hates all of us," Soraya said. "He can't even make the distinction between Arab and Muslim, let alone Sunni and Shia." "Never mind," Hart said. "I presented my reasons to the president, and he agreed." The DCI handed over a copy of the intel they'd all been reading when news came of the air disaster. As Soraya looked it over, she said, "This data's from Black River." "Having worked for Black River, that's precisely my concern. Given the methods they use to gather intel, it seems to me that Halliday is leaning on them a bit too heavily." She tipped her head toward the file. "What do you think of their intel on this pro-Western dissident group in Iran?" Soraya frowned. "There have been rumors of its existence for years, of course, but I can tell you that no one in the Western intelligence community has met a member or has ever been contacted by the group. Frankly, it always struck me as part of the right-wing neocon fantasy of a democratic Middle East." She continued to page through the file. Yet there is a bona fide dissident movement in Iran that has been calling for democratic elections, Hart said. Yes, but it's unclear whether its leader, Akbar Ganji, would be pro-Western. My guess is probably not. For one thing, he's been canny enough to reject the administration's periodic offers of money in exchange for an armed insurrection. For another, he knows, even if our own people don't, that throwing American dollars at what we euphemistically call the indigenous liberal forces within Iran is a recipe for disaster. Not only would it endanger the already fragile movement and their aim of a velvet revolution, but it would encourage its leaders to become dependent on America for aid. It would alienate its constituency, as it did in Afghanistan, Iraq, and many other Middle Eastern countries, and turn the so-called freedom fighters into our implacable enemies. Time and again, ignorance of the culture, religion, and real aims of these groups has combined to defeat us. Which is why you'll be part of the forensics team, Hart said. However, as you can see, the Black River intel doesn't concern Ganji or his people. We aren't talking here about a velvet revolution, but one steeped in blood. Ganji has said that he doesn't want war, but his policy has been floundering for some time. You know as well as I do that the regime wouldn't allow him to survive, let alone to speak out, if his power was substantial. Ganji's of no use to Halliday, but this new group's aims would suit his purposes to a T. Hart nodded. That's just what I was thinking. So while you're in Egypt, I want you to nose around. Use Typhon's Egyptian contacts to find out what you can about the legitimacy of this group. That won't be easy, Soraya said. I can guarantee you that the National Secret Police are going to be all over us, especially me. Why especially you? Hart asked. Because the head of al-Makhabarat is Amun Shalthum. He and I had a heated confrontation. How heated? Soraya's memory immediately clamped down. Shalthum is a complex character, difficult to read. His entire life seems wrapped up in his career in al-Makhabarat, an organization of thugs and assassins to which he's been given a life sentence. Lovely, Hart said with no little sarcasm. But it would be naive to believe that's all there is to him. Do you think you can handle him? I don't see why not. I think he's got a thing for me, Soraya said, not quite understanding why she wasn't telling Veronica the whole truth. 8 years ago, on a courier mission, she'd been captured by agents of al-Makhabarat, who, unbeknownst to her, had infiltrated CI's local network, to which she was to deliver a microdot on which was etched the network's new orders. She had no idea what was on the microdot, had no desire to know. She was thrown in a basement cell of al-Makhabarat's offices in downtown Cairo. 3 days later, with no sleep and only water and a crust of moldy bread to eat once each day, she was taken upstairs and brought before Amun Shalthum, who took one look at her and immediately ordered her cleaned up. She was shown to a shower, where she scrubbed every inch of her body with a soapy washcloth. When she stepped out, a set of new clothes was waiting for her. She assumed her old clothes were being ripped apart and scrutinized by an al-Makhabarat forensics team searching for the intel she was carrying. Everything fit her perfectly. To her surprise, she was then escorted out of the building. It was night. It occurred to her that for some time she'd had no idea of time passing. In the boiling street, a car was waiting at the curb, its headlights illuminating plainclothes guards watching her with studied attention. When she climbed in, she had another shock. Amun Shalthum sat behind the wheel. He was all alone. He drove very hard and very fast across the city, heading west into the desert. He said nothing, but from time to time, when traffic allowed, he watched her with his avid hawk's gaze. She was famished, but was determined to keep her hunger to herself. He took her to Wadi al-Rayyan. He stopped the car, told her to get out. They stood facing each other in the blue moonlight. Wadi al-Rayyan was so desolate they could have been the last two humans on Earth. "Whatever you're looking for," she said. "I don't have it." "Yes, you do. It's already been delivered." My sources tell me otherwise. You don't pay your sources nearly enough. Besides, you've checked my clothes and everything else. He didn't laugh, nor would he ever during the time she was with him. It's in your head. Give it to me. When she didn't respond, he added, We'll stay out here until you give me the intel. She recognized his threat, recognized, too, the impetus behind it. In his eyes, she was an Egyptian female. As such, she was brought up to unquestioningly obey males. Why should she be any different from any of the other females he knew? Because she was half American? He spit on Americans. Immediately, she saw the advantage his mistake gave her. She stood up to him. She kept to her story. She defied him every step of the way. Most importantly, she proved she couldn't be intimidated. In the end, he'd backed down, had taken her back to Cairo, to the airport. At the boarding gate, he handed back her passport as a gentleman might. It was a formal and somehow touching gesture. She turned away, certain she'd never see him again. The DCI nodded. If you can use his attraction for you to your advantage, do so, because I have an uncomfortable feeling that Halliday is about to propose a major new military initiative based on the premise of an armed insurrection from inside Iran. Leonid Arkadyin was sitting in a cafe in Campione d'Italia, a picturesque Italian tax haven tucked away in the Swiss Alps. The tiny municipality rose steeply off the glassy ultramarine blue surface of a clear mountain lake, studded with vessels of all sizes, from rowboats to multi-million-dollar yachts, complete with the helipads, the copters, and, on the largest of these, the females to go with them. In a haze of detached amusement, Arkadyin watched two long-stemmed models with a kind of perfectly bronzed skin only the privileged and wealthy know how to acquire. As he sipped a small cup of espresso, which was all but lost in his large, square hand, the two models climbed on top of a bald man with an exceedingly hairy body, stretched out on the sea-blue cushions of the yacht's rear deck. He lost interest, because for him, pleasure was such an ephemeral concept. It lacked both form and function. His mind and body were still bound to the iron and fire wheel of Nizhny Tagil, which just went to prove the old saw. You can take the man out of hell, but you can't take hell out of the man. The acrid taste of the toxic Nizhny Tagil sky was still in his mouth when moments later a man with skin the color of his espresso approached. Arkadyin glanced up with an air close to indifference, even as the man slithered into the chair across from him.
My name is Ishmael,
the espresso man said.
Ishmael Bey.
Churi's right hand. Arkadyin finished off his cup, set it down on the small round table. I've heard of you. Bey, a rather young man, thin and bony as a starving dog, sported a dreadfully haunted look.
It's done, Arkadyin. You've won. With the death of Abdullah Chori, I am now the head of the Eastern Brotherhood. But I value my life more than my predecessor did. What do you want?
Arkadyin took hold of his empty cup, moved it to the precise center of its saucer, all without taking his eyes from the other man's. When he was ready, he said, I don't want your position, but I am going to take your power. His lips formed the ghost of a smile, but there was something in the expression that sent a visible shiver of presentiment down the other's spine. To everyone in the outside world, you have assumed the mantle of your fallen leader. However, everything, every decision, every action you will take from this moment on, originates with me. Every dollar the Brotherhood makes flows through me. This is the new order of battle. His smile turned lupine, and Bey's face took on a green and shiny cast. First in the order of battle is to choose a contingent of 100 men from the Black Legion. Within the week, I want them at a camp I've set up in the Ural Mountains. Bey cocked his head.
A camp?
They will be trained by me personally.
Trained for what?
For killing.
Who are they meant to kill?
Arkadin pushed his empty cup across the table until it was sitting squarely in front of Ismail Bey. The gesture, for Bey, was unmistakable. He had nothing, he would have nothing, unless he obeyed Arkadin studiously and completely. Without another word, Arkadin rose and left Bey confronting the bleak face of his new future.
Today, I woke up thinking of Soraya more, Willard said. I was thinking that she must still be grieving over your death.
It was just after sunrise, and, as he did every morning at this time, Bourne was sitting through Dr. Firth's thorough and tedious examination. Bourne, who had come to know Willard quite well in the 3 months the two had been together, said, "I haven't tried to contact her." Willard nodded. "That's good." He was small and dapper, with gray eyes and a face that could assume any expression with an unconscious ease. "Until I find out who tried to kill me 3 months ago, and I deal with him, I'm determined to keep Soraya out of the loop." It was not that Bourne didn't trust her, on the contrary, but because of her ties to CI and the people with whom she worked, he had decided from the first that the burden of truth would be unfair for her to carry with her to CI every day. "I went back to Tunganan, but I could find no trace of the bullet," Willard said. "I've tried everything else I can think of to discover who shot you, but so far no luck. Whoever he was covered his tracks with commendable ability." Frederick Willard was a man who had worn a mask for so long that it had become part of him. Bourne had asked Moira to contact him because Willard was a man for whom secrets were sacred. He had faithfully kept all of Alex Conklin's secrets at Treadstone. Bourne knew with the instinct of an injured animal that Willard would keep the secret that Bourne was still alive. At the time of Conklin's murder, Willard was already in his deep cover position as chief steward at the NSA's safe house in rural Virginia. It was Willard who had smuggled out the digital photos taken of the rendition and waterboarding cells in the house's basement that had torpedoed Luther Laval and had necessitated serious damage control from Secretary of Defense Halliday's camp. "Finished," Benjamin Firth said, getting up off his stool. "Everything is good. Better than good, I might say. The entry and exit wounds are healing at a truly remarkable rate." "That's because of his training," Willard said confidently. But privately, Bourne wondered whether his recovery was aided by the kunchur, the resurrection lily concoction Superwita had made him drink just before he was shot. He knew he had to speak to the healer again if he was going to discover what had happened to him here. Bourne rose. "I'm going for a walk." "As ever, I counsel against it," Willard warned. "Every time you set foot outside this compound, you risk compromising your security." Bourne strapped on a lightweight backpack with 2 bottles of water. "I need the exercise." "You can exercise here," Willard pointed out. "Hiking up these mountains is the only way to build up my stamina." This was the same argument they'd had every day since Bourne felt fit enough to take extended walks, and it was one bit of Willard's advice that he chose to ignore. Opening the gate to the doctor's compound, he set off briskly through the steep forested hills and terraced rice paddies of East Bali. It wasn't only that he felt hemmed in within the stucco walls of Firth's compound, or that he deemed it necessary to push himself through increasingly difficult stages of physical exertion, though either was reason enough for his daily treks. He was compelled to return time and again to the countryside where the tantalizing flame of the past, the sense that something important had happened to him here, something he needed to remember, was constantly flickering. On these hikes down steep ravines to rushing rivers, past animistic shrines to tiger or dragon spirits, across rickety bamboo bridges, through vast rice paddies and coconut plantations, he tried to conjure up the face of the silhouetted figure turning toward him that he saw in his dreams. To no avail. When he felt fit enough, he went in search of Superwita, but the healer was nowhere to be found. His house was inhabited by a woman who looked as old as the trees around her. She had a wide face, flat nose, and no teeth. Possibly she was deaf as well, because she stared at Bourne indifferently when he asked where Superwita was in both Balinese and Indonesian. One morning that was already becoming hot and steamy, he paused above the highest terrace of a rice paddy, crossing the irrigation conduit to sit in the cool shade of a warung, a small family-run restaurant that sold snacks and drinks. Sipping green coconut water through a straw, he played with the youngest of 3 children, while the eldest, a girl of no more than 12, watched him with dark, serious eyes as she wove thin-cut palm fronds into an intricate pattern that would become a basket. The child, a boy of not more than 2 months, lay on the tabletop where Bourne sat. He gurgled while exploring Bourne's fingers with his tiny brown fists. After a while, his mother took him up in her arms to feed him. The feet of Balinese children under the age of 3 months were not allowed to touch the ground, which meant they were held almost all the time. Maybe that was why they were so happy, Bourne reflected. The woman brought him a plate of sticky rice wrapped in banana leaf, and he thanked her. While he ate, he chatted with the woman's husband, a wiry little man with large teeth and a cheery smile.
"Bapak, you come here every morning," the man said.
Bapak meant father. It was the Balinese way of address, at once formal and intimate, another expression of life's underlying duality.
"We watch you as you climb. Sometimes you must stop to catch your breath. Once my daughter saw you bend over and vomit. If you are ill, we will help you."
Bourne smiled. "Thank you, but I'm not ill, just a bit out of shape." If the man disbelieved him, he didn't show it. His veiny, big-knuckled hands lay on the table like chunks of granite. His daughter, finished with her basket, stared at Bourne while her nimble fingers, as if of their own accord, began work on another. Her mother came over, set her little boy in Bourne's lap. Bourne felt his weight and his heartbeat against his chest, and was reminded of Moira, with whom he deliberately had no contact since she'd left the island.
"Bapak, in what way can I help you get back in shape?"
the boy's father said softly. Did he suspect something, or was he just being helpful? Bourne asked himself. Then he shrugged mentally. What did it matter, after all? Being Balinese, he was being genuine, which, in the end, was all that mattered. This was something Bourne had learned from his interaction with these people. They were the polar opposites of the treacherous men and women who inhabited his own shadow world. Here, the only shadows were demons, and furthermore, there were ways in which you could protect yourself against them. Bourne thought of the double ikat cloth that Suparwita had told Moira to buy for him. "There is a way," Bourne said now. "You can help me find Suparwita."
"Ah, the healer, yes."
The Balinese paused, as if listening for a voice only he could hear.
"He is not at his home."
"I know, I was there," Bourne said. "I saw an old woman without teeth." The man grinned, showing his white teeth.
"Suparwita's mother, yes, a very old woman, deaf as a coconut, mute as well."
"She was no help." The man nodded.
"What is inside her head only Suparwita knows."
"Do you know where he is?" Bourne said. "It's important I find him."
"Suparwita is a healer, yes."
The man studied Bourne in a kindly, even courteous manner.
"He has gone to Goalawa."
"Then I will go there."
"Bapak, it would not be wise to follow him."
"To be honest," Bourne said, "I don't always do the wise thing." The man laughed.
"Bapak, you are only human after all."
His grin showed again.
"Not to worry, Suparwita forgives foolish men as well as wise ones."
The bat, one of dozens clinging to the damp walls, opened its eyes and stared at Bourne. It blinked, as if it couldn't believe what it was seeing, then returned to its diurnal slumber. Bourne, the lower half of his body wrapped in a traditional sarong, stood in the flowing heart of the Goalawa temple complex, amid a welter of praying Balinese and Japanese tourists taking time out from their shopping sprees. Goalawa, which was near the town of Klungkung in southeast Bali, was also known locally as the Bat Cave. Many large temple complexes were built around springs because this water, erupting from the core of the island, was deemed sacred, able to spiritually cleanse those who worshipped there and partook of the water by both drinking it and sprinkling it over their heads. The sacred water at Goalawa bubbled up from the earth at the rear of a cave. This cave was inhabited by hundreds of bats that by day hung from the seeping calcite walls, sleeping and dreaming, and by night flew into the inky sky in search of insects to gorge on. Though the Balinese often ate bats as a matter of course, the bats of Goalawa were spared that fate because anything that lived within a sacred space became sacred as well. Bourne had not found Suparwita. Instead, he had come upon a small, wizened priest, with splayed feet and teeth like a jackrabbit, performing a cleansing ceremony in front of a small stone shrine in which were set a number of flower offerings. About a dozen Balinese sat in a semicircle. As Bourne watched in silence, the priest took a small plated bowl filled with holy water and, using a palm leaf switch that he dunked into the water, sprinkled the heads of those in attendance. No one looked at Bourne or paid him the slightest attention. For them, he was part of another universe. This ability of the Balinese to compartmentalize their lives with utter and absolute authority was the reason their form of Hinduism and unique culture remained uncorrupted by outsiders, even after decades of tourist invasions and pressure from the Muslims who ruled every other island in the Indonesian archipelago. There was something here for him, Bourne knew, something that was second nature to the Balinese, something that would help him to find out who he really was. Both David Webb, the person, and the Jason Bourne identity were incomplete. The one irrevocably shattered by amnesia, the other created for him by Alex Conklin's Treadstone program. Was Bourne still the conflation of Conklin's research, training, and psychological theories put to the ultimate test? Had he begun life as one person, only to evolve into someone else? These were the questions that went to Bourne's very heart. His future, and the impact he had on those he cared about and those he might ever love, depended on the answer. The priest had finished and was putting away the plated bowl in a niche in the shrine when Bourne felt an urgent need to be cleansed by that holy water. Kneeling behind the Balinese, he closed his eyes, allowed the priest's words to flow over him until he was dislocated in time. He'd never before felt free of both the Bourne identity given to him by Alex Conklin and the incomplete person he knew as David Webb. Who was Webb, after all? The fact was, he didn't know, or, more accurately, he couldn't remember. There were pieces of him, to be sure, stitched together by psychologists and Bourne himself, and periodically other pieces, dislodged by some stimulus or other, would breach the surface of his consciousness with the force of a torpedo explosion. Even so, the truth was he was no closer to understanding himself, and ironically, tragically, there were times when he felt he understood Bourne far better than he did Webb. At least, he knew what motivated Bourne, whereas Webb's motivations were still a complete mystery. Having tried and failed to reintegrate himself into Webb's academic life, he decided to disengage himself from Webb. With a palpable start, he realized that here on Bali, he'd also begun to disengage from the Bourne identity with which he'd come to associate so closely. He thought about the Balinese he'd encountered here, Suparwita, the family that ran the mountain Warung, even this priest whom he didn't know at all, but whose words seemed to cloak him in an intense white light. And then he contrasted them with the Westerners, Firth and Willard. The Balinese were in touch with the spirits of the land. They saw good and evil and acted accordingly. There was nothing between them and nature itself, whereas Firth and Willard were creatures of civilization with all its layers of deceit, envy, greed. This essential dichotomy had opened his mind as nothing before. Did he want to be like Willard or like Suparwita? Was it a coincidence that the Balinese didn't allow their children's feet to touch the ground for 3 months, and that he'd been on Bali for precisely the same amount of time? Now, for the first time in his defective memory, unmoored from everything and everyone he knew, He felt able to look inside himself, and what he saw was someone he didn't recognize. Not Webb, not Bourne. It was as if Webb were a dream, or another identity assigned to him just as Bourne had been. Kneeling outside the Batcave, with its thousands of denizens stirring restively, with the priest's intonations transforming the intense southern hemisphere sunshine into prayer, he contemplated the chimeric landscape of his own soul, a place singularly twilit, like a deserted city an hour before dawn, or the desolate seashore an hour after dusk, a place that slipped away from him, shifting like sand. And as he journeyed through this unknown country, he asked himself this question: who am I? Chapter 5. The joint NSA-DHS forensics team arrived in Cairo and, to the consternation of everyone except Soraya, was met at the airport by an elite contingent of al-Mukhabarat, the National Secret Police. Team members and their belongings were poured into military vehicles and driven through the blistering heat, blazing sun, and urban chaos of Cairo. Heading southwest out of the city, they traveled toward the desert in glum and silent single file.
Our destination is near Wadi al-Rayyan,
Amun Shalthum, the head of al-Mukhabarat, said to Soraya. He had spotted her immediately, called her out of the team to sit beside him in his vehicle, which was second behind a heavily armored half-track that Shalthum was doubtless using to flex his muscles in the face of the Americans. For Shalthum, time seemed to have stood still. His hair was still thick and dark, his wide copper-colored forehead still unlined, his black crow's eyes deeply set above the hawk beak of his nose still smoldered with suppressed emotion. He was large and muscular with the narrow hips of a swimmer or a climber. By contrast, he had the long tapered fingers of a pianist or a surgeon. And yet something important had changed, because there was about him the sense of a fire barely banked. The nearer one got to him, the more one felt the quivering of his leashed rage. Now that she was sitting beside him, now that she felt the once familiar stirrings inside her, she realized why she hadn't told Veronica Hart the whole truth. Because she wasn't at all certain that she could handle Amun.
So quiet. Are you not stirred by being back home?
Actually, I was thinking about the last time you took me to Wadi al-Rayyan.
That was 8 years ago, and I was simply trying to get at the truth,
he said with a shake of his head.
Admit it. You are in my country passing secrets.
I admit nothing.
Which by right belong to the state.
He tapped his chest. And I am the state.
Le roi le veut, she murmured.
The king wills it.
Shalthum nodded. Precisely.
And momentarily he took his hands off the wheel and spread his arms wide to encompass the desert into which they were just now driving.
This is the land of absolutism, al-Dunya, the mother of the universe. But I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. After all, you're Egyptian like me.
Half Egyptian. She shrugged. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm here to help my people find out what happened to the airliner.
Your people.
Shalthum spat out the words, as if even the thought of them left a bitter taste in his mouth.
What about your father? What about his people? Has America so thoroughly destroyed the wild Arabian inside you?
Soraya put her head back against the seat and closed her eyes. She knew she'd better get her own feelings under control, and soon. Otherwise, the entire mission could spiral out of control. Then she felt Amun's arm brush up against hers, and the hair at the back of her neck stirred. Good God, she thought, I can't feel this way about him. And then she broke out in a cold sweat. Was this why I withheld the truth from Veronica? Because I knew that if I told her everything, she'd never have allowed me to come back here. And all at once, she felt herself in jeopardy, not because of Amun, but because of herself, her own runaway emotions. In an effort to regain some form of equilibrium, she said, "My father never forgot he was Egyptian.
So much so he changed his family name from Mohammed to Moore,"
Shalthum said bitterly.
"He fell in love with America when he fell in love with my mother. The deep appreciation I have of it comes from him."
Shalthum shook his head.
"Why hide it? It was your mother's doing. Like all Americans, my mother took for granted everything her country had to offer. She couldn't have cared less about the 4th of July. It was my father who took me to the fireworks celebrations on the Mall in Washington, D.C., where he spoke to me about freedom and liberty."
Shalthum bared his teeth.
"I have to laugh at his naivete and yours. Frankly, I assumed you had a more, shall we say, pragmatic outlook on America, the country that exports Mickey Mouse, war, and occupying armed forces with equal abandon."
"How convenient of you to forget that we're also the country that keeps you safe from extremists, Amun." Shalthun ground his teeth and was about to respond when the jouncing vehicle rolled through a cordon of his men, armed with submachine guns, keeping the mass of clamoring international press at a safe remove from the crash site, and ground to a halt. Soraya was the first out, settling her sunglasses more firmly on the bridge of her nose and the lightweight hat on her head. Shalthum had been right about one thing. The airliner had fallen out of the sky not 600 yards from the southeastern tip of the Wadi, a body of water, complete with waterfalls, all the more spectacular because it was surrounded by desert.
"Dear God,"
Soraya murmured as she began a tour of the crash site, which had already been cordoned off, presumably by Amun's people. The fuselage was in two main chunks, embedded in the sand and rock like grotesque monuments to an unknown god, but other pieces, violently disjointed from the body, were scattered about in a widening circle, along with one wing, bent in half like a green twig.
"Notice the number of fuselage sections,"
Shalthum said, as he watched the American task force deploy. He pointed as they moved around the periphery of the site.
"See here and here. It's also clear that the plane broke up in midair, not on impact, which, considering the composition of the ground, caused minimal further damage."
"So the plane looks more or less the way it did directly after the explosion?" Shalthum nodded.
"That's correct."
Say what you wanted about him. When it came to his trade, he was a first-rate practitioner. The trouble was that too often his trade included methods of interrogation and torture that would make even those running Abu Ghraib sick to their stomachs.
"The destruction is terrible,"
he said. He wasn't kidding. Soraya watched as the forensics team put on plastic suits, slipped shoe coverings on. Kylie, the explosive-sniffing golden lab, went in first with her handler. Then the task force split in two, the first group heading into the burned-out interior of the plane, while the second began its examination of the ripped-open edges in an attempt to determine whether the explosion had been internal or external. Among this latter group was Delia Train, a friend of Soraya's and an explosives expert from ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Though Delia was only 34, her abilities were such that she was often on loan to various federal law enforcement agencies desperate for her expertise. Dogged by Shalthum, Soraya headed into the circle of death, skirting bits of metal so black and twisted it was impossible to determine what they had once been. Fist-sized globs that looked like hail on closer inspection turned out to be plastic parts that had melted down in the fiery conflagration. When she came to a human head, she stopped and crouched down. Almost all the hair and most of the flesh had been scorched to ash, which pocked the partially revealed skull like goose flesh. Just beyond, a blackened forearm rose at an angle from the sand, the hand above it like a beckoning flag, signifying a land where death ruled absolutely. Soraya was sweating, and not just from the brutal heat. She took a swig of water from a plastic bottle Shalthum gave her, then proceeded. Just before the yawning mouth of the fuselage, a team member handed her and Shalthum plastic suits and shoe coverings that, despite the heat, they put on. After her eyes adjusted to the gloom, she took off her sunglasses, peered around. The seat rows were canted at a 90-degree angle. The floor was where the left bulkhead would have been when the jetliner was right side up and everyone inside had been alive, chatting, laughing, holding hands, or foolishly arguing until the final moment before oblivion. Bodies lay everywhere, some still in their seats, others thrown clear on impact. The explosion had completely disintegrated another section of the aircraft and those in it. She noticed that wherever a member of the American team went, he or she was shadowed by one of Amun's people. It would have been comical if it weren't so sinister. Her companion was clearly determined that the forensics team would not make a move, including relieving themselves in the dizzying heat and fetid stench of the portable latrines, without him knowing about it immediately.
"The lack of humidity works in your favor, of course," Shalthum said, "slowing the decomposition of those bodies not incinerated beyond recognition.
That will be a blessing to their families."
Naturally so, but really, let's not mince words. You haven't given much thought to either the passengers or their families. You're here to find out what happened to the aircraft. Mechanical malfunction or an act of extremist terrorism.
He still had the utterly un-Egyptian knack of cutting directly to the quick. The country was a bureaucratic nightmare. Nothing got done, not a single answer was forthcoming until at least 15 people in 7 different divisions were consulted and agreed on it. Soraya debated only a moment as to how to answer. It would be foolish to pretend otherwise. Shalthum nodded.
Yes, because the world wants to know, needs to know. But my question to you is this. What then?
A typically astute query, she thought. I don't know. What happens then is not up to me. She spotted Delia, signaled to her. Her friend nodded, picked her way through the debris and hunched over workers with their bright task lamps to where she and Shalthum stood just inside the roasting gloom. "Anything to report?" Soraya said. "We're just beginning the prelim stages." Delia's pale eyes flicked toward the Egyptian and back to her friend. "It's all right," Soraya assured her. "If you have anything, even if it's speculation, I need to know." "Okay." Delia's mother was an aristocratic Colombian from Bogota, and the daughter carried much of her maternal ancestors' fiery blood. Her skin was as deep-toned as Soraya's, but there the similarity ended. She had a plain face and a boyish figure, with blunt-cut hair, strong hands, and a no-nonsense manner that was often interpreted as rudeness. Soraya thought it refreshing. Delia was someone with whom she could let her hair down. "My sense is that it wasn't a bomb. The explosion very clearly didn't emanate from the luggage bay." "So what, a mechanical failure?" "Kylie says no," Delia said. She meant the dog. There was that hesitation again, and it made Soraya uneasy. She considered pressing her friend, but then thought better of it. She'd have to find a way to talk to her without Amun hanging on their every word. She nodded, and Delia went back to her work.
"She knows more than she's telling," Shalthum said. "I want to know what's going on."
When Soraya said nothing, he continued.
"Go talk to her, alone."
Soraya turned to him. "And then?" He shrugged.
"Report back to me. What else?"
It was very late by the time Moira was ready to leave the office. With a weary hand, she switched off CNN, which she'd had on with the volume muted ever since the news of the airline incident in Egypt broke. The incident unnerved her, as it had many people in the security field. No word on what had really happened, not even from her back channel, not for attribution sources, whose terse responses were so brittle they set her teeth on edge. Meanwhile, the press was having a typically monstrous field day. Talking heads on TV, speculating terrorist attack scenarios. And that didn't even count the more out-and-out fabrications posing as the truth they don't want you to know on thousands of internet sites, including the toxic chestnut trotted out since 9/11 that the American government was behind the incident in order to advance its own casus belli, its case for war. As she took the elevator down to the underground garage, Moira's mind was in two places at once. Here, with a new organization she was building, and in Bali, with Bourne. His grave wounds had made it more difficult to separate herself from him. What had seemed so simple when they discussed her future in the pool at the resort now seemed nebulous and vaguely anxiety-producing. It wasn't that she felt the need to take care of him. God knows she would not have made a decent nurse. But that within the eternity when his life had hung in the balance, she'd been forced to reassess her feelings for him. The possibility that he would be snatched from her filled her with dread. At least, she assumed it was dread, since she'd never before felt anything like it. A suffocating blackness that blotted out the sun at noon, the stars at midnight. Was this love? She wondered. Could love produce this madness that transcended time and space, that caused her heart to expand beyond its known limits, that turned her bones to jelly? How many times during the night had she been roused out of a shallow and restless sleep, compelled to pad into the bathroom to stare at the reflection in the mirror she did not recognize? It was as if she had been unceremoniously thrust into someone else's life, a life she neither wanted nor understood. "Who are you?" she said over and over to that strange reflection. "How did you get here? What is it you want?" Neither she nor her reflection had answers. In the stillness of the night, she wept for the loss of who she had been, in despair of the new and incomprehensible future that had invaded her body like a transfusion. But in the morning, she was herself again, pragmatic, focused, ruthless both in her recruiting and in the stringent rules she set out for her operatives. She made each one swear allegiance to Heartland as if it were a sovereign nation, which in many respects Black River, her main rival, already was. And yet, the moment the sun fell from the sky, twilight and uncertainty crept through her, and her thoughts returned to Bourne, with whom she'd had no contact since she had left Bali 3 months ago, with the body of a dead Australian drifter and the paperwork identifying it as Bourne's. It was a recurring disease she'd picked up on the island. The thought of his imminent death was enough to cause her to run and keep running, except that wherever she went, she ended up at the terrifying place where she'd started. At the moment he'd fallen to the ground, at the moment her heart had stopped beating. The elevator door opened onto the shadow-drenched concrete expanse of the garage, and she stepped out, her car key in her hand. She hated this late-night walk through the almost deserted garage. The smears of oil and gas, the stench of exhaust, the echoes of her heels ringing against the concrete made her feel sad and achingly lonely, as if there was no place in the world she could call home. There were very few cars left. The parallel white lines painted on the unsealed concrete stretched away from her, ending where she'd parked her car. She heard the cadence of her own strides, saw the movement of her crooked shadow as it passed across one square pillar after another. She heard a car engine cough to life and came to a halt, standing still, her senses questing for the source. A dove-gray Audi pulled out from behind a pillar, turned on its headlights, and came toward her, gathering speed. She drew her custom Lady Hawk 9mm from its thigh holster, moved to an expert sharpshooter's crouch, thumbed off the safety. She was just about to pull the trigger when the passenger's side window slid down and the Audi screeched to a halt, rocking on its shocks. "Moira!" She bent her knees more to lower her line of vision. "Moira, it's me, Jay!" Peering inside the Audi, she saw Jay Weston, an operative she'd poached from Hobart, the largest government ODC, overseas defense contractor, 6 weeks ago. At once, she put up the Lady Hawk, holstered it. "Jesus, Jay, you could have gotten yourself killed." "I need to see you." She squinted. "Well, shit, you could have called." He shook his head. His face was pinched and tight with unaccustomed tension. "Cell phones are too insecure. I couldn't take the risk, not with this." Well, she said, leaning on the window frame. What's so important? Not here, he said, looking around furtively. Not anywhere where we can be overheard. Moira frowned. Don't you think you're being a bit paranoid? Being paranoid is in my job description, isn't it? She nodded. She supposed it was. All right, how do you... I need to show you something, he said, patting a pocket of an expensive-looking sapphire blue suede jacket slung across the passenger's seat, then took off toward the ramp up to the street before she had a chance to climb in or even answer him. She sprinted to her car, started it up with the remote as she ran. Hauling open the door, she slid behind the wheel, slammed the door shut behind her, and put the car in gear. Jay's Audi was waiting for her at the top of the ramp. The moment he saw her approach in his rearview mirror, he took off, turning right out of the garage. Moira followed. Late-night traffic with people returning home from the theater and movies was light, so there was no real reason for Jay to run the lights on P Street, but that's precisely what he continued to do. Moira put on speed to keep up with him. More than once, she barely avoided being clipped by the cross-street traffic, tires squealing, horns blaring angrily. 3 blocks from her building, they picked up a cop on a motorcycle. She flashed her high beams at Jay, but either he wasn't looking or he chose to ignore her because he kept running the red lights. All at once, she saw the cop flash by her, heading toward the Audi in front of her. Shit, she muttered, putting on some more speed. She was thinking of how she was going to explain her operative's repeated infractions when the cop drew up alongside the Audi. An instant later, he'd drawn his service revolver, aimed it squarely at the driver's window, and pulled the trigger twice in close succession. The Audi bucked and swerved. Moira had only seconds to avoid slamming into the car, but she was fighting the immoderate speed of her own vehicle. At the periphery of her vision, she saw the motorcycle cop peel off and head north at a cross street. The Audi, in the middle of a series of sickening pendulum-like swings, smashed into her, sending her car spinning. The collision flipped the Audi over like a beetle on its hard, shiny back. Then, as if a monstrous fingertip had flicked it, it continued to roll over, but Moira lost track of it as her car struck a streetlight and careened into a parked car, staving in the offside front fender and door. A blizzard of shattered glass covered her as she was jerked forward, hit the deployed airbag, then dizzyingly was slammed back against her seat. Everything went black. Climbing carefully over the rows of seatbacks was like wading into a sea frozen solid with reef-struck bodies. It was the small, broken bodies of the children that were hardest to pass by without heartbreak. Soraya murmured a prayer for each of the souls deprived of the full flight of life. By the time she reached Delia's position, she realized that she'd been holding her breath. She let it out now with a small hiss, the acrid odors of burned wiring, synthetic fabrics, and plastics invading her nostrils in full force. She touched her friend on the shoulder and, mindful of her Egyptian observer, said softly, "Let's take a walk." The observer made to follow them, but stopped at a subtle hand sign from Shalthum. Outside, the desert light was blinding, even with sunglasses, but the heat was clean, the arid spice of the desert, the murderous sun, a welcome respite from the death pit into which they'd both sunk. Coming home to the desert, Soraya thought, was like returning to a longed-for lover. The sand whispered against your skin in intimate caress. In the desert, you could see things coming at you, which was why people like Amun lied, because the desert told the truth. Always, in the history it covered and uncovered, in the bones of civilization from which the eternal sand had scoured away all lies. Too much truth, people like Amun believed, was a terrible thing, because it left you nothing to believe in, nothing to live for. She knew she understood him far better than he understood her. He believed otherwise, of course, but that was a useful delusion for him to hold close. "Delia, what's really going on?" Soraya asked when they'd plodded some distance away from the Al-Makabarat sentries. "Nothing I can substantiate at the moment," She looked around to make sure they were alone. Seeing Shalthum staring after them, she said, "That man is creeping me out." Soraya moved them farther away from the Egyptian's penetrating gaze. "Don't worry, he can't overhear what we say. What's on your mind?" "Fucking sun." Squinting behind her sunglasses, Delia used her hands to shadow her face. "My lips are going to peel off before the night is over." Soraya waited while the sun continued to throb in the sky and Delia's lips continued to burn. "Fuck it," Delia said at last. 5-2, the crash wasn't caused by something inside the aircraft. She was an inveterate poker player. Every situation was a matter of odds. She often transformed nouns into verbs, too. "I instinct a particular explosive." So it was no accident. Soraya's blood ran cold. "You ruled out a bomb, so what, an air-to-air missile?" Delia shrugged. "Could be, but you read the transcript of the flight crew's last conversation with the tower at Cairo International. They saw no sign of a jet coming up on them." "What about from underneath or behind?" "Sure, but then the radar would have picked it up. Besides, according to the co-pilot, he saw something smaller even than a private jet coming up on them." "But only at the last possible instant. The explosion took place before he had time to describe what it was." "If you're right, that leads us toward a ground-to-air missile." Delia nodded. "If we get lucky, the black box will be intact, and its recorder might tell us more." "When?" "You saw what a mess it is in there. It's going to take a while to ascertain whether it's even retrievable." Soraya said in the dry, ominous whisper of the hot wind that reshapes the dunes. "A ground-to-air missile would bring an entire universe of very nasty possibilities into play." "I know," Delia said, "such as the involvement, either complicit or implicit, of the Egyptian government." Soraya couldn't help but turn to look at Shalthum. Or al-Makhabarat. Chapter 6. Being switched on, full consciousness returned. Awakening from a dream, she knew where she was and what had happened. She felt death close by, knew that it had bypassed her by inches. Each breath felt like fire and ice, but she was alive. She wriggled her fingers and toes. All there, all working. "Jay?" she said into the face of the paramedic bent over her. "Is Jay all right?" "Who's Jay?" a voice out of her field of vision said. "There was no one else in your car." The paramedic had a kind face. He looked too young for this kind of work. "Not my car," she managed. "The one in front." "Oh, geez," came the voice at her side. The kind face above her split in sorrow. "Your friend, Jay, he didn't make it." Tears leaked from the corners of Moira's eyes. "Oh, hell," she said. "Oh, damn." They began to work on her again, and she said, "I want to sit up." "That wouldn't be a good idea, ma'am," the kind face said. "You're in shock, and—" "I'm sitting up," Moira said, "with or without your help." With hands under her arms, he drew her up. She was in the street next to her car. When she tried to look around, she winced, and lights exploded behind her eyes. "Get me to my feet," she said through gritted teeth. "I need to see him." "Ma'am." "Is anything broken?" "No, ma'am, but—" "Then get me to my goddamn feet." There were two of them now, the second one improbably looking younger than the first. "Do you even shave?" she said as they raised her off the tarmac. Her knees nearly buckled and a wave of blackness consumed her, so she had to lean on them for a minute. "Ma'am, you're white as a sheet," the kind face said. "I really think—" "Please don't call me ma'am. My name is Moira." "The cops will be here in a minute," the other one said under his breath. She felt a clutch in the pit of her stomach. The kind face said to her, "Moira, my name is Dave, and my partner here is Earl. There are policemen who want to ask you what happened." "It was a policeman who caused all this," Moira said. "What?" Dave said. "What did you say?" "I want to see Jay." "Believe me," Earl said, "you really don't." Moira reached down, patted her ladyhawk. "Don't fuck with me, guys." Without another word, they took her down the street. It was littered with car parts and the glitter of blown-out windows and taillights. She saw a fire truck, an EMT ambulance beside the hideous wreck of the Audi. No one could have survived that crash. With each step, she gained strength and confidence. She was banged up and bruised, possibly, as they said, in shock, but otherwise unscathed. Luck beyond words. She thought of the pig spirit in Bali, who must still be protecting her. "Here come the warm jets," Earl said. "He means the cops," Dave translated. "Guys," she said, "I need some alone time with my friend, and the cops won't let me have it." "Neither should we," Dave said dubiously. "I'll handle these bozos." Earl peeled off to intercept them. "Steady on." Dave gripped her more tightly as she staggered without Earl's countervailing support. She took another couple of deep breaths to clear her mind and steady her body. She knew she had very little time before the cops would brush aside whatever smokescreen Earl managed to concoct. They passed the all but unrecognizable crumple and twist of the Audi. She took a deep breath, righted herself, then they were at what remained of Jay Weston. He looked more like a lump of raw meat than a human being. "How in the world did you get him out?" "Jaws of life. In this case, it didn't help." Dave helped her to squat down beside the corpse, held her up as another wave of dizziness threatened to topple her. "It might be my job for this," he said. "Relax. My friends will keep you safe." Her eyes were roving over every inch of the wasteland that was Jay. Jesus, nothing could survive this mashup. "What are you looking for?" "I wish I knew, but his jacket—" Dave reached down, drew something out from underneath the wreckage. "You mean this?" Moira's heart rate accelerated. It was Jay's sapphire blue suede jacket, miraculously unscathed except for a couple of burned patches on the sleeves. It stank of smoke and toasted cologne. "Believe it or not, things like this happen all the time," Dave said. He had deliberately positioned himself between Moira and the two cops who now brushed by Earl, having had their fill of his medical gobbledygook. We find things, wallets, keys, baseball caps, condoms, you wouldn't believe, in virtually mint condition, thrown clear of the most horrendous wrecks. Moira was listening with only one ear as her nimble fingers rifled through the outer and inner pockets. Rolaids, 2 rubber bands, a paper clip, a pinch of lint. Inside pockets contained no wallet or ID of any kind, which was standard operating procedure. If he got into trouble or needed clearance, he made a call. Money was somewhere on his person, burned to a crisp. But speaking of his cell, she palmed it as Dave rose to intercept the cops. She was about to give up when she spotted the loose thread at one of the inside seams. Pulling it opened a small hole out of which she dug a 2-gigabyte thumb drive. Hearing the sound of heavy footfalls coming up behind her, she made the sign of the cross over Jay's body and, with Dave's strong hand gripping her elbow, stood up to face her wearying interview with the warm jets, which turned out to be fully as stultifying and dunderheaded as she had foreseen. But at least she had the last laugh, because before they got around to asking her the same questions for the 3rd time, she pulled out her Federal Securities Act ID, at which point they went silent. It was all Dave and Earl could do not to snicker into their red faces. "About this traffic cop," Moira said. "I need to know who he was. I've already told you twice, even though you clearly didn't believe me. He discharged his weapon through the side of Mr. Weston's Audi." "And you say Mr. Weston worked for you?" The taller of the 2 cops was a badge named Severin. When she said yes, he nodded at his partner, who stepped away to use his cell phone. "What were you doing kneeling over the body?" Severin said. Maybe he was just marking time, because he'd seen what she was doing and he'd already asked her twice. "Praying for my friend's soul." Severin frowned, though he nodded, possibly in sympathy. Then he jerked his head at Dave and Earl. "These yahoos shouldn't have let you anywhere near your friend. This is a crime scene." "So I understand." His frown deepened, but the nature of his thoughts remained a mystery as his partner returned to the huddle.
"Here's a kick in the groin," he said facetiously. "There's no record of a motorcycle police from traffic or from any other department, for that matter, in this vicinity in the time frame we have."
Damn it to hell. Moira palmed open her cell, but before she had a chance to make a call, 2 men strode up. They wore identical dark suits but had the slope-shouldered military bearing of NSA operatives. She knew she was in trouble the moment they showed their IDs to the detectives.
"We've got it from here, boys,"
Dark Suit Number 1 said while his partner gave the cops the 1,000-yard stare. As the police backed off, Dark Suit Number 1 slipped his hand into Moira's pocket with the deftness of a professional pickpocket.
"I'll take that, Miss Trevor,"
he said, holding Jay's cell between the tips of his blunt fingers. Moira lunged for it, but Dark Suit 1 snatched it out of her reach. "Hey, that's property of my company."
"Sorry,"
Dark Suit 1 said. "This has been impounded as a matter of national security." Before Moira could say a word, he took her arm.
"Now, if you'll be kind enough to come with us."
"What?" Moira said. "You have no right to do this."
"I'm afraid we do,"
Dark Suit 1 said as his partner positioned himself on her other side. He held aloft Jay's cell.
"You were tampering with a crime scene."
As she was taken away, Dave took a step toward her.
"Out of the way,"
Dark Suit Number 2 barked. His sharp tone seemed to take the paramedic aback, and he stumbled against her, mumbled an apology, then backed away. Now Moira's view of the scene changed, so that she was able to see the man standing behind the NSA agent. It was Noah, staring at her with a feral grin. He took Jay's cell and put it inside his jacket pocket. As he walked away, he said,
"You can't say you weren't warned."
Astride the motorbike Dr. Firth had rented, Bourne drove up into the East Bali Mountains, almost straight up at several points, until he arrived at the foot of Pura Lempuyang, the Dragon Temple complex. He parked under the watchful eye of a diminutive attendant in a canvas chair protected from the fierce sun by the dappled shade of a tree. Buying a bottle of water at one of the line of stands that served both pilgrims and curious tourists, he set off up the stiff incline, wrapped in his traditional sarong and sash. The priest at the Bat Cave had not seen Suparuita, though he knew of him, but when Bourne had used him as a sounding board to describe his recurring dream, the priest had instantly identified the dragon staircases as those belonging to Pura Lempuyang. Bourne had left him after getting detailed directions to the temple complex high up on Mount Lempuyang. It did not take him long to reach the first temple, a simple enough affair that seemed more like an anteroom to the steep steps that led up to the second temple. By the time he reached the intricately carved gateway, the ache in his chest had turned into a pain that obliged him to pause. Looking through the arched gate, he saw the 3 staircases, even steeper than the 2 he just ascended. They were guarded by 6 enormous stone dragons, whose sinuous and scaly bodies undulated up the stairway, serving as banisters. The priest hadn't steered him wrong. This was the place of his dream. This was where he'd been when he'd seen the figure, framed in the archway, turn toward him. Turning around, he peered through the archway at the breathtaking view of sacred Mount Agung. Rising blue and misty, now wreathed in clouds, its iconic cone shape visible in all its monumental power. Drawn to the dragon staircases, Bourne continued his ascent. Stopping midway, he turned to look back at the gateway. There was the volcano, framed between the soaring teeth that formed the entrance. His heart skipped a beat as a figure was silhouetted against Mount Agung. Involuntarily, he took a step down, then saw the figure was that of a little girl in a red and yellow sarong. She turned, moving in that liquid, sinuous way of all Balinese children, and abruptly vanished, leaving only dusty sunlight in her wake. Resuming his climb, Bourne soon reached the upper plaza of the temple. There were a few people scattered here and there. A man knelt, praying. Bourne wandered aimlessly among the heavily carved structures, feeling somehow that he was floating, as if he had entered his dream, his past, but as a stranger returning to a place of forgotten familiarity. He wished this place struck a chord, but it didn't, which bothered him. His experience with his form of amnesia was that a name, a sight, a smell often triggered a return of his lost memory about a place or a person. Why had he been in Bali? Being here, in this place he had been dreaming about for months, should have released the memories from the well of his mind. But those memories were like a fluke on a sandy sea bottom, that strange creature with 2 eyes on one side and none on the other, either all there or not at all. The man at prayer was finished. He rose from his kneeling position and, as he turned around, Bourne recognized Suparuita. His heart beating fast, he walked over to where Suparuita stood, contemplating him.
"You look well,"
Suparuita said. "I survived. Moira thinks it's because of you." The healer smiled, looked beyond Bourne for a moment, at the temple.
"I see you found part of your past."
Bourne turned, looked as well. "If I have," he said, "I don't know what it is."
"And yet you came."
"I've been dreaming about this place ever since I got here."
"I've been waiting for you, and the powerful entity who guides and protects you brought you."
Bourne turned back. "Shiva? Shiva is the god of destruction."
"And of transformation."
Suparuita raised an arm, indicating that they should walk.
"Tell me about your dream."
Bourne looked around. "I'm here, looking back at Mount Agung through the entryway. Suddenly there's a figure silhouetted there. It turns to look at me.
And then?
And then I wake up." Suparuita nodded slowly, as if he half expected this answer. They had walked the entire circumference of the temple plaza, and now had reached the area just in front of the entryway. The angle of light was just as it was in his dream, and Bourne gave a little shiver.
"You were seeing the person you were here with,"
Suparuita said.
A woman named Holly Marie Marot.
The name sounded vaguely familiar, but Bourne couldn't place it. Where is she now?
I am afraid she's dead.
Suparwita pointed to the space between the two heavily carved teeth of the gateway.
She was there, just as you remember in your dream. And then she was gone.
Gone?
She fell.
Suparwita turned to him.
Or was pushed.
Chapter 7. God in heaven, it's hotter than Hades in there, even without these clean suits. Delia wiped the sweat off her face. Good news, we've recovered the black box. Soraya, standing with Amun Shalthum inside one of the tents his people had erected adjacent to the crash site, was grateful for the interruption. Being with Amun in such close quarters had put her nerves on overload. That there were so many layers to their relationship, professional, personal, ethnic, was difficult enough. But they were also frenemies, ostensibly on the same side, but underneath, fierce competitors for intel, bound to governments with vastly different agendas. So their dance was complex, often dizzyingly so.
What does it tell you?
Shalthum said. Delia gave him one of her sphinx-like looks. We've just begun analyzing the instrument data from the aircraft's last moments, but from the cockpit conversation, it's perfectly clear the crew didn't see an aircraft of any kind. However, the co-pilot saw something at the very last minute. It was small, coming at them very fast. A missile, Soraya said, while looking into Amun's face. She wondered whether he already knew this. He would if al-Makhabarat had been complicit in the incident. But Shalthum's dark face remained impassive. Delia was nodding. A ground-to-air missile seems the likeliest scenario at this stage.
So,
Shalthum said in his native tongue even before Delia had left the tent.
It seems as if the United States isn't protecting us from extremists after all.
I think it would better serve both of us to start figuring out who was responsible, she said, rather than pointing fingers, don't you? Shalthum watched her carefully for a moment, then nodded, and they retreated to opposite sides of the tent to update their superiors. Using the Typhon satellite phone she brought with her, Soraya called Veronica Hart. This is bad news, Hart said from halfway around the world. The very worst. I can only imagine how Halliday is going to run with it. While Soraya spoke, she assumed Shalthum was briefing the Egyptian president with the same information Delia had provided. Why do good things happen to bad people? Because life is chaos, and chaos can't distinguish between good and evil. There was a slight pause before Hart continued. Any news on the MiG? She meant the Iranian militant indigenous group. Not yet. We've had our hands full with the crash. The scene is horrific, and the conditions are next to intolerable. Besides, I haven't had 3 minutes to myself. This can't wait, Hart said firmly. Finding out about the Iranian indigenous group is your primary mission.
The two of you came to me,
Suparwita said.
Holly was extremely agitated, but she wouldn't tell you why.
Bourne stared at the spot where the body must have ended up, where his new beginning lay shattered. Why had he been so foolish to think that his past was dead and buried, when, even here in a remote corner of the world, it existed like an egg waiting to hatch? Another piece of his past, another death. Why was he always entwined with loss of life? He continued to stare down the 3 steep staircases with the undulating dragon banisters. He tried to remember that day. If he'd rushed to this spot, if the woman was already a bloody heap far away as he flew down the steps. He strained to recall anything about the incident, but his mind was enclosed by a gray fog, thick as the stone dragons, fierce and implacable guardians of the temple. Was the fog protecting him from the terrible event here? The pain in his chest, his constant companion in the aftermath of the shooting, accelerated, spreading out into his entire torso. His face must have gone gray because Suparwita said,
"This way."
They made their way from the lintel, from the chasm of the past, and walked back onto the temple plaza and into the cool shade of a towering wall, into which was carved an army of demons being opposed by the local dragon spirits. Bourne sat and drank water. The healer stood, hands folded together, waiting patiently. Bourne was reminded of what he liked so much about Moira. No fussing, no coddling, just no-nonsense responses. At length, Suparwita said,
"You came because of Holly. She'd heard about me, I suppose."
As he breathed into the pain, taking long, deep, controlled breaths, he said, "Tell me what happened."
"There was a shadow over her, as if she'd brought something horrible with her."
Suparwita's liquid eyes rested gently on Bourne's face.
"She'd always been placid," she said. "No, that's the wrong word. Lacking in affect, that's better. But now she was terrified. She was up at night. She started at loud noises. She bit her nails to the quick. She told me that she never sat near windows. When you went into a restaurant, she'd insist on a table in the rear where she could look out at the rest of the room. Then you said that even in the shadows, you could see that her hands shook. She tried to hide it by holding her glass in a death grip, but you would see it when she reached for a fork or pushed a plate away."
The soft thrum of an airplane engine could be heard briefly interrupting the bird chatter. Then all was still again. On an adjacent mountainside, thin streamers of smoke rose from the burn-off fires at the periphery of the rice paddies. Bourne gathered himself. Perhaps she had somehow come unhinged. The healer nodded uncertainly.
"Possibly, but I can tell you that her terror came from a real source. I think you knew that too, because you weren't humoring her. You were trying your best to help her."
So she could have been running from something or someone. What happened next?
"I cleansed her,"
Suparwita said.
"She was entangled with demons."
"Yet she died."
"And so did you, almost."
Bourne thought about Moira's insistence they see the healer. He thought about Suparwita saying,
"All this has happened before, and it will happen again."
Death following on the heels of life. Are you saying that the two incidents are somehow connected?
"That wouldn't be credible."
Suparwita sat beside him.
"But Shiva was here then, and Shiva is here now. We ignore these signs at our peril."
He was the last patient Benjamin Firth was scheduled to see that day. He was a tall, cadaverously thin New Zealander, with yellow skin and feverish eyes. He wasn't from Mungese or any of the surrounding villages, a small enough area, because Firth knew them all. Yet he seemed familiar, and when he gave his name as Ian Bowles, Firth recalled him coming in 2 or 3 times over the past several months with massive migraines. Today, he complained of stomach and bowel problems, so Firth had him lie down on the examining table. As he took his vitals, he said, "How are your migraines?" "Fine," Bowles said absently, and then, in a more focused tone, "Better." After palpating his stomach and abdomen, Firth said, "I can't find anything wrong with you. I'll just do a blood workup, and in a couple of days—" "I require information," Bowles said softly. Firth stood very still. "I beg your pardon?" Bowles stared up at the ceiling, as if deciphering the shifting patterns of light. "Forget the vampire tactics. I'm right as rain." The doctor shook his head. "I don't understand." Bowles sighed, then sat up so abruptly he startled Firth. He grabbed Firth's wrist with a horribly fierce grip. "Who's the patient you've had here for the last 3 months?" "What patient?" Bowles clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth.
"Hey, Doc, I didn't come here for my health."
He grinned.
"You've got a patient stashed away here, and I want to know about him." "Why? What do you care?"
The New Zealander jerked even harder on Firth's wrist, pulling the doctor closer to him.
"You operate here without interference, but all good things come to an end."
His voice lowered significantly.
"Now, listen up, you idiot. You're wanted for negligent homicide by the Perth police." "I was drunk," Firth whispered. "I didn't know what I was doing." "You operated on a patient while under the influence, Doc, and he died. That's it in a nutshell."
He shook Firth violently.
"Isn't it?"
The doctor closed his eyes and whispered.
"Yes." "So?" "I have nothing to tell you."
Bowles moved to slide off the table.
"Then off we go to the cops, bud. Your life is toast."
Firth, trying to squirm away, said,
"I don't know anything." "Never gave you a name, did he?" "Adam," Firth said. "Adam Stone." "That's what he said. Adam Stone."
Firth nodded.
"I confirmed it when I saw his passport."
Bowles dug in a pocket, produced a cell phone.
"Doc, here's all you have to do in order to stay out of jail for life."
He held out the cell.
"Get me a picture of this Adam Stone. A good, clear one of his face."
Firth licked his lips. His mouth was so dry he could scarcely speak.
"And if I do this, you'll leave me alone?"
Bowles winked.
"Bank on it, Doc."
Firth took the cell with a hollow feeling in his chest. What else was he to do? He had no expertise with these kinds of people. He tried to comfort himself with the knowledge that at least he hadn't divulged Jason Bourne's real name. But that gesture would become meaningless the moment he gave this man Bourne's photo. Bowles jumped off the table, but he still hadn't let go of Firth's wrist.
"Don't get any stupid ideas, Doc. You tell anyone about our little arrangement, and sure as I'm standing here, someone will put a bullet in the back of your head. Follow?"
Firth nodded mechanically. A numbness had spread through him, rooting him to the spot. Bowles let him go at last.
"Glad you can make room for me, Doc,"
he said in a louder voice for anyone who might be around.
"Tomorrow, same time. You'll have the test results by then. Isn't that right?"
Chapter 8. Nagorno-Karabakh was in the west of Azerbaijan, a hotly contested area of the country ever since Joseph Stalin tried to ethnically cleanse this part of the former Soviet Union of Armenians. The advantage for Arkadian of staging a strike force in Azerbaijan was that it bordered on the northwestern edge of Iran. The advantage of choosing this particular area was threefold. It was rugged terrain, identical to that of Iran. It was sparsely populated, and the people here knew him because he'd made more than a dozen runs for Dmitry Maslov and then Semyon Yukopov, trading semi-automatic rifles, grenades, rocket launchers, and so forth to the Armenian tribal leaders who were waging a continuous guerrilla war against the Azerbaijani regime, just as they had against the Soviets until the fall of the Soviet Empire. In exchange, Arkadian received packets of brownish morphine bricks of exceedingly high quality, which he transported overland to the port city of Baku, where they were loaded onto a merchant ship that would take them due north across the Caspian Sea to Russia. All in all, Nagorno-Karabakh was as secure a place as Arkadian could possibly find. He and his men would be left alone, and the tribesmen would protect him with their lives. Without the weapons provided him by the people he worked for, they would have been beaten into the dry red dirt of their homeland, exterminated like vermin. Armenians had settled here, between the Kura and Araxes rivers, during Roman times and had remained here ever since. Arkadian understood their fierce homeland pride, which was why he decided that Nagorno-Karabakh was the place to commence trading. It was a politically savvy move as well, since the weapons sold to the Armenian tribesmen helped destabilize the country and thus gave it a rude shove back toward Moscow's orbit. The Kremlin was all too happy to turn a blind eye to the trades. Now his strike force was going to train here. It was hardly a surprise that when he arrived, the leaders greeted him like a conquering hero. Not that this homecoming of sorts was simply pleasant. Nothing in Arkadion's life was simple. Possibly he had misremembered the landscape, or perhaps something had changed inside him. Either way, the moment he drove into the Nagorno-Karabakh area, it was as if he'd been hurled back into Nizhny Tagil. The camp had been set up precisely to his specifications. 10 tents made of camouflage material ringed a large oval compound. To the east was the landing strip where his plane had touched down. At the other end of it was a short L-shaped extension on which was sitting an Air Africa transport cargo plane. The tents had an aspect he hadn't anticipated. They reminded him of the ring of high-security prisons that girdled Nizhny Tagil, the town in which he'd been born and raised, if you could call living with psychotic parents being raised. But again, memory was not a simple matter. 20 minutes after arriving, having entered one of the tents that had been set up as his command station, he was inspecting the impressive array of weaponry he'd had transshipped. AK-47 Lancasters, AR-15 Bushmasters, and LWRC SRT 6.8mm assault rifles, World War II U.S. Marine M2A17 flamethrowers, armor-piercing grenades, shoulder-fired FIM-92 Stinger missiles, mobile howitzers, and, the key to his mission, 3 AH-64 Apache helicopters loaded with AGM-114 Hellfire missiles with specially made dual-charge nose cones of depleted uranium, unconditionally guaranteed by the seller to penetrate even the most heavily armored vehicle. Dressed in camo fatigues, armed with a metal baton on one hip and an American Colt 45 on the other, Arkadian emerged from the largest of the tents and was met by Dmitry Maslov, the head of the Kazanskaya, the most powerful family of the Moscow mob. Maslov looked like a street fighter who was calculating how to pin you in the least amount of time and with the maximum pain. His hands were large, thick, and broad, and looked like they could wring the neck of anyone and anything. His muscular legs ended in outlandishly dainty feet, as if they'd been grafted on from someone else's body. He'd grown his hair since the last time Arkadian had seen him, and, dressed in lightweight camo fatigues, had something of the anarchic air of Che Guevara.
"Leonid Danilovich," Maslov said with false heartiness, "I see you've wasted no time in putting our war material to use. Well, good. It cost a fucking fortune."
With Maslov were 2 no-neck bodyguards, their fatigues sporting immense sweat rings, clearly out of their element in this hot climate. Looking past the human weapons, Arkadian eyed the Gruporovka chief with a kind of impersonal distrust. Ever since he'd defected from being the Kazanskaya's main enforcer to working exclusively for Semyon Yukopov, he wasn't sure where he stood with the man. That they were doing business now meant nothing. A combination of compelling circumstance and powerful partner thrust them together. Arkadian had the impression that they were 2 pit bulls deciding how to finish the other off. This was borne out when Maslov said, "I still haven't gotten over the loss of my Mexican pipeline. I can't help feeling that if you'd been available, I wouldn't have lost it." "Now I believe you're exaggerating, Dmitry Ilyanovich." "But instead you dropped out of sight," Maslov continued, deliberately ignoring Arkadian. "You were unreachable." Arkadian thought he'd better pay attention now. Did Maslov suspect that he had taken Gustavo Moreno's laptop, a prize that Arkadian was certain Maslov thought was rightfully his? Arkadian thought it best to change the subject. "Why are you here?" "I always like to see my investments firsthand. Besides, Triton, the man coordinating the entire operation, wanted a first-hand report on your progress." "Triton need only have called me," Arkadian said. "He's a cautious man, our Triton. Or so I've heard. I've never met him myself. Frankly, I don't know who he is.
only that he's a man with deep pockets and the wherewithal to mount this ambitious project. And don't forget, Arcadian, it was I who recommended you to Triton. There's no one better to train these men, I told him in no uncertain terms.
Arkadyin thanked Maslov, even though privately it pained him to do so. On the other side of the ledger, it warmed him to know that Maslov had no idea who Triton was, or who he worked for, whereas he himself knew everything. Maslov's amassed millions had made him overconfident and sloppy, which in Arkadyin's opinion made him ripe for the slaughter. That would come, he told himself, in time. When Maslov had phoned him with the proposition laid out by Triton, he'd at first refused. Now that he was the power behind the Eastern Brotherhood, he neither needed nor wanted to hire himself out as a freelancer. When Maslov's flattery, describing Arkadyin and the Black Legion's crucial part in the plan, had failed to move him, the $20 million fee was dangled in front of his face. Still, he hesitated, until he'd learned that the target was Iran, the objective to overthrow the current regime. Then the dazzling prospect of Iran's oil pipeline danced through his head. Untold billions, untold power. This prize took his breath away. He was canny enough to know, though Maslov was careful not to mention it, that Triton's aim must be the pipeline too. His endgame was to double-cross Triton at the last minute, to snatch the pipeline for himself. But to do that, he needed to properly assess his enemy's resources. He needed to know who Triton was. He saw someone emerge from the interior of the jeep that he'd been warned by tribal lookouts had brought Maslov and his thugs here. At first, the heat rising from the freshly laid tarmac obscured the man's face. Not that it mattered. Arkadyin recognized that easy, loping gait, so deliberately like Clint Eastwood's in A Fistful of Dollars.
What's he doing here?
Arkadyin struggled to keep the sharp edge out of his voice.
Oh, Oserov,
Maslov said in all innocence.
Vladislav Germanovich is now my second in command.
He shook his head ingenuously.
Did I fail to mention that? I would have if I'd been able to get hold of you to protect my Mexican interests.
He shrugged.
But, alas.
Oserov was smiling now, in that half-ironic, half-condescending expression that had been tattooed in Arkadyin's brain in Nizhny Tagil. Was graduating Oxford a license to act superior to every other Gruparovka member in Russia? Arkadyin didn't think so.
Arkadyin, really,
Oserov said in British English.
Bloody shocking you're still alive.
Arkadyin hit him hard on the point of the chin. Oserov, that vile smile still stitched to his face, was already on his knees, his eyes rolling by the time Maslov's bodyguards stepped in. Maslov held up one hand to stay them. Nevertheless, his face was dark and congested with anger.
You shouldn't have done that, Leonid Danilovich.
You shouldn't have brought him.
Unmindful of the weapons drawn on him, Arkadyin knelt beside Oserov.
So here you are in the blazing Azerbaijani sun, so far from home. How does it feel?
Oserov's eyes were bloodshot, and a thin trail of pink drool descended like a strand of a spider's web from one corner of his mouth, but he never stopped smiling. All at once, he reached out and grabbed Arkadyin by his shirt front, jerking him closer.
You'll live to regret this insult, Leonid Danilovich, now that Misha is no longer alive to protect you.
Arkadyin sprang away and rose to his feet.
I told you what I'd do to him if I saw him again.
Maslov's eyes narrowed. His face still had that congested look.
That was a long time ago.
Not for me,
Arkadyin said. Now he had made his stand, made an unequivocal statement that Maslov couldn't ignore. Nothing would be the same between them, which came as a distinct relief to Arkadyin, who had the captive's innate horror of inaction. To him, change was life. Dmitri Maslov had always thought of Arkadyin as a workman, someone he hired and then forgot about. That perception needed to change. Maslov had to be made aware that the two men were now equals. Arkadyin didn't have the luxury of time to finesse his new elevated status. As Osorov regained his feet, Maslov threw his head back and laughed, but he sobered quickly enough.
"Get back to the car, Vyacheslav Germanovich,"
he said under his breath to Osorov. Osorov was about to say something, but changed his mind. With a murderous look at Arkadyin, he turned on his heel and stalked away.
"So, you're a big man now,"
Maslov said in an easy tone that didn't quite mask the undertone of menace in his voice. Which meant, Arkadyin knew,
"I knew you when you were nothing but a ragged fugitive from Nizhny Tagil. So if you mean to come after me, don't."
"There are no big men," Arkadyin replied with equanimity. "Only big ideas." The two men stared at each other in total silence. Then, as one, they began to laugh. They laughed so hard, the bodyguards looked at each other questioningly and holstered their handguns. Meanwhile, Arkadyin and Maslov punched each other lightly, then embraced as brothers. But for Arkadyin, he knew he had to be even more wary of a knife being slipped between his ribs or a bit of cyanide in his toothpaste. Bourne made his way down the steep hillside from the Warung at the summit of the rice paddies. Down below, two adolescents were just visible exiting their family compound to go to school in Tunganan village. He continued to descend the steep, rocky path at an almost breathtaking pace, passing the compound where the two teens had come from. A man, doubtless their father, was chopping wood, and a woman was stirring a wok-like pan over an open flame. Two skinny dogs came out to observe Bourne's passing, but the adults couldn't have cared less. The path flattened out quickly now, becoming packed dirt, somewhat wider, with the occasional rock and pile of cow manure to circumnavigate. This was the path that he and Moira had been forced to take by the beater who had cleverly herded them toward the killing ground in Tunganan. Passing through the arched gateway, he picked his way past the school and the empty badminton court. Then, all at once, he was in the sacred open space occupied by the three temples. Unlike the first time he had been here, the temples were empty. High above, curlicue clouds tumbled across the cerulean sky. A small breeze stirred the treetops. His steps, light and virtually silent, caused little or no stir among the herd of cows and their calves, lounging against the cool stone walls of the temple at the far end, the one dappled in shade. Save for the animals, the glade was deserted. As he cut between the central temple and the one on the right, he experienced an eerie sense of dislocation. He passed the patch of dirt where he had lain in his own blood, while Moira, her face pinched with horror, had knelt over him. Time seemed to stretch into infinity. Then, as he moved on, to snap back like a rubber band. Leaving the rear walls of the temple behind him, he soon found himself back on a steeply pitched land. The forest rose like a thick green wall above him, like a many-pagoded temple complex, reaching toward the sky. This was where the shooter must have been lying in wait for him. Just inside the lowest fringe of the dense forest sat a small stone shrine, its flanks wrapped in the traditional black and white checked cloth, the whole protected by a small yellow parasol. The local spirit was in residence, and so was someone else. Seeing a small movement out of the corner of his eye, Bourne lunged into the foliage, wrapped his hand around a thin brown arm, and drew out of the shadows the eldest daughter of the family that owned the Warung. For a long moment, they stood staring silently at each other. Then Bourne knelt down so he was at her eye level. "What's your name?" he asked her.
"Kasi,"
she said at once. He smiled. "What are you doing here, Kasi?" The girl's eyes were deep as pools, dark as obsidian. She had long hair that came down past her narrow shoulders. She wore a coffee-colored sarong with a pair of frangipani blossoms, just like his double ikat. Her skin was silky and unblemished. Kasi,
You were hurt 3 full moons ago in Tanganan.
the smile Bourne kept on his face turned tissue thin. You're mistaken, Kasi. That man died. I went to his funeral in Mungis before his body was flown back to the United States. The outer corners of her eyes turned up and she gave him a curious smile, as enigmatic as the expression of the Mona Lisa. Then she reached out and her fingers opened his sweat-drenched shirt, revealing the bandaged wound.
You were shot, Bapak,
she said as gravely as an adult.
You didn't die, but it's hard for you to climb our steep hills.
She cocked her head.
Why do you do it?
So that one day it won't be hard. He rebuttoned his shirt. This is our secret, Kasi. No one else must find out, otherwise...
The man who shot you will come back.
Rocked back on his heels, Bourne felt his heartbeat accelerate. Kasi, how do you know that?
Because demons always return.
What do you mean? Reverently approaching the shrine, she placed a handful of red and violet blossoms in the shrine's small niche, pressing her palms together at forehead height, bowing her head in a brief prayer to protect them against the evil demons that lurked in the forest's restless green shadows. When she was finished, she stepped back and, kneeling, began to dig at the rear corner of the shrine. A moment later, she plucked out of the black volcanic earth a small package of tied banana leaves. She turned, and with a fearful look in her eyes, presented it to Bourne. Brushing off the soft clots of dirt, he untied and peeled back the leaves, one by one. Inside, he discovered a human eyeball, made of acrylic or glass.
It's the demon's eye, Bapak,
she said.
The demon who shot you.
Bourne looked at her. Where did you find this?
Over there.
She pointed to the base of an immense pula, or milkwood tree, not more than 100 yards away. Show me, he said, following her through the tall, fan-like ferns to the tree. The girl would approach no closer than 3 paces, but Bourne hunkered down on his hams at the spot she indicated, where the ferns were broken, trampled down as if someone had left in great haste. Cocking his head up, he eyed the network of branches. As he made to climb up, Kasi gave a little cry.
Oh, please don't! The spirit of Durga, the goddess of death, lives in the pula.
He swung one leg up, gaining a foothold on the bark, and smiled reassuringly at the girl. Don't worry, Kasi. I'm protected by Shiva, my own goddess of death. Ascending swiftly and surely, he soon came to the thick, almost horizontal branch he had spied from the ground. Arranging himself along it on his belly, he found himself peering out through a narrow gap in the tangle of trees at the precise spot where he'd been shot. He rose up on one elbow, looked around. In a moment, he found the small hollow in the place where the branch was thickest, as it attached to the trunk. Something glinted dully there. Plucking it out, he saw a shell casing. Pocketing this, he shimmied back down the tree, where he grinned down at the clearly nervous girl. You see, safe and sound, he said. I think Durga's spirit is in another pula tree on the other side of Bali today.
I didn't know Durga could move around.
Of course she can, Bourne said. This isn't the only pula on Bali, is it? She shook her head. That proves my point, Bourne said. She's not here today. It's perfectly safe. Kasi still appeared troubled.
Now that you have the demon's eyeball, you'll be able to find him and stop him from coming back, won't you?
He knelt beside her. The demon isn't coming back, Kasi. That I promise you. He rolled the eyeball between his fingers. And yes, with its help, I hope to find the demon who shot me. Moira was taken by the 2 NSA agents to Bethesda Naval Hospital, where she was subjected to a medical workup both harrowing and stultifying in its thoroughness. In this way, the night crawled by. When, just after 10 the next morning, she was declared physically fit, materially unimpaired by the car crash, the NSA agents told her that she was free to go. "Wait a minute," she said. "Didn't you say you were taking me in for tampering with a crime scene?"
"We did take you in," one of the agents said in his clipped Midwestern accent.
Then the two of them walked out, leaving her confused and not a little alarmed. Her alarm escalated significantly when she called 4 different people at the Department of Defense and State, all of whom were either in a meeting, out of the building, or, even more ominously, simply unavailable. She had just finished putting on her makeup when her cell buzzed with a text message from Steve Stevenson, the Undersecretary for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics at the DoD who'd recently hired her. "Perry, 1 hour," she read off her screen. Quickly erasing it, she applied lipstick, gathered up her handbag, and checked out of the hospital. It was 23 miles from Bethesda Naval Hospital to the Library of Congress. Google Maps claimed the ride would take 36 minutes, but that had to have been at 2 in the morning. At 11 a.m., when Moira took the trip by taxi, it was 20 minutes longer, which meant she got to her destination with almost no time to spare. On the way, she had phoned her office, asked for a car to meet her, giving an address 3 blocks from her current destination. "Bring a laptop and a burner," she said before flipping her phone closed. It was only when she exited the taxi that she felt aches and pains spring up in all parts of her body. She felt a massive post-trauma headache coming on. Digging in her handbag, she took 3 Advil, swallowing them dry. The day was mild but overcast and dull. No break in the gunmetal sky, no wind to speak of. The pale pink cherry blossoms were already trampled underfoot, tulips were blooming, and there was an unmistakable earthy scent in the air as spring advanced. Stevenson's text message, Perry, referred to Roland Hinton Perry, who, at the tender age of 27, had created the Fountain of the Court of Neptune sculpture on the far west side of the entrance to the Library of Congress. It was on the pavement level, rather than at the elevated level of the porte cochere main entrance. Set into 3 niches of the stone retaining wall that was flanked by the entryway staircases, the fountain, with its 12-foot bronze sculpture of the Roman god of the sea as a fearsome centerpiece, emitted a raw and restless energy that contrasted dramatically with the sedate exterior of the building itself. Most visitors to the library never even knew it existed. Moira and Stevenson did, however. It was one of the 6 meeting places scattered in and around the district they had agreed upon. She saw him right away. He was in a navy blue blazer and gray lightweight wool trousers, his shoulders hunched up around his brick red ears. He was facing away from her, staring at the rather violent countenance of Neptune, which meant that his head was slightly thrown back, his bald spot coming into prominence. He didn't move when she came up and stood beside him. They might have been 2 totally unconnected tourists, not the least because he displayed an open copy of Fodor's guidebook to Washington, D.C., the way a pheasant announces its presence by spreading its tail.
"Not a happy day for you, is it?"
he said, without turning in her direction or even seeming to move his lips. "What the hell is going on?" Moira asked. "No one in DoD, including you, is taking my calls."
"It seems, my dear, that you've stepped in a great steaming pile of shit."
Stevenson flipped a page of the guidebook. He was one of those old-school government functionaries who went to a barber for a shave every day, had a manicure once a week, belonged to all the right clubs, and made sure his opinions were held by the majority before he voiced them. No one wants to be contaminated with the stink. Me? I haven't done a damn thing. Except piss off my former bosses, she said to herself. She thought about the trouble Noah had gone to in order to get Jay's cell phone and to have her detained, because she worked that part out on the way over here. The only reason for the NSA agents to say they were taking her in for tampering at the accident site and then let her go without charging her was that for some reason Noah needed her out of commission overnight. Why? Maybe she'd find out once she downloaded the files on the thumb drive she'd found sewn into the lining of Jay's jacket. But for now, her best strategy was to pretend she knew absolutely nothing. "No." Stevenson shook his head. "What we have here is something more. I think someone at your company trod on a nerve. The late Jay Weston, perhaps? Do you know what Weston dug up?" "If I did," Stevenson said slowly and carefully, "I'd be roadkill by now." "That big?" He rubbed his immaculate red cheek. "Bigger." "What the hell is going on between the NSA and Black River?" she said. "You're a Black River ex-employee. You tell me." He pursed his lips. "No, on second thought, I don't want to know anything, not even speculation. Ever since the news of the jetliner explosion hit the wires, the atmosphere at DOD and the Pentagon has been shrouded in a toxic fog." "Meaning?" "Nobody's talking. Nobody ever talks up there." Stevenson nodded. "True enough, but this is different. Everyone's walking around on eggshells. Even the secretaries seem terrified. In my 20 years of government service, I've never experienced anything like it, except..." Moira felt a ball of ice form in her stomach. "Except what?" "Except right before we invaded Iraq." Chapter 9. Willard watched Ian Bowles as he exited Firth's surgery. He'd marked him the second time he'd showed up at the compound, and, as with every other of the doctor's patients, he'd made inquiries. Bowles was the only one about whom nothing was known locally. Willard hadn't spent the last 3 months simply training Bourne. Like all good agents, he'd immediately begun to acquaint himself with his environment. He'd become friendly with all the key people in the area, who, de facto, became his eyes and ears. The advantage of being in Mongeese was that neither the village nor the surrounding area was highly populated. Unlike Kuta and Ubud, only a smattering of tourists found their way to the area, so it wasn't difficult to identify the patients who came to see the doctor. By this homespun method, Ian Bowles stood out like a sore thumb. However, Willard wouldn't act until Bowles revealed himself one way or the other. Ever since he'd been released from his undercover duties at the NSA safe house in rural Virginia, Willard had pondered long and hard how he could be of best use to the clandestine service, which functioned as his mother, father, sister, and brother. Treadstone had been Alexander Conklin's dream. Only Conklin and Willard himself knew Treadstone's ultimate purpose. He went about his work with extreme caution because he was laboring under a handicap Conklin never had to deal with. In Alex's day, the old man had signed off on Treadstone. All Conklin had to do was to fly below the CI radar, to make good on the goals he'd promised the old man while working on his own agenda deep in the shadows. Willard did not have the advantage of such support. As far as Veronica Hart and CI were concerned, Treadstone was as dead and buried as Conklin himself. Willard was far too canny to believe Hart would allow him a restart, which meant that he had to work clandestinely within one of the world's largest clandestine organizations. The irony wasn't lost on him. As he followed Bowles out of the compound and down a deserted lane, he reflected on how fortuitous Moira Trevor's phone call had been, since this remote island off the CI grid was the perfect place to begin the resurrection of Treadstone. Up ahead of him, Bowles had stopped beside a motor scooter, parked beneath the shade of a frangipani tree. Bowles took out his cell phone. As he pressed the speed dial key, Willard unfurled a thin metal wire with wooden handles on either end. Stepping quickly up behind Bowles, he whipped the wire around the other's throat and pulled so hard on the handles, Bowles was lifted onto the tips of his toes. The New Zealander dropped his cell, reaching around behind him to make a grab at his unseen assailant. Dancing out of the way, Willard maintained the lethal pressure on the wire. Bowles's gestures became more frantic. He tore into the flesh of his own neck in his frenzy to breathe. His eyes bulged in their sockets, red threads mottling the whites. Then there was a sudden foul stench, and he collapsed. Unwinding the wire, Willard scooped up the cell and, as he walked briskly away, checked the number Bowles had been dialing. He recognized the first digits as those of a Russian cell phone. The call had failed, and he walked into Mungi's to a spot he knew to be cell receptive and hit redial. A moment later, a familiar male voice answered. Willard, momentarily stunned, nevertheless gathered himself and said, "Your man Bowles is dead. Don't send another." Then hung up before Leonid Danilovich Arkadyin could say a word. When Moira left Stevenson, she walked opposite the direction she needed to go. She spent 20 minutes following circuitous routes, checking in car side mirrors and plate glass windows, looking for a tail, and when she had assured herself that she wasn't being followed, she walked back to where the car was waiting for her 3 blocks west of the Fountain of Poseidon. The driver saw her coming and got out of the car. Not looking at her or acknowledging her in any way, he walked toward her. They passed each other close enough for him to hand off the keys without stopping or even breaking stride. She went past the parked car, crossed the street, and stood looking around as if unsure which way to go. In fact, she was scrutinizing the environment, breaking it down into vectors, which she inspected for anyone in the least bit suspicious. A boy and a girl, presumably his sister, played with a golden lab under the watchful eye of their father. A mother wheeled her baby carriage. 2 sweaty joggers dodged in and out, listening through in-ear plugs to iPods attached to armbands. Nothing seemed out of place, which was precisely what worried her. NSA agents on the street, or even in passing cars she could deal with. It was the people who might be placed behind building windows or on rooftops that concerned her. Well, there was no help for it, she thought. She'd done the best she could. Now it was put one foot in front of the other and pray that she'd slipped any surveillance that might have been attached to her once the 2 NSA agents had left her at Bethesda Naval Hospital. As an added precaution, she pried the SIM chip out of her phone and ground it beneath the heels of her shoe. She kicked it into a storm drain in the gutter, then chucked her cell in after it. She had the key in her hand as she approached the car from across the street. She crossed in front of it and dropped her handbag. Kneeling down, she dug out her compact, used the mirror inside to check the underside of the car as best she could. She checked under the rear as well. What was she expecting to find? Nothing, hopefully. But there was always a chance that a passing NSA agent had left a bug on the under chassis. Spotting nothing suspicious, she unlocked the car and slid behind the wheel. It was a late-model silver Chrysler that her own mechanics had customized with a muscular turbocharged engine. Finding the laptop and the burner beneath the seat, she ripped off the burner's pristine plastic wrap. Burners were disposable cell phones loaded with prepaid minutes. As long as you didn't use them for too long, you were safe talking on them, and no one could use the SIM to triangulate your position as they could with a registered cell. Fighting an urge to fire up the computer right there, she turned the key in the ignition, put the car in gear, and nosed out into traffic. She was no longer comfortable staying in one place too long. Neither did she feel safe going back to the office or even her home. Heading back across into Virginia, she drove aimlessly for close to an hour, after which time she could no longer control her curiosity. She had to find out what was on the thumb drive she'd lifted off Jay's corpse. Did it hold the key to what was going on between NSA and Black River that, according to Stevenson, held all of the DoD in thrall? Why else would Noah and the NSA come after Jay and now her? She had to assume the D.C. motorcycle cop was bogus, that he was, in fact, either NSA or Black River. Stevenson had been terrified. The whole scenario chilled her to the marrow. Passing through Roslyn, she suddenly became aware that she was famished. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten, apart from whatever they'd given her this morning in the hospital. Who could eat that stuff? More to the point, what kind of chef could concoct such tasteless, overcooked mush? She turned onto Wilson Boulevard, drove past the Hyatt and pulled over into a parking space several car lengths from the entrance to the shade-grown cafe, a place she knew inside and out and thus felt safe in. Taking the laptop and the burner with her, she got out, locked the car, and hurried into the steamy interior. The smells of bacon and toast made her mouth water. Slipping into a well-worn cherry-colored vinyl booth, she gave the plastic-wrapped menu a cursory once-over before ordering 3 eggs over easy, a double portion of bacon, and wheat toast. When the waitress asked if she wanted coffee, she said, "Please, cream on the side." Alone at the Formica table, she opened the notebook so that the screen faced her and the wall behind her. While it was booting up, she bent down and extracted the thumb drive from the underwire section of her bra. The tiny electronic rectangle was warm and seemed to beat like a second heart. Using her thumb on the special reader, she logged in, then answered her 3 security questions. Finally she plugged the thumb drive into one of the USB ports on the left side of the computer. Switching to My Computer, she navigated to the portable drive that had appeared there, then double-clicked on it. The screen went black, and for a moment she thought the drive had crashed the operating system. But then the screen started scrolling in lines of what looked like gibberish. There were no folders, no files, just this ever-scrolling series of letters, numbers, and symbols. The information was encrypted. That was just like the careful J. At once she hit the escape key and was back at the My Computer screen. Accessing the C drive, she opened the wireless access connections wizard. Either the coffee shop was Wi-Fi enabled, or someplace close was, because the wizard detected an open network. That was both good and bad. It meant she could get on the web, but there were no network encryption safeguards. Luckily, she'd had all the Heartland laptops fitted with their own mobile encryption package, among a host of other security measures, which in this case meant that even if someone hacked her ISP address, they wouldn't be able to read the packets of information she sent and received, nor would they be able to locate her. She pushed the laptop aside when her breakfast arrived. It would take some time for the proprietary Heartland deciphering software to analyze the data on the thumb drive. She uploaded the encrypted data and pressed the Enter key, which started the program. By the time she'd mopped up the last of the 3rd egg yolk with a wedge of buttered toast and the last of the bacon, she heard a soft chime. Almost choking on her final bite, she swigged down a mouthful of coffee and stacked her plates at the edge of the table. Her forefinger hovered over the Enter key for the tiniest of moments before depressing it. At once, words began to flood across her screen, then marched down as the entire contents of the drive were revealed. PINPRICKBARDEM, she read. Pinprick Bardem. She couldn't believe it. Her eyes, traveling over the scrolling lines, read Pinprick Bardem over and over. The lines came to an end, and she checked again. The entire drive had been filled up with these 14 letters. She broke down the letters into the most obvious words: pin, prick, bar, dem. Then another: pin P, Rick, bar, dem. She wrote down: picture in picture? On a digital TV? Rick's bar? Democrat? Online, she ran a quick Google check. There was a Rick's Bar in Chicago and one in San Francisco, an Andy and Rick's Bar in Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, but there was no Rick's Bar anywhere in the district or in the environs. She scratched out what she had written. What on earth could these letters mean, she wondered. Were they yet another code? She was about to run them through the Heartland software program again when the sudden presence of a shadow at the periphery of her vision caused her to glance up. 2 NSA agents were staring at her through the window. As she slammed down the laptop screen, one of them opened the door to the coffee shop. Benjamin Firth was riding his bottle of Arak with a vengeance when Willard strode into the surgery. Firth was up on the table, head bowed, swigging great mouthfuls of the fermented palm liquor with grim precision. Willard stood looking at the doctor for a moment, remembering his father who drank himself into dementia and, finally, liver failure. It hadn't been pretty, and along the way there were serious bouts of the kind of lightning Jekyll and Hyde personality split that afflicted some alcoholics. After his father had bounced his head off a wall during one of these fits, Willard, who was 8 at the time, taught himself not to be afraid. He kept his baseball bat under his bed, and the next time his father, stinking of booze, lunged at him, he swung the bat in a perfectly level arc and broke 2 of his ribs. After that, his father never touched him again, neither in anger nor in affection. At the time, Willard thought he'd gotten what he wanted, but later, after the old man died, he began to wonder whether he'd injured himself along with his father. With a grunt of disgust, he crossed the surgery, ripped the bottle out of Firth's hand, and shoved a small booklet into it. For a moment, the doctor looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes, as if he was trying to place Willard in his memory. "Read it, Doc. Go ahead." Firth glanced down and seemed surprised.
"Where's my Eric?"
"Gone," Willard said. "I brought you something better." Firth snorted noisily.
"Nothing better than Eric."
"Want to bet?" Willard opened the booklet for him, and the doctor stared down at the passport photo of Ian Bowles, the New Zealander who'd been masquerading as a patient, who was blackmailing him into taking photos of Jason Bourne. This was why he had been getting stone-cold wasted. He couldn't bear to think of what he had to do or what would happen to him if he didn't.
"What?"
He shook his head, confused.
"What are you doing with this?"
Willard sat down beside him. "Let's just say Mr. Bowles will no longer be a problem for you." Firth sobered, as if the other man had thrown a bucket of cold water in his face.
"You know?"
Willard took the passport. "I heard it all." A shiver ran down the doctor's spine.
"There was nothing I could do."
"It's a good thing, then, that I was here." Firth nodded despondently. "Now, I need you to do something for me."
"Anything,"
Firth said.
"I owe you my life."
"Jason Bourne must never know this happened."
"None of it."
Firth looked at him.
"Someone suspects he's here. Someone is after him."
Willard's face was impassive. "None whatsoever, Doctor." He held out his hand. "Do I have your word?" Firth gripped the other's hand, which was firm and dry and somehow comforting.
"I said anything, didn't I?"
Chapter 10. As Moira launched herself out of the booth, she pulled the thumb drive out of the USB slot. By this time, she'd taken off through the coffee shop, down the narrow, dingy hallway that led to the toilets and the kitchen. Turning left into the kitchen, she was engulfed by a surge of heat, steam, and raised voices. She was heading for the pantry when the delivery entrance at the rear burst open, and an NSA agent came through the doorway. As he did so, she pressed her thumb into the reader twice in succession, even though the computer was still on. Then she threw it at him. He raised his arms reflexively to catch it, and she raced into the small pantry cubicle. Kneeling, she pulled the ring on the trap door. As she was raising it from its mount flush in the floor, she heard the laptop's incendiary device explode. Shouts and the confusion caused by a fire in a confined space came to her as she slipped down the ladder, closing the trapdoor behind her. The device was a last-ditch security measure she'd had her techs install in all Heartland laptops. Pressing the thumb reader twice while the laptop was on activated the device on a 10-second delay. At the bottom of the ladder, she found herself in the basement, where bulk deliveries were stored. She felt above her head until she found the cord and pulled it. A bare bulb illuminated her surroundings in chiaroscuro starkness. She saw the metal doors leading to the street level and opened them. There was a metal ramp used to slide the cartons of canned goods into the basement. She scrambled up this, bending almost double to hold on to the side so as not to slip on the smooth surface. To do this, she had to slip the thumb drive, which she'd been clutching for dear life, into her pocket. As she did so, the back of her hand brushed against what felt like a stiff card. Gaining the street, she found herself directly to the right of the entrance to the coffee shop, where people were piling out like boiling water. As she walked away, she could hear the klaxon call of fire engines. She walked away from the melee, her hand in her pocket to check that she still had the thumb drive, and she felt again the presence of the card. Drawing it out, she saw that it had the EMS logo on it and Dave's name. Below, he'd handwritten a cell phone number. Then she remembered him brushing by her and knew he'd slipped her the card then. Any port in a storm, she thought. Flipping open the burner, she punched in the number. Just then, glancing over her shoulder, she saw one of the NSA agents spill out of the entrance, and she walked faster. But he'd already spotted her and took off after her. Rounding the corner, she put her phone to her ear. "Yes?" She was relieved to hear Dave's familiar voice. "I'm in trouble." She gave him her approximate location. "I'll be at Fort Myer Drive and 17th Street North in 3 minutes." "Wait for us," he said. "Easy for you to say," she replied and raced around the corner onto North Nash Street. Watching Maslov and his slope-shouldered Neanderthals climb back into their vehicle and head out, Arkadian suppressed a spasm of murderous rage. It was all he could do to stop himself from grabbing a semi-automatic off one of the stacks and spraying the vehicle with bullets until all 4 people inside were dead. Luckily, what was left of the rational part of his brain prevented him from making such a foolish move. He might feel better for the moment, but in the larger scheme of things, he would regret Maslov's premature demise. As long as the head of the Kazanskaya was useful to him, he'd allow him to live. But not a moment longer. He wouldn't make the same mistake with Maslov he'd made with Stas Kuzin, the mob boss in Nizhny Tagil he'd partnered with, then killed. In those days, Arkadian was young and inexperienced. He'd allowed Kuzin to live too long enough to torture and kill the woman Arkadian was sleeping with. Of course, the young Arkadian hadn't considered what would happen in the aftermath of Kuzin's death and the death of a third of his depraved crew. With the rest of Kuzin's murderers out for his blood, he was forced to go to ground. Since they had all the avenues out of the city covered and had turned all the terrified citizens into informers, it was imperative to find a haven as quickly as possible, which unfortunately meant inside Nizhny Tagil, somewhere they'd never find him, where they'd never even think to look. He'd shot Kuzin in the building he and Kuzin owned jointly, where Kuzin had had his headquarters, where he kept the young girls Arkadian had swept off the streets for him. Of course, he found the perfect spot, one even Dmitry Maslov wouldn't have been clever enough to think of. Abruptly, Arkadian's mind switched gears to more immediate concerns. The phone call from Willard was very much on his mind as he walked back to where his Black Legion recruits were waiting for him, outside the tents erected on the edge of the Azerbaijani plain. He'd relied on that idiot Wyon, who had recommended Ian Bowles. Hiring Bowles clearly had been a mistake. But now, even Bowles was driven out of his mind as he addressed his troops. They were not nearly as well prepared for a coordinated raid as he'd hoped. But then these men had been trained and used in solo missions. Many of them had been waiting for the orders to strap on their C4 vests, infiltrate a market, a police station, or a school, and press the detonator. Their minds were already halfway to paradise, and almost immediately Arkadian understood that it was his job, as well as his duty as the head of the Eastern Brotherhood, the Black Legion's legitimate umbrella organization, to shape them into a unit, men who could rely on one another, sacrifice for one another if need be, without a second's hesitation. The score of men, hardy, physically and mentally fit, stood arrayed in front of him, uncomfortable because he'd ordered them to shave their heads and their beards, both of which were against both custom and their Islamic teachings. Not a one of them wasn't wondering how on earth they were going to infiltrate anywhere in the Islamic world looking as they now did. One man, Farid, chose to voice their concern. He did it forcefully, believing he was speaking for the other 99 recruits, not just himself. What was that? Arkadyan's head snapped so hard a vertebra in his neck cracked like a rifle shot. What did you say, Farid? Had he known Arkadyan at all, Farid would have kept his mouth shut, but he didn't, and there was no one in the godforsaken land to teach him. So he repeated his question. Sir, we were wondering why you ordered us to shave the hair that Allah dictates we must have. We are wondering what your motive could possibly be. We demand an answer, because you have shamed us. Without a word, Arkadyan pulled out the baton from his belt, slammed it into the side of Farid's head, driving him down. As he knelt, swaying with pain and dismay, Arkadyan drew his Colt and shot Farid point-blank through his right eye. The man was driven back, his knees cracking, and there he lay in the sandy dirt, mute and inert. Just around the corner, Moira stopped and pressed herself against the wall of the office building. She raised her right elbow and, as the NSA agent came racing around the corner, slammed it into his chest. She'd been aiming for his throat, but missed, and though he rocked back against the wall, he immediately came at her, threw a punch that she blocked. But it was only a feint, and he grabbed her left arm from the underside and applied pressure in an attempt to break it at the elbow. Moira, pinioned, trod hard on his instep, but his grip didn't loosen. He applied more pressure until a yelp of pain escaped her throat. Then he came in with the heel of his hand, a blow aimed at the point of her nose. She let him commit himself completely to the blow, then dodged her head to one side. At the same time, gathering all her strength into her lower belly, she jammed her flexed right knee into his groin. His arms opened wide, his grip on her began to slip, and he went down. Moira snatched her arm away, but he managed to grasp her wrist, bringing her down to him as he fell to his knees. His eyes were watering, and he was clearly struggling not to pant, to deepen his breathing, work through the excruciating pain. But Moira wasn't about to let him. She drove her knuckles into his throat, and, as he gagged, she freed herself. Then she struck the left side of his head, slamming it against the building's stonework. His eyes rolled up, and he slid to the pavement. Quickly, she took his weapon and his ID and took off through the growing crowd of gawking people, drawn to the scuffle like dogs scenting blood, saying, "That man mugged me! Someone call the police!" On the corner of Fort Myer Drive and 17th Street North, she brought herself up short. She was breathing heavily, her pulse rate accelerated. Adrenaline was burning through her like a river of fire, but she managed to slow to a walk, moving against the tide of people who were following the sound of the sirens on the police cruisers, quickening from more than one direction. One was coming directly at her, but no, it was an EMS ambulance. Dave had arrived, not a moment too soon. The ambulance slowed, and she saw Earl behind the wheel. As the vehicle came abreast of her, the back doors banged open, and Dave leaned out. As he grabbed her left hand to swing her aboard, she gasped. When she'd navigated the metal step, Dave, lunging past her, swung the doors shut and said, "Go!" Earl stepped on the gas. Moira swung around as the ambulance hit a corner at speed. Dave put his arms around her to steady her, led her to one of the benches. "You okay?" he asked. She nodded, but winced as she bent her left arm. "Let me see that," Dave said, pushed back the sleeve of her blouse. "Nice," he said, and started to work on the bruised and puffy joint. At that point, Moira knew she was nearing the end of her rope. One of her operatives had stumbled on a secret so important that either Black River, the NSA, or both working in concert had killed him. Now they were after her. Her fledgling company had just over 100 operatives, more than half of them recruited from Black River. Any one of them could be a traitor because of one thing she was absolutely certain. Someone inside Heartland had tracked her ISP address to the Wi-Fi network at the Shade Grown Cafe and had given it to the NSA. That was the only explanation for them showing up so quickly. Now she was out of options. She had no one to trust, except, she thought bleakly, one person. The person she'd vowed never to see or speak to again, not after what had happened between them, which was unforgivable. Moira closed her eyes, swaying slightly with the motion of the speeding ambulance. While now was not the time for forgiveness, maybe it was time for a truce. Who else could she call? Who else could she trust? She gave a little gasp of despair. If it weren't so sad, it would be funny, really, turning for help to the last person she'd ever accept anything from. But that was then, she told herself grimly, and this is now. With a silent curse, she used her burner to dial a local number. When the male voice answered, she took a deep breath and said, "Veronica Hart, please." "Who shall I say is calling?" "Oh, the hell with it," she thought. "Moira." "Moira? Ma'am, she'll need your last name." "No, she won't," Moira said. "Just tell her Moira, and be damn quick about it." The moon is out. Amun Shalthum checked his watch. "It's time we talked." Soraya had been on her satellite phone with her local Typhon agents in place. They were all running down leads on the new Iranian MiG, but so far none of them had made any progress. It was as if the group was so far underground, their contacts had come up empty. Whether this was because their contacts knew nothing or were too afraid to divulge the group's existence was anyone's guess. If it was the latter, she had to admire the level of their security. She decided to agree to Amun's suggestion, but not in the way he wanted. As he held the tent flap back for her, she said, "Leave your firearm here." "Is this really necessary?" he said. When she didn't reply, he narrowed his eyes for a moment to show his displeasure, then, sighing, took his pistol from its polished leather holster and set it down on a field desk. Satisfied. She passed out of the relative warmth of the interior into the chill night. Some distance away, the American task force was busy sifting through the wreckage for clues. But as yet, Delia hadn't given her another update, although, as Veronica had said, the downed plane wasn't her primary mission. She shivered in the ascetic chill of the desert air. The moon was immense, lent a kind of grandeur by the eternal and seemingly endless sea of sand. They began heading for the bare perimeter, where Shalthum's guards should have been posted, but she saw no one, and she stopped. Though he was a pace ahead of her, he sensed something amiss and turned back. "What is it?" he said. "I won't go another step in that direction," she said. "I want to be in shouting distance." She indicated the constellation of lights on the other side of the site, safely beyond the perimeter dictated by Shalthum, the glowing encampment of the international news media, somehow alien in the ominous night, as if it were a ship that had come to ruin on the teeth of the reef of the downed plane. "They?" he scoffed. "They can't protect you. My people won't let them pass the perimeter." She gestured. "But where are your people, Amun? I don't see them." "I made certain of that." He lifted an arm. "Come. We have very little time." She was going to refuse, but something in his voice caused her to relent. She thought again about the tension she'd first sensed in him, the leashed rage. What really was going on here? Now he'd piqued her curiosity. Had he done that deliberately? Was he leading her into a trap? But to what end? Unconsciously, her hand patted her back pocket, where the ceramic switchblade rested, waiting to protect her. They walked on in silence. The desert seemed to whisper around them, restlessly shifting, filtering between clothes and skin. The sheen of civilization ground down until only a hard nub was left, rough and primitive. Shalthun reveled in his element. He was larger than life, which was of course why he'd taken her out here years ago, why they were here now. The farther they moved away from the others, the more he seemed to grow both in stature and in power, until he towered over her. Turning, his eyes glittered, reflecting the blue-white moonlight. "I need your help," he said with his usual bluntness. She almost laughed. "You need my help." He looked away for a moment. You're about the last person I'd think of asking for help." And with that one statement, she understood how dire his circumstances must be. "What if I refuse?" He pointed to the satellite phone in her hand. "Do you think I don't know who you are calling with that?" The whites of his eyes looked eerily blue in the monochrome light. "Do you think I don't know why you're really here? It isn't about this air disaster. It's about this new Iranian MiG. Chapter 11. Willard, standing in the center of Dr. Firth's compound, waited anxiously for Bourne to return. He had thought briefly of going out after him, but rejected the idea. As often when he thought of Bourne, his thoughts turned to his own son, Oren. He hadn't seen or heard from Oren in 15 years, and as for his wife, she was dead and buried. He'd often assumed that his breach with Oren had come at the funeral, when he'd stood dry-eyed and mute as the casket containing the mortal remains of his wife was lowered into the ground. "Don't you feel anything?" Oren had confronted him with an anger that had apparently been building for years. "Anything at all?" "I'm relieved that it's over," Willard had said. It was only much later that he realized telling his son the truth had been a grievous mistake. That was a time, however brief, when he'd grown tired of lies. He never made that error again. Human beings, it became clear to him, thrived on lies. They needed them in order to survive, to be happy even. Because the truth was often unpleasant, and people didn't care for that. Furthermore, it didn't suit many of them. They'd much rather lie to themselves, have those around them lie to them, to preserve the illusion of beauty. Reality wasn't pretty. That was the truth. But now, here in Bali, he wondered whether he was like all the others weaving a prison of lies around himself to blot out the truth. For years, he tunneled his way into NSA like a mole, arriving at last at the safe house in Virginia, where all the lies were housed. For years, he'd told himself it was his duty. Other people, even his own son, seemed like ghosts to him, part of someone else's life. What else did he have? He asked himself over and over as he toiled away as an NSA steward. It was duty, only duty he could connect with. The NSA mission had been fulfilled. By necessity, his cover had been blown with them, and he was free. No one inside CI had yet figured out what to do with him. In fact, so far as the new DCI was concerned, he was on a long overdue vacation. Now, free of the servile persona of Willard, the NSA steward, he'd come to realize that being a steward was only a role he'd been playing, a role that wasn't him at all. When Alex Conklin had begun to train him, Willard had had visions of perilous derring-do in far-off corners of the world. He'd read all the James Bond novels countless times. He itched for the adrenaline rush of covert battles. As he became more and more accomplished, as he excelled at his teacher's increasingly difficult exercises, Conklin had begun to confide in him. Then the fatal mistake. As he began to learn Treadstone's secrets, he'd allowed himself the fantasy of becoming Conklin's successor, the master manipulator. But reality had sent him crashing to earth. The old man had called, wanting Willard for the role in which he'd already cast him. Willard was sent underground, into NSA, into prison, with, it seemed, no chance for a reprieve. He'd done whatever had been asked of him, had done it well, masterfully even. That's what everyone had told him. But what had he gotten out of it? Truth. The truth. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Now, at last, he had the freedom to fulfill his dream of becoming a master manipulator, of outdoing his old teacher. Because, in the end, Conklin had failed. He'd allowed Leonid Arkadyin to slip away, and then, instead of going after Arkadyin and bringing him back, he'd forgotten about the Russian and had tried to better him with Jason Bourne. But you can't turn your back on a creation like Arkadyin. Willard knew every decision Conklin had taken with Treadstone. He was aware of every misstep. He wouldn't repeat the last one, which was to allow Leonid Arkadyin to escape. He'd do better, much better. He'd fulfill Treadstone's final goal. He'd succeed in creating the ultimate fighting machine. He turned as the gate to Firth's compound opened and Jason Bourne stepped inside. It was twilight, the western sky streaked with sherbet colors. Overhead, pure cobalt. As he approached, Bourne was holding a small object between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. "A .30 caliber Winchester shell," Bourne said. Willard held out his hand and took a close look at it. "Military grade, specifically made for a sniper rifle." He gave a short, warbly whistle. "No wonder the bullet went clear through you." Ever since the 2005 bombings in Kuta and Jimbaran, the government has been fanatic about weaponry. No matter how good this sniper is, there's no way he could have smuggled in the gun and ammo. Bourne smiled grimly. "Now, how many places on Bali do you think would carry full metal jacket, .30 caliber M118 ammo, and the rifle that could fire it?" Arkadyin said, "Anyone else have a question?" Still holding both his weapons, he looked hard into the eyes of each of the 19 remaining Black Legion recruits and saw in equal measure abject fear and unquestioning obedience. Whatever might happen next, wherever he might lead them, they were his. It was at this moment that his satellite phone buzzed. He turned on his heel and walked away from the men, who stood silent, rigid as if made of stone. They wouldn't move a muscle, he knew, until he gave the order, which wouldn't be for a while. Wiping sweat off his ear, he put the phone up to it, said, "What now?" "How was your visit from Maslov?" Triton's voice reverberated through the ether. As always, it was absolutely accentless English. "Thrilling," Arkadyin said, "as usual." As he spoke, he turned in a complete circle, trying to figure out the location of Triton's men. "You won't find them, Leonid," Triton said. "You don't want to find them." Fair enough, Arkadyin thought. Triton was the power putting this mission together, or at any rate, he worked for the power that was footing the bill, including his own extremely generous pay package. He could see no advantage in antagonizing him. Arkadyin sighed, for the moment putting his rage aside. "What can I do for you?" "Today, it's what I can do for you," Triton replied. "Our timetable has been moved up." "Moved up?" Arkadyin glanced at the men, well-conditioned but untrained for this mission. "I told you at the outset that I needed 3 weeks, and you assured me." "That was then, this is now," Triton said. "The theoretical stage has passed. We're now in real time, and the clock that's ticking belongs neither to you nor to me." Arkadyin felt his muscles contract as they did just before a physical confrontation. "What's happened?" "The cat is about to come out of the bag." Arkadyin frowned. "What the fuck does that mean?" "It means," Triton said, "that evidence is quickly coming to light. Incontrovertible evidence that will set everything in motion. There's no turning back now." "I knew that from the beginning," Arkadyin snapped. "So did Maslov." "You have until Saturday to carry out your mission." Arkadyin nearly jumped. "What?" "There is no other recourse." Triton disconnected with a finality that rang like gunfire in Arkadyan's ear. Willard wanted to go with him, but Bourne refused. Willard was smart enough to understand it. He simply wanted his desire on the record. During the time Bourne was recovering, Willard had amassed a list of a baker's dozen individuals on the island, either known or suspected of trading in contraband weapons, but only one who reputedly dealt in the highly specialized sniper's rifles and full metal ammo that had been used to shoot Bourne. On an island as small as Bali, it would have been a breach of the security net he'd thrown around Bourne to canvass all of the purported dealers. It would have drawn too much attention to himself. Firth rented Bourne a car, and he drove into the chaos of the capital city of Denpasar. It wasn't difficult to locate the Badung market, but finding a place to park was another matter. Finally, he found an area presided over by an old man with a split melon smile. Bourne wove through the spice and vegetable areas to the rear, where the butchers and the meat vendors had their stalls. Willard had said that the man he wanted looked like a frog, and he wasn't far off the mark. The vendor was selling a brace of suckling pigs, live, still trussed to bamboo poles, to a young woman who by her dress and attitude must work for someone with money and status. People were queued up at the next stall to buy loins and breasts, and cleavers came down on sinew and bone, blood flying like the blooming of flowers. As soon as the young woman had paid for her pigs and signaled for 2 waiting men to take them away, Bourne stepped up and addressed the squat man. His name was Wyon, which meant first. All Balinese were given their names based on the order of their birth, first through fourth. The 5th child, if there was one, became Wyon again. Wyon, I need to speak with you. The vendor regarded Bourne with indifference.
If you wish to buy a pig.
Bourne shook his head.
They're the best on the island, ask anyone.
Another matter, Bourne said. In private. Wyon smiled blandly, spread his hands.
As you can plainly see, there is no privacy here if you don't wish to make a purchase.
I didn't say that. Wyon's eyes narrowed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He was about to turn away when Bourne produced $500 bills. Wyon glanced down at the money, and something flickered behind his eyes. Bourne was willing to bet it was greed. Wyon licked his thick lips.
Unfortunately, I don't have that many pigs.
I only want one. As if by magic, the .30 caliber M118 casing Bourne had found in Tunganan appeared between his fingers. He dropped it into the center of Wyon's palm. One of yours, I believe. The pig merchant, recalcitrant still, merely shrugged. Bourne flourished another 500 in a tight roll. I don't have time to bargain, he said. Wyon gave Bourne a sharp look, then, gathering up the 1,000, jerked his head for Bourne to follow him. Contrary to what he had said, there was an enclosed space at the rear of the stall. On a rickety bamboo bench sat several paring and boning knives. As Bourne followed Wyon inside, a burly man rushed him from the left. At the same time, a tall man stepped toward him from the right. Bourne slammed the burly man in the face, breaking his nose, ducked under the grasp of the tall one, and, rolling himself into a ball, launched himself across the small space. He crashed into the bamboo poles, sending the pigs and knives down around him. Grabbing a paring knife, he cut the bonds of 3 of the piglets. Squealing in their newfound freedom, they ran across the floor, forcing both Wyon and the tall man to dance out of the way. Bourne threw the paring knife into the meat of the tall man's left thigh. His squeal was indistinguishable from those of the piglets, which continued to run wildly. Ignoring them, Bourne grabbed Wyon by his shirt front, but just then the thick-set man grabbed a boning knife off the floor and launched himself at Bourne, who swung Wyon between them. The moment the attacker checked his knife thrust, Bourne kicked the weapon out of his hand, took him down, and slammed the back of his head against the floor. His eyes rolled up in their sockets. Bourne rose, grabbed Wyon to keep him from fleeing, and whipped him around. Slapping him hard across the face, he said, I told you I didn't have time to bargain. Now you'll tell me who bought that cartridge from you.
I don't know his name.
Bourne slapped him again, harder this time. I don't believe you.
It's true.
Wyon's indifference had been ripped away. He was truly frightened.
He was referred to me, but he never told me his name, and I never asked. In my business, the less I know, the better.
That, at least, was true. What did he look like?
I don't remember.
Bourne grabbed him by the throat. You don't want to lie to me.
Clearly not.
Wyon's eyes rolled wildly in their sockets. His skin had taken on a greenish hue, as if at any moment he was going to be sick.
Okay, looked Russian. He wasn't big, wasn't small, well-muscled, though.
What else?
I don't... Oh!
He gave a little yelp as Bourne slapped him again.
He had black hair, and his eyes, oh, they were light. I don't remember.
He held up his hands.
Wait, oh, they were gray.
And?
That's it, that's all.
No, it isn't, Bourne said. Who recommended him?
A client.
His name. Bourne shook the pig man like a rag doll. I need his name.
He'll kill me.
Bourne bent, withdrew the knife from the downed man, and placed the blade against Wyon's throat. Or I can kill you now. He moved the blade just enough so a trickle of blood ran down Wyon's chest, staining his shirt. Your choice.
Don.
The pig man gulped.
Don Fernando Herrera. Oh, he lives in Spain, in the heart of the city of Seville.
Without further urging, he provided Bourne with his client's address. How does Don Herrera make his living?
International banking.
Bourne could not keep a smile from curling his lips. Now, of what use would your services be to an international banker?
Wyon shrugged. As I told you, the less I know about my clients, the healthier it is for me.
In the future, you should be more careful. Bourne let go of him, pushed him roughly against the legs of one of the men, who was beginning to stir. Some clients are just plain toxic. The moon had been called into the underworld by the ghosts of Anubis and Thoth, leaving only a forsaken starlight in its wake.
Once again, I was wrong about you, Shalthum said, but without bitterness. Your primary mission is this Iranian indigenous group. When she said nothing, he went on. I need you to help me.
You are the state, she said. How could I possibly help you? He looked around, possibly to make sure none of his sentries had returned. Soraya watched him closely. If he was concerned with being overheard by one of his own men, what did that tell her? Had he finally broken away from al-Makhabarat? Had he turned rogue? But no, there was another explanation.
There is a mole in my division, he said. Someone very high up.
Amun, you're the head of al-Makhabarat. Who?
I suspect that it's someone higher up than me.
He puffed out his cheeks, let the stale air out of his lungs.
Your contacts, your Typhon people, I think they could find out who the mole is.
Isn't it your job to ferret out spies and traitors?
Don't you think I've tried? Here's what I got for my efforts. 4 agents killed in the line of duty, and a severe reprimand about the growing incompetence of my agency.
The rage behind his eyes returned full force.
Believe me when I tell you that the threat to me was thinly veiled.
Soraya considered this. Why should she care or help him when his organization might have shot down the plane? She said, Give me one good reason why I should help you.
I know your people haven't gotten anywhere with confirming the identity of the Iranian indigenous group, and they won't, I promise you that. But I can.
At that moment, a beam of light caused a swatch of stars to vanish. Soraya moved several paces to her left in order to get a look at who was coming. Delia approached over a low rise, the beam of her flashlight playing over them for a moment. Her face was turned into a Halloween mask by the illumination from below. I know the origin of the missile that hit the plane. Shalthum, with a quick warning glance at Soraya, crossed his arms over his chest.
So?
So? Delia took a deep breath, let it all out before she continued. The missile was a ground-to-air Kosar 3. Iranian. Soraya felt a chill run through her. Delia, are you certain? I found fragments of the electronic guidance system, her friend said. They're Chinese, similar to those on the C-701, which is an air-to-surface missile. While the EGS is similar to that of the Sky Dragon, this one had a millimeter-wave radar seeker, which is how it locked on so effectively to the aircraft, Soraya said. Delia nodded. That particular EGS is unique to the Kosar. She shot Soraya a significant look. This baby's got a speed of just below Mach 1. The aircraft had no chance, none at all. Soraya felt sick to her stomach. Shalthum's voice vibrated in genuine fury. Yechral Beyuthium. May their houses be destroyed. The Iranians shot down the plane. And with those words, the world moved a giant step closer to war. Not one of the recent crop of regional wars like Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq, which were terrible and bloody enough, but a full-blown world war. A war to end all wars. Book 2, Chapter 12. I just got off the phone with the Iranian president, the president said. He categorically denies any knowledge of the incident, which precisely echoes the official response from their foreign minister, Jamie Hernandez responded. The door opened and the intelligence czar received a stack of printouts from a slim man with dark hair, graying on the sides. He had the bland face of an accountant, but there was something hard and withholding in his eyes that belied that surface assessment. After checking over the papers, Hernandez nodded and introduced the slim man as Errol Danziger, the NSA's Deputy Director of Signals Intelligence. As you can see, Hernandez said while he handed out the printouts, we're leaving nothing to chance. This material is strictly senior staff, eyes only. With that, Danziger nodded to them and departed as silently as he'd entered. 5 people ranged around the table in one of the Pentagon's vast electronic war rooms, 3 levels below the basement. Each had before him identical printouts, which comprised the latest findings from the Joint Forensics Team sent to Cairo, as well as up-to-the-minute intelligence assessments of the rapidly morphing situation. Paper shredders stood guard beside each of the leather-backed chairs. As if Hernandez's pause was a cue, Secretary of Defense Halliday said, Of course they categorically deny their involvement, but the provocation is serious and they're behind it. They can't refute the evidence we delivered to them, said John Mueller, the head of the Department of Homeland Security. And yet they have. The president sighed deeply. That very issue occupied a good part of my contentious phone conversation. Their claim is that our forensics team rigged the so-called evidence, their president's exact phrase. Why would he give the order to shoot down one of our planes? Veronica Hart asked, at which Halliday shot her a withering look. He's tired of taking heat for their nuclear program. We've been pushing them. Now they're pushing back. The way I see it, this provocation actually serves 2 purposes, Hernandez offered. As Bud accurately points out, it redirects the international spotlight away from their nuclear program, while at the same time serving as a warning to us, and the rest of the world for that matter, to back off. Let me get this straight. Hart leaned forward. You're saying they've decided to go beyond their long-standing threats to close off the Straits of Hormuz to oil traffic? Mueller nodded. That's right. But surely they must know that's suicidal. Halliday watched this exchange much as a hawk follows 2 rabbits racing across a field. Now he pounced. We've all suspected the Iranian president is mentally unbalanced. A Mad Hatter, Hernandez affirmed. Halliday agreed, but far more dangerous. He looked around the room, his face eerily lit by reflections from the large flat-panel computer monitors ranged along the walls. Now we have incontrovertible proof. Hernandez gathered up the printouts, aligning their corners. I think we should take our findings public, share them with the media, not just our allies. Halliday looked to the president. I concur, sir. And then we convene a special session of the UN Security Council that you address personally. We need to formally give attribution to this cowardly act of terrorism. We need to charge and condemn Iran, Mueller added. They've committed nothing short of an act of war. Right. Hernandez hunched his shoulders like a prize fighter in the ring. Bottom line, we've got to move against them militarily. Now that would be suicidal, Hart said emphatically.
I agree with the DCI, Halliday said.
This response was so unexpected that Hart goggled at him for a moment. Then he continued, and everything was made clear to her.
Going to war with Iran would be a mistake. Just as we're on the verge of winning the war in Iraq, we're obliged to redeploy our troops back to Afghanistan. No, a frontal assault on Iran would, in my estimation, be a grave misstep. Not only would it stretch our already overtaxed military personnel, but the consequences for other countries in the region, especially Israel, could be catastrophic. However, if we could destroy the current Iranian regime from within, now that would be a worthy goal.
To do that, we would need a proxy, Hernandez said, as if on cue. A destabilizing influence. Halliday nodded. Which, by dint of hard work, we now have in the form of this new indigenous revolutionary group inside Iran. I say we hit Iran on two fronts, diplomatically through the United Nations, and militarily by backing this MIG in every way possible. Money, arms, strategic advisors, the works.
I agree, Mueller said. However, to implement the MIG initiative, we'll need a black budget.
And we'll have to have it yesterday, Hernandez added, which means keeping Congress in the dark. Halliday laughed, but there was an altogether serious look on his face.
So what else is new? The only thing those people are interested in is getting reelected. As for what's good for the country, they haven't got a clue.
The president placed his elbows on the polished table, his fists against his mouth in a pose of deep meditation that was emblematic of him. As he processed the decisions, their implications, and their possible consequences, his eyes flicked from one of his advisors to the next. At length, his gaze returned to the DCI. Veronica, we haven't heard from you. What's your opinion on this scenario? Hart considered for a moment. Her response was too important to rush it. She was aware of Halliday's eyes on her, glittering and avid. There's no question that the missile that killed our citizens was an Iranian Kosar-3. So I agree with a diplomatic response, and the sooner the better because gathering a worldwide consensus is crucial.
You can forget about China and Russia, Halliday said. They're too tightly allied with Iran economically to take our side no matter the evidence, which is why we need the third column to foment revolution from the inside out.
Now we come to the crux of it, Hart thought. My problem with the military part is that we've tried the third column option many times in many places, including Afghanistan, and what did it get us? The rise to power of the Taliban, an indigenous revolutionary group, and Osama bin Laden, among other very nasty extremist groups turned terrorists.
This time it's different, Halliday insisted. We have assurances from the leaders of this group. Its philosophy is moderate, democratic, in short, Western-oriented.
The president tapped his fingers on the table. It's settled then. We go forward with this two-pronged attack. I'll set the diplomatic wheel in motion. In the meantime, Bud, draw up a preliminary budget for your MIG. The sooner you have it, the sooner we can get rolling. But I don't want it anywhere near my desk or the White House for the matter of that. In fact, I was never at this meeting. He looked at his advisors as he rose. Let's make this work, people. We owe it to the 127 innocent Americans who lost their lives in this missile attack. Veronica Hart watched Moira Trevor walk into her office, as cool, as elegant as always. And yet she recognized something dark and squirmy behind her former colleague's eyes that sent a shiver down her spine. "Take a seat," Veronica said from behind her desk, still not believing this was happening. When she had left Black River, she'd been certain she'd never have to see, let alone deal with, Moira Trevor again. And yet here the woman was, skirt rustling dryly as she sat facing her, one knee crossed over the other, back as straight as any military officer. "I imagine you're as surprised as I am," Moira said. Hart said nothing. Instead, she continued to stare into Moira's brown eyes, trying to read the reason for her visit. But after a moment, she abandoned the effort. It was useless to try to peer behind that stony facade. She knew that all too well. She processed what she could get, though. Moira's swollen and bandaged left arm, the minor cuts and scrapes on her face and the backs of her hands. She could not help saying, "What the hell happened to you?" "That's what I came here to tell you," Moira said. "No, you came here for help." Hart leaned forward, elbows on the desk. "It's damn difficult being on the outside, isn't it?" "Jesus, Ronnie." "What?" "The past is lying in wait for both of us like a serpent in the grass." Moira nodded. "I suppose it is." "You suppose?" Hart cocked her head. "Pardon me if I don't wax sentimental. You were the one who made the threat. What were your actual words?" She pursed her lips. "Oh, yes. Ronnie, I will fuck you up for this. I'll rain down a shitstorm on you like no other." Hart sat back. "Did I leave out anything?" She felt her pulse accelerating. "And now here you are." Moira stared at her in stony silence. Hart turned to a sideboard, poured out a tall glass of ice water, pushed it across the desk. For a moment, Moira did nothing. Perhaps, Hart thought, she didn't know whether taking it would be a sign of trust or of capitulation. Moira reached out then, very deliberately swung the back of her hand against the glass, pitching it hard against the wall, where it smashed, water and tiny glass shards sparkling in the air like a burst from a cannon. By this time, Moira was on her feet, her arms rigid, her fists on the desktop. Immediately, two men entered the office, their guns drawn. "Back off, Moira." Hart's voice was at once low and steely. Moira, refusing to sit back down, turned her back on Hart and stalked across the carpet to the other side of the office. The DCI waved at the two men, who holstered their sidearms and backed out. When the door had shut behind them, she steepled her fingers and waited for Moira to cool off. After a time, she said, "Now, why don't you tell me what the hell is going on?" When Moira turned around, she had indeed gathered herself. "You've got it all wrong, Ronnie. I'm the one who's going to help you." While his men were burying Farid, Arkadyan sat on a rock outcropping in the sapphire Azerbaijani twilight. Even without the rhythmic sound of pickaxes and the sight of the corpse sprawled in the dirt, the atmosphere would have been suffused with melancholy. The wind blew fitfully, like the panting of a dog. The tribesmen of the region had turned their faces to Mecca, on their knees in prayer, their submachine guns beside them. Beyond the dun-colored hills lay Iran, and all at once Arkadyan was homesick for Moscow. He missed the cobblestone streets, the onion domes, the late-night clubs where he reigned supreme. Most of all, he missed the endless array of tall, blonde, blue-eyed Dievs in whose perfumed flesh he could lose himself, blotting out the memory of Dievra. Though he had loved her, he hated her now, because she wasn't really dead. Like a specter, she haunted him night and day, driving him to revenge himself on Jason Bourne, the last link to her life, and her murder. To make matters even worse, it was also Bourne who'd killed Misha, Arkadyan's mentor and best friend. If it hadn't been for Misha Tarkanian, Arkadyan doubted he'd ever have survived his ordeal in Nizhny Tagil. Misha and Dievra, the two most important people in his life, both dead because of Jason Bourne. Bourne had a lot to pay for. Christ, did he ever. The men were almost finished with the grave, a pair of vultures, black shadows against the dimly glimmering sky, turned in lazing circles. I'm like those vultures, he thought, patiently waiting for my moment to strike. Perched on his rock, knees drawn up, he turned his satellite phone over and over in the palm of his hand. Amazingly, several good things had happened because of Willard's call. Willard was a mole, not a field man, and he'd made a fatal mistake. His ego had gotten the better of him. He should have quietly taken Ian Bowles apart, buried the pieces, and gone on with his business. Of course he'd wanted to know who'd sent Bowles, but his mistake was in announcing himself to Arkadyan. Worse, in warning him. because he'd as much as told Arkadian that Bourne was still alive. Why else would he be at Dr. Firth's compound? Why else would he have killed Bowles? Now Arkadian had proof that Bourne was still alive, though how Bourne managed to survive a shot to the heart was something that nagged at him. Whatever else he might be, Bourne was no Superman. Why hadn't he been killed? With a sharp shake of his head, Arkadian set the imponderable aside for the moment. He dialed a number on his phone. Bowles had been nothing more than a temporary stopgap, someone to make a survey and report back. He'd failed. Now it was time to bring in the big guns. The men unceremoniously threw Farid into the grave. Sweaty and ill-tempered, they had long ago lost patience with their normally solemn task. Farid had violated the laws of the group. He was no longer one of their own. Good, Arkadian thought. Lesson learned. The line was ringing. "Are you set up with a job?" Arkadian said as soon as the familiar voice answered. "Good. Because I've decided to play it your way, and now the clock is ticking. I'll be sending you the last-minute details within the hour." Two men began to shovel dirt over the body. The others spat into the grave. The DCI shook her head. "Moira, I'm afraid I'm just not feeling it." The cords of Moira's neck stood out. How long had she waited for this confrontation? "Did you feel it when you gave me up in Safed Ko?" Safed Ko was the local name for the White Mountains in eastern Afghanistan, where the notorious Tora Bora caves tunneled their way across the border into terrorist-controlled western Pakistan. Hart spread her hands. "I never gave you up." "Really?" Moira advanced on her. "Then please tell me how I was taken prisoner in the dead of night and held hostage for 6 days on Mount Sikaram with nothing to eat and only polluted water to drink." "I have no idea. Whatever bacteria was in that water put me out of commission for 3 weeks after that." Moira kept coming closer to the front edge of Hart's desk. "During which time you led my mission. It was a Black River mission that I'd planned for, trained for, a mission I'd wanted more than anything." Hart tried for a smile, missed. "That mission was a success, Moira. Meaning it wouldn't have been a success if I'd been in charge?" "You said it, I didn't. You thought I was a hothead." "That's right," Hart acknowledged. "I do." The deliberate present tense brought Moira up short. "So you still think—" The DCI spread her hands. "Look at yourself. What would you think if you were me? I'd be wanting to know how Moira Trevor could help me take down my one true nemesis. And who would that be?" She said it blandly, but Moira discerned the quickening of interest behind her eyes. "The man who's had it in for you from the moment the president floated your name to take over the DCI position. Bud Halliday." For a moment, Moira was certain she felt the brief crackle of heat lightning in the room. Then Veronica Hart pushed her chair back and stood up. "What precisely do you want from me?" "I want an admission of your guilt." "A signed confession? You must be joking." "No," Moira said. "Just between us chickens." Hart shook her head. "Why would I do that?" "So that we can have something other than the past. So that we can go on. So that there isn't this poison between us." The telephone rang several times, but the DCI ignored it. Finally, it stopped, and only the small sounds remained. The humming of the air vents, the soft intakes of their breathing, the beating of their hearts. Hart sighed, then a long exhalation of breath. "You don't want to hear this." At last, Moira thought. "Try me." "What I did," Hart said slowly. "I did for the good of the company." "Bullshit. You did it for yourself. You were never in any real danger," Hart persevered. "I made sure of that." Instead of feeling better, Moira was feeling more and more wronged. How could you have made sure of it? "Moira, can't we leave it at that?" Moira was back in her attack position, leaning over the desk, resting on her white knuckles. "End it," she said. "End it now." "All right." The DCI raked her fingers through her hair. "I was sure you'd be okay because Noah said he'd take care of you." "Oh." Moira felt the floor open up beneath her. Dizziness forced her back to the chair where she sat heavily, staring at nothing. Noah. Then it hit her and she felt sick. It was all Noah's idea, wasn't it? Hart nodded. "I was his runner. I did his dirty work for him. I was required to be the one you hated when you came back so he could keep using you when he saw fit." Jesus God. Moira stared down at her hands. "He didn't trust me." "Not for that mission." Hart said it so softly that Moira had to lean forward to hear her. "But for others, as you know perfectly well, he preferred you." No matter. Moira felt numb from the inside out. What a shitty thing to do. Yes, it was. Hart sat back down. "In fact, it was the reason I left Black River." Moira looked up, her eyes focusing on the woman who had been her arch-enemy for so long. She felt as if her mind had been stuffed with steel wool. "I don't understand." "I'd done a lot of awful things while at Black River. You're the last person I have to explain that to. But this, what Noah had me do." She shook her head. "Afterward, I was so ashamed of myself, I couldn't bear to face you. So after the mission was completed, I went to see you. I wanted to apologize. I wouldn't let you. I cursed you instead. I couldn't blame you. I wasn't angry at the hurtful things you said. Who was more entitled? And yet it was a lie. I wanted to disobey orders, to tell you the truth. Instead, I quit. It was a cowardly act, really, because then I was certain I'd never have to face you. And now here we are." Moira felt drained, sick at heart. She'd known Noah was amoral. She knew he was devious. He wouldn't have risen to his position at Black River otherwise. But she'd never have thought him capable of fucking her over so thoroughly, of using her like a piece of meat. "Here we are," Hart agreed. Moira felt a shudder run through her. Noah is the reason I'm in this situation, the reason I'm here without a place to go. The DCI frowned. "What do you mean?" "You have your own organization. It's been compromised, either by Noah or by the NSA. There's a big difference between Black River and the NSA. Moira looked at Hart and realized she no longer knew how she felt about anyone or anything. How did one recover from a betrayal like this? All at once, she was suffused with a terrible fury. If Noah had been in the room, she would have grabbed the lamp off Veronica Hart's desk and swung it into the side of his face. But no, better he wasn't. She recalled a line from Les Liaisons Dangereuses, her favorite novel because it involved drawing room spies. Revenge is a dish best served cold. And in this case, she thought, in a perfectly clean kitchen. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly and completely. "Not in this case," she said. "Jay Weston, my operative, was killed, and I barely escaped being gunned down because Black River and the NSA are feathering the same nest, and whatever they've hatched is so big they're willing to kill anyone who comes sniffing around." Into the ensuing shocked silence, Hart said, "I do hope you have proof of that allegation." In response, Moira handed over the thumb drive she'd gotten from Jay Weston's corpse. 10 minutes later, the DCI looked up from her computer and said, "Moira, so far as I can make out, all you have is a motorcycle cop no one can find and a thumb drive full of nonsense. Jay Weston didn't die in an automobile accident," Moira said hotly. "He was shot to death. And Steve Stevenson, the Undersecretary for Acquisition, Technology and Logistics at the DoD, confirmed that Jay was killed because he was onto something. He told me that ever since the news of the jetliner explosion hit the wires, the atmosphere at DoD and the Pentagon has been shrouded in a toxic fog. Those were his words exactly." Still staring at Moira, Hart picked up the phone and asked her assistant to connect her to Undersecretary Stevenson at the Department of Defense. "Don't," Moira said. "He was scared shitless. I had to beg him to even meet with me, and he's a client." "I'm sorry," the DCI said, "but it's the only way." She waited a moment, drumming her fingers on the desktop. Then her expression shifted. Yes, Undersecretary Stevenson, this is... Oh, I see. When is he expected back? Her gaze returned to Moira. Surely you have to know when... Yes, I see. Never mind, I'll try again later. Thank you. She replaced the receiver and her finger drumming began again. What happened? Moira asked. Where's Stevenson? Apparently no one knows. He left the office at 11:35 this morning. That was to meet me, and as yet hasn't returned. Moira dug out her phone, called Stevenson's cell, which went right to voicemail. He's not answering. She put her phone away. Hart stared hard at the screen of her computer terminal and mouthed the word pinprick Bartum, then returned her gaze to Moira. I think we better find out what the hell has happened to the Undersecretary. Wyan, well pleased with his sales for the day, was in the enclosed rear of his stall, preparing the 1 or 2 pigs left unsold to take back to his farm when the man appeared. He didn't hear him for all the shouted cacophony as the huge market began to close for the night. You're the pig man named Wyan. Closed, Wyan said without looking up. Please come back tomorrow. When he discerned no movement, he began to turn, saying, And in any event, you cannot come back. The powerful blow caught him square on the jaw, sending him reeling into the piglets, which squealed in alarm. So did Wyan. He barely had time to see the man's rough-edged face when he was hauled upright. The second punch buried itself in his stomach, sending him breathless to his knees. He peered up through watering eyes, gasping and retching pitifully at the impossibly tall man. He wore a black suit so shiny and ill-fitting it was hideous. There was stubble on his face, blue as the shadows of evening, and coal-black eyes that regarded Wyan without either pity or conscience. One side of his neck was imprinted with a rather delicate scar, like a pink ribbon on a child's birthday present, that ran up into his jaw where the muscle had been severed and was now puckered. The other side of his neck was tattooed with a clutch of 3 skulls, one looking straight out, the other 2 in profile, looking forward and behind him. What did you tell Bourne? The man spoke English with a guttural accent that Wyan, in his addled state, couldn't place. A European, but not British or French, perhaps a Romanian or a Serb. What did you tell Bourne? He repeated. Who? The man shook Wyan until his teeth rattled. The man who came to see you. The American. What did you tell him? I don't know what you... Wyan's attempt at a denial turned into a grunt of pain as the man took his right forefinger and bent it back until it snapped. The rush of blood from Wyan's head almost made him lose consciousness, but the man slapped him twice so that his eyes focused on his tormentor. The man leaned in so that Wyan could smell his sour odor, knew that he must have just flown in without having showered or changed his clothes. Do not fuck with me, you little prick. He already had a grip on the middle finger of Wyan's right hand. You have 5 seconds. Please, you're wrong about this. He gave a little yelp as the man snapped his middle finger. All the blood seemed to have left his head. As before, the man slapped his jowls several times. 2 down, 8 to go, the man said, trapping Wyan's right thumb. Wyan's mouth opened wide like a fish gasping for air. All right, I told him where to find Don Fernando Herrera. The man sat back on his haunches and let out a short breath. You are so fucking unreliable. Then he turned, picked up a length of bamboo pole, and without the slightest expression, drove it through Wyan's right eye. Chapter 13. For the next 18 hours, Arkadyin did nothing but train his recruits. He did not allow them to eat, to sleep, or to do more than take breaks to urinate. 30 seconds. That's all they had to empty their bladders into the red Azerbaijani dust. The first man who took longer received a solid whack from Arkadyin's baton behind his knee. The first man became the only man to disobey that or any other order for that matter. As Triton had warned him, he had 5 days to turn these killers into a platoon of shock troops. Easier said than done, true, but Arkadian had plenty of experience to draw from, because something similar had been done to him when he was a young man in Nizhny Tagil and on the run from having killed Stas Kuzian and a third of his gang. Nizhny Tagil was more or less founded on iron ore so rich that an enormous quarry was immediately dug. This was in 1698. By 1722, the first copper smelting plant was established, and a town began to stretch its bones, groaning around the plant and the quarry, a vice and crime-ridden machine to service and house exhausted workers. 113 years later, the first Russian steam locomotive was constructed there. Like most frontier towns ruled by industry and its money-hungry barons, there was a raw and lawless nature about the place that the semi-civilizing influence of the modern-day city never was able to tame, let alone eradicate. Possibly that was why the federal government had ringed the toxic site with high-security penitentiaries, blinding spotlights bleaching the night. There were only lonely sounds in Nizhny Tagil, or else frightening, like the faraway hoot of the train whistle echoing off the Ural Mountains, or the sudden shriek of one of the prison sirens, like the wail of a child lost in the filthy streets, or the wet snap of bones breaking during a drunken brawl. As Arkadian sought to evade the armada of gang members fanning out through the streets and slums of the city, he learned to follow the yellow curs slinking through shadowed alleyways, their tails curled between their legs. Then, quite suddenly, he ran across two men canvassing the very same network of exhausted backwaters that a moment before had seemed safe enough. Turning, he let them believe they were running him down. As he turned a corner, he snatched up a piece of splintered wood, part of a discarded bed set, and, crouching down, slammed it across the lead man's legs. The man shouted, toppling forward. Arkadian was prepared, grabbing hold of him, pitching him down so that his face slammed into the filthy concrete. The second man was on him, but Arkadian drove a cocked elbow into his Adam's apple. As the man began to choke, Arkadian wrested the pistol from his hand and shot him point blank. Then he turned the gun on the first man and put a bullet through the back of his head. From that moment on, he knew the streets were too dangerous for him. He needed to find a sanctuary. He thought of getting himself arrested and thrown into one of the nearby prisons as a way of protecting himself, but quickly discarded the notion. What might have worked in another part of the country was out of the question in Nizhny Tagil, where the cops were so corrupt it was often impossible to distinguish them from the city's criminals. Not that he was out of ideas, far from it. His experiences thus far had made clever thinking a way of life. Continuing onward, he considered and rejected any number of possibilities, all of which were too public, too riddled with potential snitches who'd be on the lookout for him in exchange for the promise of a bottle of real liquor or a night of free rutting with underage girls. Finally, he hit upon what he was certain was the perfect solution. He'd hole up in the basement of his own building, where the gang and its maniacal new boss, Lev Antonin, was still headquartered. Lev Antonin's avowed goal was to find and destroy the murderer of the man he'd succeeded. He wouldn't rest, wouldn't let his men rest, until Arkadian's severed head was brought to him. Because Arkadian was the one who had bought it during the acquisition phase of his real estate business, he was intimately familiar with every square inch of the building. He knew, for instance, that an updated sewage system had been planned for the building, started but never completed. Through a long, vacant municipal lot overgrown with weeds and refuse, he entered this dank and disused symbol of his birth city, a repellent underground conduit that stank of decomposition and death, emerging at length into the cavernous bowels of the building. He would have laughed at how easily this was accomplished had he not been acutely aware of his plight. He was a prisoner of the one place he wanted most desperately to leave. The plane lurched sickeningly, and Bourne woke with a start. Rain drummed hard again at the Perspex window. He dozed off, dreaming of the conversation he'd had with Tracy Atherton, the young woman seated beside him. In his dream, they were talking about Holly Marie Moreau instead of Francisco Goya. He had slept deeply, and without dreaming during the 23-plus-hour trip from Bali, first to Bangkok, then Madrid on Thai Air. This flight, from Madrid to Seville on Iberia, was the shortest one, but now it had turned miserable. Sudden air pockets within a lashing storm caused the plane to lurch and dip. Tracy Atherton went quiet and still, staring straight ahead while her complexion turned ashen. Bourne held her head while she vomited twice into the airsick bag he pulled from her seat back. She was a whisper-thin blonde with large blue eyes and a smile that seemed to wrap around her face. Her teeth were white and even, her nails cut straight across. Her only bits of jewelry, a gold wedding band and diamond stud earrings, large enough to be expensive but small enough to be discreet. She wore a flame-colored blouse under a lightweight silver silk suit, with a pencil skirt and tapered jacket.
"I work at the Prado in Madrid," she'd said. "A private collector hired me to authenticate a recently unearthed Goya that I think is a fake."
"Why do you say that?" he'd asked.
"Because it's purported to be one of Goya's black paintings, done later in life when he was already deaf and going mad with encephalitis. There are 14 in the series. This collector believes he owns the 15th. She shook her head. Frankly, history isn't on his side.
As the weather calmed, she thanked Bourne and went off to the toilet to clean up. He waited several seconds, then reached down, unzipped her slim attaché case, and rifled through the contents. To her, he was Adam Stone, the name on the passport Willard had given him before he'd left Dr. Firth's compound. According to the legend Willard had devised, he was a venture capitalist on his way to see a potential client in Seville. Ever mindful of the unknown assailant who tried to kill him, he was wary of anyone sitting next to him, anyone striking up a conversation with him, anyone wanting to know where he'd been and where he was going. Inside the attaché case were photos, some quite detailed, of the Goya painting, a horrific study of a man being drawn and quartered by 4 rearing, snorting stallions, while army officers lounged around, smoking, laughing, and playfully poking the victim with their bayonets. Along with these photos was a set of X-rays, also of the painting, accompanied by a letter authenticating the painting as a genuine Goya, signed by a Professor Alonso Pecunia Zuniga, a Goya specialist at the Museo del Prado in Madrid. With nothing else of interest, Bourne returned the sheets to the attaché case and rezipped it. Why had the woman lied to him about not knowing if the painting was a genuine Goya? Why had she lied about working for the Prado when, in his letter, Zuniga addressed her as an outsider, not as an esteemed colleague of the museum? He'd find out soon enough. He stared out the window at the infinity of gray-white, turned his mind to his quarry. He'd used Firth's computer to gather information on Don Fernando Herrera. For one thing, Herrera was Colombian, not Spanish. Born in Bogotá in 1946, the youngest child of 4, he was shipped off to England for university studies, where he took a first in economics at Oxford. Then, inexplicably, for a time his life took another path entirely. He worked as a petrolero for the Tropical Oil Company, working his way up to cuñero, a pipe capper, and beyond, moving from camp to camp, each time raising the output of barrels per day. Ever restless, he pushed on, buying a camp dirt cheap because Tropical Oil's experts were certain it was in decline. Sure enough, he turned it around, and within 3 years sold it back to Tropical Oil for a 10-fold profit. That's when he got into venture capital, using his outsized profits to move into the more stable banking sector. He bought a small regional bank in Bogotá, which had been on the verge of failing, changed its name, and spent the decade of the 1990s building it into a national powerhouse. He expanded into Brazil, Argentina, and more recently, Spain. 2 years ago, he'd vigorously resisted a buyout by Banco Santander, preferring to remain his own master. Now, his Aguardiente Bancorp, named after the fiery local licorice-flavored liquor of his native country, had more than 20 branches. The last one opening 5 months before in London, where, increasingly, all the international action was. He had been married twice, had 2 daughters, both of whom lived in Colombia, and a son, Jaime, whom Don Fernando had installed as the managing director of Aguardiente's London branch. He seemed to be clever, sober, and serious. Bourne could find not the remotest hint of anything sinister about either him or A.B., as it was known inside international banking circles. He felt Tracy's return before her scent of fern and citrus reached him. With a whisper of silk, she slid into the seat beside him. "Feeling better?" She nodded.
"How long have you been working at the Prado?" he said. "About 7 months."
But she'd hesitated a moment too long, and he knew she was lying. Again, why? What did she have to hide? "If I remember correctly," Bourne said, "didn't some of Goya's later works come under a cloud of suspicion?"
"In 2003, Tracy said, nodding. "But since then, the 14 black paintings have been authenticated."
"But not the one you're going to see."
She pursed her lips. "No one has seen it yet, except for the collector."
"And who is he?"
She looked away, abruptly uncomfortable. "I'm not at liberty to say." "Surely, why are you doing this?" Turning back to him, she was abruptly angry. "Do you think me a fool?" Color rose up her neck into her cheeks. "I know why you're on this flight."
"I doubt you do."
"Oh, please. You're on your way to see Don Fernando Herrera, just like I am."
"Don Herrera is your collector?"
"You see?" The light of triumph was in her eyes. "I knew it." She shook her head. "I'll tell you one thing. You're not going to get the Goya. It's mine. I don't care how much I have to pay."
"That doesn't sound like you work at the Prado," Bourne said, "or any museum for that matter. And why do you have an unlimited budget to buy a fake?" She crossed her arms over her breasts and bit her lip, determined to keep her own counsel. "The Goya isn't a fake, is it?" Still, she said nothing. Bourne laughed. "Tracy, I promise I'm not after the Goya. In fact, until you mentioned it, I had no idea it existed."
She shot him a look of fear. "I don't believe you."
He took a packet out of his breast pocket, handed it over. "Go on, read it," he said. "I don't mind." Willard really did extraordinary work, he thought, as Tracy opened the document and scanned it.
After a moment, she glanced up at him. "This is a prospectus for a startup e-commerce company."
"I need backing, and I need it quickly, before our rivals get a jump on the market," Bourne lied. "I was told Don Fernando Herrera was the man to cut through the red tape and get the balance of the seed money my group requires yesterday." He couldn't tell her the real reason he needed to see Herrera, and the sooner he convinced her he was an ally, the faster she'd take him where he needed to go. "I don't know him at all. If you get me in to see him, I'd be grateful."
She handed back the document, which he put away, but her expression remained wary. "How do I know I can trust you?" He shrugged. "How do you know anything?" She thought about this for a moment, then nodded. "You're right. Sorry, I can't help you. But I can help you." She raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Really? I'll get you the Goya for a song." She laughed. "How could you possibly do that? Give me an hour when we get to Seville, and I'll show you."
"All leaves have been cancelled. All personnel have been recalled from vacations," Amun Shalthum said. "I've put my entire force to work on finding how the Iranians crossed my border with a ground-to-air missile."
This situation was bad for him, Soraya knew, even if he hadn't already been on shaky ground with some of his superiors. This breach of security had personal disaster written all over it. Or did it? What if everything he told her was disinformation meant to distract her from the truth? That with the knowledge either of the Egyptian government or of certain ministers too afraid of raising their own voice against Iran, al-Makhabarat had chosen to use the United States as a bellicose proxy. They'd left Delia, left the crash site, driven through the phalanx of media vultures circling the perimeter, and were now racing along the road at top speed in Amun's four-wheel drive vehicle. The sun was just above the horizon, filling the bowl of the sky with a pellucid light. Pale clouds lay across the western horizon, as if exhausted from swimming through the darkness of the night. A wind blew the last of the morning's coolness against their faces. Soon enough, Amun would have to crank up the windows and put the air on. After sifting through all the pieces of the blast site in the belly of the plane, the forensics team had put together a 3D computer rendering of the last 15 seconds of the flight. As Amun and Soraya huddled around a laptop inside a tent, the head of the team had begun the playback. "The modeling is still somewhat crude," he'd cautioned, "because of how fast we needed to put this together." When the streaking missile came into the frame, he pointed. "Also, we can't be 100% certain of the missile's actual trajectory. We could be off by a degree or two." The missile struck the airliner, breaking it in two and sending it earthward in several fiery spirals. Despite what the leader had said, the effect was realistic and chilling. "What we do know is the Khazar's maximum range." He pressed a key on the laptop, and the imaging changed to a satellite topographic map of the area. He pointed to a red X. "This is the crash site." Pressing another key caused a blue ring to be superimposed on the area around the site. The circle shows the missile's maximum range. "Meaning the weapon had to be fired within that space," Shalthum said. Soraya could see that he was impressed. "That's right," the leader nodded. He was a beefy man, balding, with a typical American beer gut and two small glasses he kept pushing back up the bridge of his nose. "But we can narrow it down for you even more." His forefinger pressed still another key, and a yellow cone appeared on the screen. "The point at the top is where the missile impacted the plane. The bottom is wider because we factored in an error of 3% for our trajectory site." Once again, his finger depressed a key, and the scene zoomed in on a square of nearby desert. "As well as we can determine, the missile was launched from somewhere within this area." Shalthum took a closer look. "That's what? A square kilometer?" "Just under," the leader had said with a small smile of triumph. This relatively small section of the desert was where they were headed now, hoping to find some sign of the terrorists and their identities. They were part of a convoy, in fact, of 5 jeeps filled with al-Makhabarat personnel. Soraya found it strange and vaguely disquieting that she was getting used to having them around. She had a map unfolded on her lap. The area they'd seen on the laptop was marked off, and another zoomed image had grid lines through it. A navigator in each of the other jeeps had similar material. Shalthum's plan was to send a jeep to each corner of the section and work inward, while he and Soraya drove straight to the center and started their part of the search there. As they rattled along at a breathtaking pace, she looked over at Amun, whose face was grim and tight as a fist. But what was he leading her to? Surely, if al-Makhabarat was involved, he wouldn't allow her even the faintest glimmering of the truth. Were they on a wild goose chase? "We'll find them, Amun," she said, more to alleviate the tension than because of any strong conviction. His laugh was as unpleasant as a jackal's bark. "Of course we will." His tone was dark, sardonic. "But even if by some miracle we do, it's already too late for me. My enemies will use this breach of security against me. They'll say I've brought disgrace not only on al-Makhabarat, but on all of Egypt." His uncharacteristic tone of self-pity rattled her, made her harden her own voice. "Then why are you bothering with the investigation? Why not simply turn tail and run?" His dark face turned even darker with a sudden rush of blood to his cheeks. She felt him gathering himself, his muscles tensing, and for a moment she wondered if he was going to strike her. But then, just as quickly as it came, the storm of emotion passed, and now his laugh, when it presented itself, was bright and deep. "Yes, I should have you at my side always, Azizti." Once again she was rattled, this time by his use of the intimate endearment, and she felt a sudden rush of latent affection for him. She could not help wondering whether he was this good an actor, and with this thought came the flush of an instant shame because she wanted him to be innocent of involvement in this heinous act. She wanted something from him she felt she couldn't have, certainly never would have if he were guilty. Her heart said he was innocent, but her mind remained dappled in the shadows of suspicion. He turned to her for a moment, his dark eyes alighting on her. "We will find these sons of camel turds, and I will bring them in front of my superiors, shackled on their knees. This I swear on the memory of my father." Within 15 minutes, they had arrived at a patch of desert that looked not a bit different from the bleak countryside through which they had been traveling. The other 4 jeeps had peeled off some time ago, their drivers in constant radio contact with Amun and one another. They gave running commentaries as they began their respective searches. Soraya took up a pair of binoculars and began to scan for any anomalous object, but she wasn't optimistic. The desert itself was their worst enemy because the winds would have shifted the sand, most likely burying anything the terrorists might have inadvertently left behind. "Anything?" Shalthum said 20 minutes later. "No. Wait." She took her eyes from the binocular cups and pointed off to their right. "There! At 2 o'clock! About 100 yards!" Shalthum turned in that direction and put on some speed. "What do you see?" "I don't know. It looks like a smudge," she said as she trained the binoculars on the spot. She jumped out of the jeep even as it reached the location. Staggering for 2 steps from the momentum and the softness of the sand, she pushed on. She was squatting down in front of the dark patch by the time Shalthum reached her. "It's nothing," he said with obvious disgust. "Just a blackened branch." "Maybe not." Reaching out, she used her cupped hands to excavate away from the branch, which was almost fully buried. As the hole widened, Shalthum helped keep the sand from running back into the hole. About 18 inches down, her fingertips found something cool and hard. "The stick is caught on something," she said excitedly. But what she unearthed was an empty can of soda, the end of the stick lodged into its opened pop-top. When she pulled the stick out, the can fell over, causing a shower of gray ash to scatter from the opening. "Someone made a fire here," she said, "but there's no way to tell how long the ashes have been here." "Maybe there is a way." Shalthum was staring intently at the spill of ashes, which was more or less the shape of the cone of yellow on the laptop screen representing the margin of error for the missile launch site. "Did your father teach you about Nowruz?" "The Persian pre-revolutionary festival of the New Year." Soraya nodded. "Yes, but we never celebrated it." "It's had a resurgence in Iran over the past couple of years." Shalthum upended the can, shook out the contents, and nodded. "There is more ash here than one could reasonably expect for a cooking fire. Besides, a terrorist cell would have pre-prepared food that wouldn't require heating." Soraya was racking her brains for the rituals of Nowruz, but in the end she needed Shalthum to give her a refresher course. "A bonfire is lit, and each member of the family jumps over it, while asking for the pale complexion winter breeds to be replaced by healthy red cheeks. Then a feast is consumed, during which stories are told for the benefit of the children. As the festival passes from day into night, the fire dies out. Then the ashes, which represent winter's bad luck, are buried off in the fields." "I can hardly believe that Nowruz was observed here by Iranian terrorists," Soraya said. Shalthum used the stick to poke around in the ashes. "That looks like a bit of eggshell, and here a piece of burned orange rind. Both an egg and an orange are used at the end of the festival." Soraya shook her head. "They'd never risk someone seeing the fire." "True enough," Shalthum said. "But this would be a perfect place to bury the bad luck of winter." He looked at her. "Do you know when Nowruz began?" She thought a moment, then her pulse began to race. 3 days ago." Shalthum nodded. "And at the moment of Sa'at-i-Tawil, when the old year ends and the new one begins, what happens?" Her heart flipped over. "Cannons are fired." "Or," Shalthum said, "a Khosar 3 missile." Chapter 14. Bourne and Tracy Atherton entered Seville late on the 3rd afternoon of the Feria de Abril, the week-long festival that grips the entire city at Easter time like a fever. Only weeks before, during the Semana Santa, masses of hooded penitents followed behind magnificently adorned floats, tiered and filigreed like Baroque wedding cakes, filled with ranks of white candles and sprays of white flowers, at the center of which sat images of Christ or the Virgin Mary. Bands of colorfully dressed musicians accompanied the floats, playing music both melancholy and martial. Now, as the avenues were blocked off to vehicular traffic, and even on foot many streets were all but impassable because, it seemed, all of Seville was out taking part in or observing the eye-popping pageant. In the packed Avenida de Miraflores, they pushed their way into an internet cafe. It was dark and narrow, the manager behind a cramped desk in back. The entire left-hand wall was taken up with computer stations hooked up to the internet. Bourne paid for an hour, then waited along the wall for one of the stations to free up. The place was dim with smoke. Everyone had a cigarette except the two of them.
"What are we doing here?" Tracy said in a hushed voice.
"I need to find a photo of one of the Prado's Goya experts," Bourne said. "If I can convince Herrera I'm this man, he'll know he's got a very clever fake rather than a real lost Goya." Tracy's face lit up and she laughed.
"You really are a piece of work, Adam." All at once a frown overtook her. "But if you present yourself as this Goya expert, how on earth are you going to get any money out of Don Fernando for your consortium?"
"Simple enough," Bourne said. "The expert leaves and I return as Adam Stone." A seat opened up, and Tracy began to move toward it when Bourne stopped her with a taut shake of his head. When she looked at him questioningly, he spoke to her very softly. "The man who just walked in. No, don't look at him. I saw him on our flight."
"So what?"
"He was on my Thai Air flight as well," Bourne said. "He's traveled with me all the way from Bali."
She turned her back to him, using a mirror to glance at him briefly. "Who is he?" Her eyes narrowed. "What does he want?"
"I don't know," Bourne said. "But you notice the scar on the side of his neck that runs up into his jaw?" She risked another glance in the mirror, then nodded. "Whoever sent him wants me to know he's there."
"Your rivals?"
"Yes, they're thugs," he improvised. "It's a typical intimidation tactic."
A look of alarm crossed Tracy's face, and she shrank away from him. "What kind of dirty business are you in?"
"It's precisely what I told you," Bourne said. "But the venture capital business is riddled with industrial espionage because being first to market with a new product or idea can often mean the difference between Google or Microsoft buying you out for $500 million or going bust."
This explanation appeared to calm her slightly, but she was clearly still on edge. "What are you going to do?"
"For the moment, nothing." Bourne crossed the floor and sat down, and Tracy followed him. As he brought up the Museo del Prado on Google, she bent low over his shoulder and said,
"Don't bother. The man you want is Professor Alonso Pecunia Zuniga."
This was the Prado's Goya expert who'd authenticated Herrera's Goya. Bourne recalled seeing his letter in her attaché case. Without a word, he typed in the name. He had to scroll through several news items before he came upon a photo of the professor, who was accepting an award from one of the many Spanish foundations concerned with promoting Goya's history and work worldwide. Alonso Pecunia Zuniga was a slim man who appeared to be in his mid-50s. He had a dapper spade-shaped beard and thick eyebrows that shaded his eyes like a visor. Bourne checked the date of the photo to be certain it was current. Zooming in on the photo, he printed it out, which cost him an extra couple of euros. Using Google Local, he looked up the addresses of a number of shops. "Our first stop," he said to Tracy, "is just off Paseo de Cristobal Colón, around the corner from the Teatro Maestranza."
"What about the man with the scar?" she whispered.
Bourne closed out the screen, then went into the browser cache and deleted both the site history and the cookies from the sites he'd visited. "I'm counting on him following us," he said.
"God." Tracy gave a brief shudder. "I'm not."
The broad Paseo ran beside the eastern branch of the Guadalquivir River, in the El Arenal barrio of the city. It was the historical district called home by many of the Semana Santa brotherhoods. From the beautiful Maestranza bullring, next door to the massive theater, they could see the 13th century Torre del Oro, the Great Tower, once clad in gold, part of the fortifications to protect Seville from its ancient enemies, the Muslims of North Africa, the fundamentalist Almohads, Berbers from Morocco who were driven out of Seville and all of Andalusia in 1230 by the armies of the Christian kingdoms of Castile and Aragon. "Have you ever been to a corrida?" Bourne asked.
No, I hate the idea of bullfighting.
"Here's your chance to see for yourself." Taking her by the hand, he went to the ticket office by the main gate and bought 2 sol barreras, the only front seats left, which were in the sun.
Tracy hung back. "I don't think I want to do this."
"You either come with me," Bourne said, "or I leave you here to be questioned by Scarface."
She stiffened. "He's followed us here?"
Bourne nodded. "Come on." As he handed his tickets over and pushed her through the entrance, he added, "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Trust me." A ferocious roaring signaled that the corrida had already begun. The place was filled with tiers of seats, above which rose a continuous line of decorative arches. As they made their way down the aisle, the first bull was in the process of being tenderized via the suerte de picar. The picadores, mounted on horses, padded and blindfolded for the animal's protection, drove their short lances into the bull's neck while he expended energy attempting to toss their mounts. The horses had oil-soaked cloths in their ears to keep them from shying at the roaring of the crowd. Their vocal cords had been cut to render them mute so as not to distract the bull. "Okay," Bourne said, handing her a ticket. "I want you to get a beer from the stand over there. Drink it in back with plenty of people around you, then make your way to our seats."
"And where will you be?"
"Never mind," he said. "Just do as I've told you and wait for me in the seat." He'd caught sight of the man with a pink scar who'd entered the corrida high up to give himself a better vantage point. Bourne watched Tracy picking her way back to the refreshment stalls. Then he took out his cell phone and pretended to talk to a contact he wanted Scarface to believe he was meeting here. With an emphatic nod, he put the cell away and made his way around the ring. He had to find a place in shadow, private enough for a meet, where he could handle Scarface without interference. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Scarface glance briefly at Tracy before moving down one of the aisles that intersected with the lowest tier where Bourne was heading. Bourne had been here before and knew the basic layout. He was looking for the toril, the enclosure where the bulls were kept, because he knew a corridor near it led to the toilets on this side of the Maestranza. A couple of young toreros were leaning on the bull gate. Beside them, the matador, having exchanged his pink and gold cape for the red one, stood still as death, waiting for the moment of suerte de matar, when he would enter the ring with nothing but his sword, his cape, and his athletic skill to bring down the snorting, panting beast. At least, that's how these corrida fans saw it. Others, like the Asociación para la Defensa del Ánima, saw quite another picture. As he neared the toril, there came a jolt against the door that sent the young toreros scattering in fright. The matador briefly turned his attention to the animal in the pen. "Good. You are eager to come out," he said in Spanish, "into the smell of blood." Then he returned his attention to the corrida proper, where, as the bull tired, his moment was upon him. "Fuera!" came the fevered cries from the aficionados. "Fuera! Get out!" they called to the picadores, for fear their lances were weakening the bull too much, that the final confrontation would not be the blood match they craved. Now, as the picadores backed their mounts away from the beast, the matador was on the move, entering the corrida as his underlings exited it. The tumult from the crowd was almost ear-shattering. No one paid the slightest attention to Bourne as he reached the area near the toril, save for Scarface, who, Bourne could see now, had the tattoo of 3 skulls on the opposite side of his neck. They were crude, ugly, without doubt prison tattoos, most likely received inside a Russian penitentiary. And this man was more than an intimidator. A skull meant that he was a professional killer. 3 skulls, 3 kills. Bourne was at the very end of this section of the stands. Beyond was a decorative archway that led back to the area under the stands. Just below him was the wall that divided the pit where the toreros crouched to evade the charges of the bull. At the end of that, to Bourne's right, was the toria. Scarface was rapidly approaching, moving down the aisle and across the tiers like a ghost or a wraith. Bourne turned and passed through the archway and down an incline into the shadowed interior. Immediately, he was hit by a miasma of human urine and strong animal musk. To his left was the concrete corridor that led to the toilets. There was a door along the wall to his right, outside of which was a uniformed guard. As he walked toward this tall, slim man, a figure blotted out the daylight. Scarface. Bourne approached the guard, who told him, rather brusquely, he had no business being in an area so close to the bulls. Smiling, Bourne placed himself between the guard and Scarface, then reached out and, talking amiably to the guard, pressed the artery at the side of his neck. Even as the guard reached for his weapon, Bourne blocked him with his other hand. The man tried to fight, but Bourne, moving swiftly, used an elbow to temporarily paralyze the guard's right shoulder. He was rapidly losing consciousness from loss of blood to his brain, and, as he fell forward, Bourne held him up, continued talking to him because he wanted Scarface to think that this was the man he'd spoken to on his cell, a colleague of the man Bourne had come here to see. It was essential that he keep the fiction going now that Scarface was closing in. Taking the key from the chain at the guard's hip, he unlocked the door and pushed the guard into the darkened interior. As he followed him in, he shut the door behind him, but not before he'd caught a glimpse of Scarface hurrying down the ramp. Now that he'd ascertained the place of Bourne's meet, he was prepared to close in on his quarry. Bourne found himself in a small anteroom filled with wooden bins containing food for the bulls and an enormous soapstone sink with outsized zinc spout and taps, beneath which sat buckets, cloths, mops, and plastic bottles of cleaning fluids. The floor was covered with straw, which absorbed only a minuscule part of the stench. The bull, hidden behind a concrete barrier that rose to Bourne's chest, snorted and bellowed, scenting his presence. The frenzied shouts of the crowd broke like waves over the Toriel, above which sunlight, multicolored from the reflections spinning off the costume of the matador and the outfits of the patrons, splashed across the upper walls of the pen like an artist's broad and reckless brushstrokes. Bourne drew a cloth from one of the buckets and was halfway across the anteroom when the door behind him opened so slowly one needed to be looking straight at it to be aware of the movement. Putting his back to the barrier, he moved to his left, toward the part of the room where the opening door would block Scarface's view of him. The bull, frightened, angered, or both by the sudden new human sense, struck the concrete barrier with its hooves, the force so powerful it sent bits of stucco flying on Bourne's side. Scarface seemed to hesitate, no doubt trying to identify the noise. Bourne was almost certain that he had no idea that the next bull was waiting here for its turn to die a bellowing death in the corrida. It was a creature of pure muscle and instinct, easily provoked, easily bewildered, fast and deadly, unless brought low by exhaustion and 100 wounds, out of which its life dribbled into the dust of the corrida. Bourne crept behind the door as it slowly opened, as Scarface's left hand appeared holding a knife with a long, slender blade shaped like that of the matador's sword. The wicked tip was tilted slightly up, a position from which he could thrust it, slash it, or throw it with equal ease. Bourne wrapped the cloth around the knuckles of his left hand, providing sufficient padding. He let Scarface take one tentative step into the anteroom and then rushed him from the side. The killer's instinct caused the blade to come up and out in a semicircular sweep as he turned toward the blur of motion he detected at the extreme corner of his field of vision. Deflecting the blade with wrapped knuckles caused Scarface's defense to open up, and Bourne stepped in, planting his feet, turning from his hips, and drove his right fist into Scarface's solar plexus. The killer gasped almost inaudibly, and his eyes opened in a moment of shock, But an instant later, he'd wrapped his right arm around Bourne's, locking the back of his hand against the inside of Bourne's elbow. Instantly, he applied both pressure and leverage in an attempt to break the bones in Bourne's forearm. Pain shot up Jason's arm, and he faltered. Scarface took the opening and brought the knife blade down inside Bourne's wrapped left hand so that the point was directed at Bourne's ribcage. He couldn't concentrate on both motions at once, so he let up fractionally on Bourne's forearm, long enough to drive the blade inward toward Bourne's heart. Bourne stepped into the lunge, surprising him. Bourne was suddenly too close, and the blade passed along his side, allowing him to trap Scarface's hand between his side and his left arm. At the same time, he kept his forward momentum going, driving Scarface across the room at an angle, backing him up against the stucco barrier. Scarface, enraged, redoubled his efforts to break Bourne's arm. A moment more and the bones would snap. On the other side of the barrier, the bull scented the blood in the air, which further maddened it. Once again, its great hooves struck the barrier. The shock reverberated down Scarface's spine and jolted him from his position of superior leverage. For a moment, Bourne broke free, but Scarface had maneuvered the knife in his trapped hand so that the blade raked down Bourne's back, drawing blood. Bourne swiveled, but the knife blade followed him, jabbing ever closer until he vaulted over the barrier. Scarface followed without hesitation, and now both of them were in unknown territory, facing not only each other, but the enraged bull as well. Bourne had the immediate advantage of knowing it was there, but even he was surprised by its size. Like the corrida, the pen was divided by sunlight and shadow. Dust motes hung in the light in the upper half of the pen, but below was the darkness of the Minotaur's cave. He saw the bull in the shadows, its red eyes glittering, its black lips flecked with foam. It was staring at him, pawing the ground with its massive hooves. Its tail switched back and forth, its massive shoulders were bunched with muscle and sinew, its head lowered ominously. And then Scarface was on him. The man, solely intent on Bourne, was as yet unaware of the creature with which they shared the pen. The three skulls, each peering in a different direction, filled Bourne's vision. He brought an elbow up, aiming for the throat, slammed it into Scarface's chin instead as the killer partially deflected the blow. At almost the same time, Scarface smashed his fist into the side of Bourne's head, bringing him down to the packed dirt floor. Rolling over, he grabbed Bourne's ears, pulled Bourne's head off the ground, then slammed it back down. Bourne was rapidly losing consciousness. Scarface was astride him, his bulk painfully pressed down on Bourne's ribcage. There was a moment when Scarface grinned. He slammed Bourne's head down again and again, taking increasing pleasure. Bourne thought, "Where's his knife?" He felt around on the floor with both hands, but there were flashes behind his eyes. The light and dark of the room were spinning, merging into a pinwheel of silver sparks. He felt his breath laboring, his heart hammering in his chest. But as his head was once again slammed into the dirt, even these vital sensations began to slip away, replaced by a numbing warmth that flooded inward from his extremities. This warmth was soothing, taking away all pain, all effort, all will. He saw himself floating on a river of white light, moving away from his world of shadows and darkness. And then, something cold intruded, and for a moment he was certain it was the breath of Shiva, the destroyer, whose face he sensed hovering over him. Then he knew the blade of cold for what it was. Taking hold of the knife's hilt brought him back from the brink, and he plunged the blade into Scarface's side, piercing the flesh between his ribs, skewering his heart. Scarface reared up, his shoulders trembling, but perhaps, Bourne thought, they weren't trembling at all, because his head was still spinning from the pounding it had taken. He had trouble focusing. How else to explain Scarface's head being replaced by that of a bull? This wasn't Crete. He wasn't in the Minotaur's cave. He was in Seville, at the Maestranza Corrida. Then full consciousness returned, and with it, the knowledge of precisely where in the corrida he was. The pen. and as he looked up from his prone position, he saw the bull, huge and menacing, its head lowered, its razor-tipped horns angled to disembowel him. Undersecretary Stevenson did not look at all well when Moira and Veronica Hart found him. But then no one looks particularly good stretched out on a slab in the cold room of the D.C. morgue. The two women had been searching the area surrounding the Fountain of the Court of Neptune sculpture near the entrance to the Library of Congress. As fieldwork protocol dictated, they began at the point of origin, in this case the fountain, and began moving outward in a spiral, hoping to spot some clue that Stevenson might have left as to what had happened to him. Moira had already called Stevenson's wife and married daughter, neither of whom had seen or heard from him. She had just looked up the number of Humphrey Bamber, Stevenson's friend and old college roommate, when Hart got the call that a corpse fitting the Undersecretary's description had just been brought into the morgue. The Metro Police wanted a positive ID. The DCI had turned to Moira, who said she'd give the prelim. If it was Stevenson, the cops could call his wife to make the formal ID. "He looks like shit," Hart said now as they stood over the cadaver of the late Steve Stevenson. "What happened to him?" she asked the associate ME. "Hit and run. C1 to C4 of his spine crushed, as well as most of his pelvis, so the vehicle must have been something big, an SUV or a truck." The AME was a small, compact woman with an enormous coppery halo of wild curls. "He never felt a thing, if that's any consolation." "I doubt it will be to his family," Moira said. The AME went on unperturbed. She'd seen and heard it all before. It wasn't that she was callous, just that her job demanded dispassion. "The cops are investigating now, but I doubt they'll find anything." She shrugged. "In these cases, they rarely do." Moira stirred. "Did you find anything out of the ordinary?" "Not in the prelim, anyway. His alcohol level was almost 2, more than double the legal limit, so it's all too likely he became disoriented and walked off the curb when he should have stayed put," the AME said. "We're waiting on the formal ID to begin the full autopsy." As the two women turned away, Hart said, "What I find curious is they found no wallet on him. No keys, nothing to indicate who he was." "If he was deliberately hit," Moira said, "his killers wouldn't necessarily want him identified right away." "Your conspiracy theory again." Hart shook her head. "Okay, let's play this game for a minute. If he was murdered, why have him found at all? They could have snatched him, killed him, and buried him where he wouldn't be dug up for ages, if at all." "2 reasons," Moira said. First, he's an undersecretary at DOD. Can you imagine the scope of the manhunt the moment he was reported missing? The amount of time his name would be in the forefront of the news? No. These people wanted him dead, wanted it over and done with, which defines an accident. Hart cocked her head. What's the second reason? They want to scare me away from whatever Weston found, whatever Stevenson was afraid of. Pinprick bottom. Precisely. You've become as bad as Bourne was with these conspiracy theories. All of Jason's conspiracy theories proved correct, Moira said hotly. The DCI appeared unconvinced. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, shall we? They reached the door, and Moira turned back to take one last look at Stevenson. Then she opened the door. When they'd entered the corridor, she said, "Would we be getting ahead of ourselves if I told you that Stevenson was a reformed alcoholic? Could be his fear made him slip off the wagon." "You didn't know him," Moira said. "He'd converted his disease into a religion. Staying sober was his watchword, the reason he stayed alive. He hadn't had a drink in the last 20 years. Nothing could have induced him to do it." The bull was coming. Nothing could stop it. Bourne grabbed the knife, pulled it out of Scarface's side, and rolled to one side. The bull, scenting fresh blood, flicked its horns, goring Scarface in the groin. The animal twisted its massive head, lifting Scarface's bulk off the ground as if it were made of papier-mâché, and tossing it against the barrier. Snorting and stomping its front hooves, the bull then charged the corpse, impaling it on both horns, shaking it back and forth. The beast would surely tear it to shreds within moments. Bourne rose slowly, moving toward the bull with measured steps. When he was close enough, he slapped it smartly on its glistening black snout with the flat of the blade. The bull pulled up short, confused, and backed up, allowing the blood-soaked body to crumple to the ground. There it stood its ground, its forelegs spread wide, and shook its head from side to side as if it couldn't decide where the blow came from or what it meant. Blood spiraled down its horns, dripping onto the dirt. It stared at Bourne, uncertain how to deal with this second interloper in its territory. Then it made a sound deep in its throat. The moment it took a step toward him, Bourne smacked it once again with a blade, and it halted, blinking, snorting, shaking its head as if to rid itself of the stinging pain. Bourne turned, knelt beside the ragged corpse. Quickly he went through Scarface's pockets. He needed to find out who had sent this man. According to Wyon's description of a man with gray eyes, Scarface wasn't the one who tried to kill him in Bali. Had he been sent by the same man who'd hired the marksman? He needed to find some answers because Scarface was unfamiliar to him. Had Bourne known him in the past he couldn't remember? As always, when there was the possibility of someone resurfacing, these questions were maddening, required immediate solving. Otherwise, he'd never rest. Save for a roll of blood-soaked euros, Scarface's pockets were predictably empty. He must have stashed his false passport and other equally fake papers at a safe house or perhaps a locker at the airport or rail station. But if that was the case, where was the key? Then Bourne turned the body slightly, looking for it, when the bull came out of its temporary stupor and made a run at him. His arm was directly in the path of the horns. At the last instant, he snatched it away, but the bull twisted its head violently, and the length of the horn rode up his arm, flaying off the skin in a thin ribbon. Grabbing onto the horn, Bourne used it as a fulcrum to swing himself onto the bull's back. For an instant, the beast did not know what happened. Then, as the weight on its back shifted, it stomped forward, charging the barrier again. But this time, the bull slammed into it sideways, and if Bourne hadn't lifted his right leg, it would have been smashed between the muscle of the beast and the stucco. As it was, he was jarred halfway off the bull. Had he fallen, it would have been the end of him, the creature mindlessly stomping him to death within minutes. Now he had to hang on as the bull made another run at the barrier in an attempt to shake him off. Bourne still had Scarface's knife. There was a chance the blade was long enough to deliver the coup de grace and bring the bull to its knees if he chose precisely the right spot and the correct angle. But he knew he wouldn't do it. To kill this beast from behind, when it was terrified of him, seemed both cowardly and craven. He thought of the wooden pig overlooking the pool in Bali, its painted face carved with the eternal smile of the mystical sage. This bull had its own life to live. Bourne had no right to take it. At that moment, he was almost thrown off as the beast slammed into the barrier at an angle, twisting its head down and to the left in a more desperate attempt to dislodge the shifting weight on its back. Bourne bounced painfully around, was clinging to the bull's horns. His arm ached where Scarface had tried to break it. His back was still bleeding from the knife wound, and worst of all, his head felt as if it were splitting into 1,000 pieces. He knew he couldn't last much longer, but rolling off the bull meant almost certain death. And then, as the massed shouts from the corrida came to an ear-shattering crescendo, the bull folded its front legs, its back canted steeply down, and Bourne was shaken loose at last, tumbling head over heels, fetching up against the barrier, which now was spiderwebbed with cracks from the force of the bull's charges. He lay in a heap, half-dazed. He could feel the beast's hot breath on him. The horns were no more than a handbreadth from his face. He tried to move, but couldn't. His breath labored in and out of his lungs, and he was gripped by a terrible dizziness. The red eyes fixed him in their glare. The muscles beneath the glistening hide were bunching for the final lunge at him, and he knew that in the next moment he would be nothing more than a rag doll skewered like Scarface on the points of those bloody horns. Chapter 15. The bull lurched forward, covering Bourne's face with a spray of hot mist. The beast's eyes rolled up, and its massive head hit the floor at Bourne's feet with a heavy thud. Bourne, struggling with clearing his fuzzy brain, wiped his eyes with his forearm, put his head back against the barrier, and saw the guard he had taken out and dragged into the anteroom. He stood in the classic marksman's pose, legs spread, feet planted firmly, one hand cupping the butt of the pistol with which he'd shot the bull twice, and which, now that it was dead, was aimed squarely at Bourne. "Levante-se," he ordered. "Stand up and show me your hands." "All right," Bourne said. "One moment." Using one hand on top of the barrier to brace himself, he struggled to his feet. Placing Scarface's knife carefully on top of the barrier, he raised his hands, palms outward. "What are you doing here?" The guard was livid with rage. "Son of a bitch, look what you made me do! Have you any idea what that bull cost?" Bourne pointed to the ripped-apart body of Scarface. "I'm nothing. It was this man, a professional assassin I was trying to get away from." The guard frowned deeply. "Who? Who do you mean?" He took several tentative steps toward Bourne. Then he saw what was left of Scarface. "Madre de Dios!" he cried. Bourne leapt across the barrier into the bullpen, and the guard toppled backward. For a moment, the two men grappled for the gun. Then Bourne chopped down on the side of the guard's neck, and his body went limp. Before rolling off him, he checked the guard to make sure his pulse was steady, then climbed back over the barrier and put his head under the tap of the soapstone sink, using the cold water to sluice away the remainder of the bull's blood, as well as to revive himself. Using the cleanest of the rags under the sink, he wiped himself dry, then, still slightly dizzy, retraced his steps up the ramp into the colored dazzle of the corrida, where the triumphant matador was slowly and majestically parading around the perimeter of the ring, with the bull's ears held high to the screaming throng. The bull itself lay near the center of the corrida, mutilated, forgotten, flies buzzing around its immobile head. Soraya felt Amun beside her, as if he were a small nuclear plant. How many lies had he told her, she wondered. Did he have powerful enemies high up in the Egyptian government, or were these the same people who had given him the order to barter a Kosar-3 missile and bring down the American jet? "What is particularly troubling," he said, breaking the short silence, "is that the Iranians
had to have help getting here. It would be easy enough to pass through the chaos in Iraq, but after that, what choice did they have? They wouldn't have taken the northern route, crossing into Jordan and the Sinai, because it's too risky. The Jordanians would have shot them dead, and the Sinai is too open, too heavily patrolled. He shook his head. No, they had to have come here via Saudi and the Red Sea, which means the most logical landfall was Al-Khardaka. Soraya was aware of this tourist city on the Red Sea, a relaxed, sun-drenched Mecca for the overly stressed, not unlike Miami Beach. Amun was right. Its laid-back, carnival atmosphere would make it an ideal landing place for a small terrorist group, passing as tourists, or better yet, Egyptian fishermen, to arrive and depart unrecognized. Amun floored the gas pedal, streaking past cars and trucks alike. I've arranged for a small plane to take us to Al-Khardaka as soon as we arrive at the airfield. Breakfast will be served on board. We can strategize while we eat. Soraya called Veronica Hart, who answered immediately. When she had been updated, Hart said, "The President is addressing the UN Security Council tomorrow morning. He'll be asking for a formal condemnation of Iran. Without definitive proof, Halliday and his NSA people have convinced the President that their written report is all the proof we need." "I take it you don't agree," Soraya said dryly. "I most certainly don't. If we go out on a limb like we did with the WMDs in Iraq and are subsequently proven wrong, it will be an unmitigated disaster, both politically and militarily, because we'll have enmeshed the world in a wider war than anyone can currently handle. And that includes us, no matter what Halliday says. You've got to find me definitive proof of Iranian involvement." "That's just what Shalthum and I are working on, but the situation has become more complicated." "What do you mean?" "Shalthum theorizes that the Iranians must have had help in transshipping the missile, and I agree." She repeated the logistics that Amun had given her. Many of the people who took part in the 9/11 disaster were Saudis. If the same group is now involved with an Iranian terrorist network, or, far more ominously, the Iranian government itself, the implications are far-reaching because the Iranians are Shia, and the overwhelming majority of Saudis are Wahhab, a branch of the Sunni sect. As you know, Shia and Sunni are blood enemies. This raises the possibility that they have somehow entered into either a temporary truce or an alliance of shared purpose. Hart sucked in her breath. God in heaven. We're talking about a nightmare scenario that's frankly terrified us and the European intelligence community for years. With good reason, Soraya said, because it means that a united Islam is girding itself for an all-out war with the West. Bourne felt the wound near his heart throbbing so badly he feared it might have reopened. Exiting the pen, he headed for the toilets where he could at least get the remainder of the blood off his clothes, but halfway there he saw two police rounding the corridor, heading toward the pens. Had someone in the corrida seen something and raised the alarm? Or perhaps the guard had regained consciousness. There was no time for speculation as he reversed course and headed, somewhat unsteadily, up the ramp into the spangled Seville twilight. Behind him, he heard someone calling. Was it to him? Without a backward glance, he turned to look for Tracy, but as if intuiting the increasing danger of the situation, she was already out of her seat, searching for him. The moment they saw each other, she headed not toward him, but toward the nearest exit, leading him there by example. The clamor around the corrida was of a more general nature as the crowd stood, stretched, milled, and talked among themselves or headed for the refreshment stands and the toilets. In the ring, men dragged the fallen bull's carcass away, raked over the dirt to cover the fresh blood, and generally prepared for the next bull. Bourne felt the pain in his chest detonate like a bomb. He staggered and fell against two women, who turned back to glare at him as he righted himself. But even in his debilitated state, he was conscious of a proliferation of police entering the stadium. There was no doubt now that the alarm had been sounded. One of the police officers he'd seen coming toward him in the bowels of the corrida had emerged, looking around for him.
He eeled his way through the crowd, thankful that virtually everyone was on the move, making it easier for him to lose himself as he made his way toward the exit where Tracy was waiting for him. But the police officer must have caught a glimpse of him because he was hurrying after Bourne, expertly threading his way through the people. Bourne tried to judge the distance to the exit and wondered whether he was going to make it, because the officer was closing fast. A moment later, he saw Tracy appear out of the throng. Without a glance at him, she rushed past him, heading in the opposite direction. What was she doing? Still picking his way forward, he risked a glance over his shoulder and saw her confront the police officer. In snatches, he heard her voice, raised and plaintive, complaining of having her cell phone snatched from her handbag. The officer was understandably impatient with her, but when he tried to brush her off, Tracy's voice rose to such a pitch that everyone around her turned to stare, and the officer was forced to deal with her. Through his growing pain, Bourne managed a small smile. 3 strides later, he came to the exit, but as soon as he turned into it, he felt a deeper stab of pain in his chest and fell against the rough concrete wall, gasping for breath as people pushed past him, coming and going. "Come on," Tracy urged in his ear as she slid her arm through his and drew him into the flow of the crowd, down the ramp and into the enormous vestibule, where a mass of people were smoking and chattering away about the merits of the Matador. Beyond the crowd, the glass doors to the street were directly ahead. Somehow she disentangled herself from the officer to find him. It took all his concentration to breathe deeply, to breathe through the pain.
"Christ, what happened to you in there?" she said. "How badly are you hurt?" "Not badly." "Really? You look like you're already dead."
At that moment, 3 police came crashing through the corrida's front doors. Moira and Veronica Hart decided to take the sedan Moira had rented, since the white Buick was as anonymous a car as possible. They found Humphrey Bamber, the late Undersecretary Stevenson's closest friend, at his health club. He had just finished his workout, and one of the attendants had fetched him from the sauna. He padded out in sky-blue flip-flops, a towel wrapped around his waist, and another, smaller one around his neck, which he used to wipe sweat off his face. Really, Moira thought, he had no reason to wear anything more. His body was rock hard, as well-formed as a professional athlete. In fact, he looked as if he spent the majority of his time in the gym, maintaining his washboard abs and hillock biceps. He greeted them with a quizzical smile. He had thick blonde hair that fell over his forehead, making him seem boyish. His wide-apart, clear eyes took them in with a cool precision that seemed oddly neutral to Moira. "Ladies," he said, "what can I do for you? Marty said it was urgent." He meant the attendant. "It is urgent," Hart said. "Is there somewhere private we can talk?" Bamber's expression sobered. "Are you cops? What if we are?" He shrugged. "I'd be more curious than I am now." Hart flashed her credentials, which sent his eyebrows up. "Do you suspect me of passing secrets to the enemy?" "Which enemy?" Moira said. He laughed. "I like you," he said. "What's your name?" "Moira Trevor." "Uh-oh." At once, Bamber's expression grew dark. "I was warned about you." "Warned?" Moira said. "By whom?" But she thought she already knew. "A man named Noah Peterson." Moira recalled Noah taking Jay Weston's cell phone from her at the scene of the killing. It was a sure bet that's how he found Bamber. "He said, his real name's Perlis," Moira interrupted. "Noah Perlis. You shouldn't trust anything he told you." "He said you'd say that." Moira laughed bitterly. Hart said, "A private place, Mr. Bamber, please." He nodded and walked them to an unused office. They went in and he closed the door. When they were all seated, Hart said, "I'm afraid we have some bad news. Steve Stevenson is dead." Bamber looked stricken. "What?" Hart continued, "Did Mr. Perlis tell you that?" Bamber shook his head. He put the smaller towel around his shoulders, as if he'd suddenly grown cold. Moira couldn't blame him. My God. He shook his head in disbelief. Then he looked at them in a kind of pleading way. It must be a mistake of some kind, one of those idiotic bureaucratic snafus Steve was always complaining about. I'm afraid not, Hart said. Noah, one of Mr. Perlis's people, killed your friend, making it look like an accident, Moira said in a rush of emotion. Ignoring Hart's warning glare, she continued. Mr. Perlis is a dangerous man working for a dangerous organization. Bamber ran a hand distractedly through his hair. Shit, I don't know what to believe. He looked from one of them to another. Can I see Steve's body? Hart nodded. That can be arranged as soon as we're through here. Ah. Bamber gave her a rueful smile. Like a reward, is that it? Hart said nothing. He nodded in capitulation. Okay, how can I help you? I don't know if you can, Hart said with a significant glance at Moira. Because if you could, Mr. Perlis wouldn't have left you alive. For the first time, Bamber looked truly alarmed. What the hell is this? He said with understandable indignation. Steve and I have been close friends since college, that's it. Ever since Bamber had appeared, Moira had been wondering about this aging jock's decades-long friendship with Steve Stevenson, a man who didn't know a softball from a football, and furthermore, didn't care. Now something Bamber just said caused a number of small anomalies to click into place. I think there's another reason Noah felt confident in leaving you with a warning, Mr. Bamber, she said. Am I right? Bamber frowned. I don't know what you're talking about. What would frighten you so much that Noah could be assured that you wouldn't talk? He stood up abruptly. I've had just about enough of this badgering. Sit back down, Mr. Bamber, Hart said. You and Undersecretary Stevenson were more than roommates at college. Moira pressed on, just as you were more than good friends. Isn't that right? Bamber sat down as if all the strength had gone out of his legs. I want protection from Noah and his people. You have it, Hart said. He looked at her steadily. I'm not kidding. Pulling out her cell, she punched in a number. Tommy, she said into the phone, I need a security detail in double quick time. She gave her assistant the address of the health club. And Tommy, not a word of this to anyone outside the detail, is that clear? Good. She tucked away her phone, said to Bamber, Neither am I. Good. He sighed in relief. Then, turning to Moira, he smiled bleakly. You're not wrong about Steve and me. And Noah knew neither of us could survive if the true nature of our relationship was made public. Moira felt the breath rush out of her. You called him Noah. Do you mean to tell us you know him? In a way, I work for him. That's the other, more important reason he couldn't touch me. You see, I created a custom software program for him. It's still got some minor bugs, and I'm the only one who can work them out. Funny, Hart said. You don't look like a tech geek. Yeah, well, Steve used to say that was one of my charms. I never looked anything like what I really am. What does this software program do? Moira said. It's a highly sophisticated statistical analysis program that can take into account millions of factors. What he's doing with it, I don't know. He made sure I was locked out of that side of it. That was part of our agreement, the reason I asked for and got a higher fee. But you said you're working on fixes. That's right, Bamber said, nodding. But it's necessary that I work on a clean copy of the program. When I'm finished, I electronically transfer it to Noah's laptop. What happens after that is anyone's guess. Let's hear your guess, Moira said. He sighed again. Okay, here's my best shot. The level of complexity of the program makes it almost a sure bet that he's using it on a real-world basis. Translation, please. There are lab scenarios and real-world scenarios, Bamber said. As you can imagine, anything that tries to figure out what would happen during certain real-life situations has to be incredibly complex because of all the factors involved. Millions of factors. He nodded, which my program provides. A possibility hit Moira between the eyes, and for a moment she sat back, dazzled. Then she said, Have you given this program a name?
In fact, I did.
Bamber seemed a bit embarrassed.
It's a private joke between Steve and me.
His use of the present tense brought the news of his friend and lover's death back to him, and he stopped, put his head down, moaning low in his throat.
Jesus, Steve.
Moira waited a moment, then cleared her throat.
Mr. Bamber,
we're truly sorry for your loss. I knew Undersecretary Stevenson. I did business with him. He always helped me, even if it meant going out on a limb.
Bamber's head came up, his eyes red-rimmed. Yeah, that was Steve, all right.
The name you gave the program you created for Noah Purlis.
Oh, that? It's nothing. As I said, a joke, because Steve and I both liked
Javier Bardem, Moira said. Bamber looked surprised.
Yes, how did you know?
And Moira thought, Pinprick Bardem. Chapter 16. The Museo Torino was located inside the Maestranza Corrida, and this was where Bourne told Tracy to take him. They had just enough time to change direction within the crowd before the officers entered the throng in the vestibule. Two of them headed directly for the bull ring itself. From their positions on either side of the glass doors, the remaining pair began to scan the crowd for their suspect. The museum was closed today, the interior door shuttered. Bourne, leaning against the door, used a paper clip Tracy found at the bottom of her handbag to pick the lock, and they slipped inside, closing the door behind them. The stuffed heads of all the great bulls killed in this corrida stared down at them with glass eyes. They passed glass cases containing the splendid costumes worn by the famous matadors going back to the 17th century, when Maestranza was built. The entire history of the corrida was on display in these musty rooms. Bourne was uninterested in any of the flamboyant displays. He was looking for the utility closet. It was in the rear of the museum, beside a little-used room. Inside, he had Tracy dig out cleaning fluid, which he had her apply to the wound down his back. The searing pain took away his breath, and with it, a full sense of consciousness. He awoke to Tracy's grip on his shoulder. She was shaking him, which made his head hurt even more.
Wake up, she said urgently. You're in worse shape than you let on. I've got to get you out of here.
He nodded, the words hazy, but the gist hit home. Together, they staggered back through the museum to the separate entrance that led out onto the street around the circle from the bull ring's main entrance. Tracy unlocked the door and poked her head outside. When she nodded, he emerged into the semi-darkness. She must have used her cell to call for a taxi, because the next thing he knew, she was maneuvering him into a back seat, leaning forward as she slid in beside him to give an address to the driver. As they took off, she turned and peered out the rear window.
The police are crawling all over the Maestranza, she said. Whatever you did has sent them into a frenzy.
But Bourne didn't hear her. He was already passed out. Soraya and Amun Shalthum arrived in Algardaka just before noon. Not that many years before, it had been nothing more than a modest fishing village, but a combination of Egyptian initiative and foreign investment had turned it into the leading Red Sea resort. The hub of the town was El Dahar, the oldest of the three sections, home to the traditional villas and bazaar. As was the case with most Egyptian coastal towns, Algardaka did not venture far inland, but rather clung to the shore of the Red Sea as if for dear life. The Sakala district was more modern, made ugly by the proliferation of cheap hotels. El Khora Road was prettier, filled with upscale hotels, lush plantings, lavish fountains, and walled private compounds owned by Russian moguls with nothing better to do with their easy money. They hit the fishermen first, what was left of them anyway. Time and the tourist business had decimated their ranks. They were old men now, skin wrinkled and brown as well-worn leather, their eyes paled by the sun, their work-hardened hands like boards, gnarly with outsized knuckles from decades in seawater. Their sons had abandoned them to work in air-conditioned offices or in jets that flew high above, leaving their homeland far behind. They were the last of their line, and so an insular lot, their suspicions heightened by sweet-talking Egyptians taking their launching sites away from them to accommodate more and more jet skis and sea-doos. Their innate fear of Shalthum and his al-Makhabarat manifested itself in cold hostility. After all, they must have reasoned, having lost everything, what more did they have to lose? On the other hand, they were charmed by Soraya. They adored the soft way she spoke to them, even while they admired her beautiful face and shapely figure. For her, they would answer questions, although they insisted that it would be impossible for anyone outside their close-knit circle to pose as a native fisherman without their knowledge. They knew by sight every boat and ship that plied the local waters, and they assured her that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred in their recent collective memory. "But there are the dive companies," one grizzled seaman told them. His hands, as they mended his nets, were as big as his head. He spat to one side to show his displeasure. "Who knows who their clients are? And as for their staffs, well, they seem to change from week to week, so no one can keep track of them, let alone note their comings and goings." Soraya and Shalthum divided up the list of 25 dive firms the fishermen gave them, setting out for different ends of the city, agreeing to meet at a carpet shop in the El Dahar Bazaar, whose owner was a good friend of Amun's. Soraya went down to the sea, visiting 8 of the dive companies, one by one, crossing them off her list as she went. With each, she boarded their boats, interviewed the skippers and crew, looked at the customer logbooks for the past 3 weeks. Sometimes she had to wait for the boats to return. Other times, the owner was kind enough to ferry her out to the dive sites. After 4 hours of frustrating work asking the same questions and getting the same answers, she was faced with the reality. This was an impossible task. It was like looking for a needle in an endless line of haystacks. Even if the terrorists had used this method to enter Egypt, there was no assurance that the dive operators would know. And how in the world would they have explained a crate large enough to house the Kosar 3? Once again, she was plagued with doubts about Amun's story, with a dread that he had been involved in the downing of the airliner. "What am I doing here?" she thought. "What if Amun and al-Makhabarat are the real culprits?" Despairing, she decided to can the entire enterprise after she was through interviewing the personnel at the 9th dive shop. She was ferried out to its boat by a grizzled Egyptian who constantly spat over the side. It was exceptionally hot, the sun beating down on her head. The only breath of air came from the movement of the boat through the listless air. Even through her sunglasses, everything appeared washed out in the glare. The brine of the sea filled her nostrils, heady and mineral. The repetition had sapped her of keen interest. Otherwise, she would have marked the young man with the tousled, dirty blonde hair edging away from her as she was introduced by the dive shop owner. She began her interviews, asking the same questions. Have you noticed any out-of-place faces in the last 3 weeks? Any group of seeming Egyptians who came from another boat and who went ashore the same day? Any unusually large packages? No, no, and no. What else did she expect? She didn't see the young man with the tousled hair gather up equipment as he backed away, and it was only when he jumped overboard that she awoke from her bored lethargy. Running down the length of the boat, she stripped off her handbag, kicked off her shoes, and dived into the sea after him. He had pulled on a mask and an air tank before going over the side, and she saw him below her. Even though he lacked fins, he was diving deep, where he must have suspected that she, not being similarly equipped, would not follow. He was wrong about both her ability and her resolve. Her father had thrown her into a pool on her first birthday, much to her mother's horror, and had taught her endurance, stamina, and speed, all of which had served her well throughout high school and college, when she'd won every award imaginable. She could have made the Olympic team, but by that time the intelligence system had engaged her, and she had more important things on her agenda. Now she powered down, slicing her way through the water, but as she neared him, he turned, startled that she had drawn so close, so quickly, and raised his spear gun. He was cocking the mechanism that drew back the barbed bolt when she struck him. He tenaciously maintained his grip on the weapon, successfully readying it to fire, even as she twisted his body backward. He brought the butt of the spear gun down against her temple, and as her hands came off him, he lowered the barb until it was aimed at her chest. She scissored her legs in a powerful kick just before he pulled the trigger, and the bolt shot by her. Then she made a grab for him. Now she was uninterested in the weapon or in his hands and feet. Her sole imperative was to pull off his mask, to even the playing field between them, because her lungs were beginning to burn, and she knew she couldn't stay under for much longer. Her pounding heart beat off the seconds, 1, 2, 3, as they struggled, until at last she managed to rip off his mask. Water flooded against his face, and, though he twisted to the left and right, she pulled the mouthpiece out and inserted it into her mouth, taking a couple of breaths before she kicked upward, holding him in an arm lock. She spat out the mouthpiece as they bobbed to the surface. The captain had raised the anchor while they'd been underwater, and now the boat maneuvered close enough for hands to reach down and pull them both aboard. "Get my handbag," Sarai said breathlessly as she sat on the young man's back, pinning him to the deck. She took deep, even breaths, smoothed her hair back from her face, and felt the water already warmed by the sun trickling over her shoulders. "Is this the one you're looking for?" the owner asked anxiously as he handed over the bag. "He's been here for 3 days, no more." Shaking her hands to dry them, Soraya rummaged for her phone. She opened it, slowed her breathing even more, and punched in Shalthum's number. When he answered, she told him where she was. "Good work. I'll meet you on the dock in 10 minutes, he said. Putting her cell away, she glanced down at the young man beneath her. "Get off me," he panted. "I can't breathe." Sitting on his diaphragm wasn't helping, she knew, but she could summon up no sympathy. "Sonny," she said, "you are in a world of hurt." Bourne awoke into a web of shadows. The soft, intermittent hiss of traffic drew his eyes to a shaded window. Outside, streetlights shone through the darkness. He was lying on his side on what felt like a bed. Moving his head, he looked around the bedroom, which was small and comfortably furnished but didn't feel well lived in. Beyond an open doorway, a slice of living room was visible. He stirred, sensing he was alone. Where was he? Where was Tracy? In answer to his second question, he heard the front door open in the living room and recognized Tracy's sharp, quick gait as she came across a wooden floor. When she entered the bedroom, he tried to sit up.
"Please don't. You'll only aggravate your wound," she said.
She put down some packages and sat beside him on the bed. "My back was barely scratched."
She shook her head. "A bit deeper, but I'm talking about the wound in your chest. It started seeping."
She unpacked items she had obviously bought at the local pharmacy: alcohol, antibiotic cream, sterile pads, and the like.
"Now hold still."
As she went to work stripping the old bandage and cleaning the wound, she said,
"My mother warned me about men like you.
"What about me?"
Always getting into trouble." Her fingers worked quickly, nimbly, surely. "The difference is that you know how to get yourself out of whatever mess blows up around you."
He grimaced at the pain but didn't flinch. "I have no choice."
"Oh, I don't think that's true."
She bunched up a wad of soiled sterile pads, then took up another, soaking it in alcohol and applying it to the reddened flesh.
"I think you go looking for trouble. I think that's who you are. I think you'd be unhappy, and worse for you, bored, if you didn't."
Bourne laughed softly, but he didn't think she was far off the mark.
She examined the newly cleaned wound. "Not so bad. I doubt you'll need a fresh round of antibiotics."
"Are you a doctor?"
She smiled. "On occasion, when I have to be."
That answer requires an explanation.
She palpated the flesh around his wound. "What the hell happened to you?"
"I got shot. Don't change the subject."
She nodded. Okay, as a young woman, a very young woman, I spent 2 years in West Africa. There was unrest, fighting, horrible atrocities perpetrated. I was assigned to a field hospital where I learned triage, how to dress a wound. One day we were so overloaded with wounded and dying, the doctor put an instrument in my hand and said, "There's an entry wound but no exit wound. If you don't get the bullet out right away, your patient will die." Then he went off to work on 2 other patients at once. Did your patient die? Yes, but not because of his wound. He'd been terminal before he'd been shot.
That must have helped some.
No, she said, it didn't.
Throwing the last of the used pads into a wastebasket, she applied the antibiotic cream and began the bandaging process.
You must promise not to abuse this again. The next time the bleeding will be worse.
She sat back, inspecting her work.
Ideally, you should be in hospital, or at least see a doctor.
This isn't an ideal world, he said.
So I've noticed.
She helped him to sit up. Where are we? He asked.
An apartment of mine. We're on the other side of town from Maestranza.
He transferred to a chair, sat back gingerly. His chest felt as if it were made of lead. It beat with a dull ache as if from pain remembered from long ago. Don't you have an appointment with Don Fernando Herrera?
I postponed it.
She looked at him inquiringly.
I couldn't possibly go without you, Professor Alonso Peconia Zuniga.
She was speaking of the Goya expert from the Prado he was going to impersonate. Then, abruptly, she smiled.
I like money too much to spend it when I don't have to.
She stood, moving him back to the bed.
But now you must rest.
He was going to answer her, but his eyelids had already slid down. With the darkness came a deep and peaceful sleep. Arkadyin pushed his recruits through the desolate landscape of Nagorno-Karabakh, working them 21 hours a day. When they began to doze on their feet, he slammed them with his baton. He never had to hit any of them twice. For 3 hours they slept wherever they happened to be, sprawled on the ground, all except Arkadyin himself, for whom sleep had been completely banished months ago. Instead, his mind was filled with scenes from the past, from the end of his days in Nizhny Tagil, when Stas's men were closing in on him, and it seemed as if his only choice was to kill as many of them as he could before they shot him to death. He wasn't afraid to die. That was clear to him from the outset of his forced incarceration in the basement, venturing out only at night for quick forays for food and fresh water. Above him was a hive of activity as the remaining members of Stas's gang feverishly coordinated the ever-intensifying search for him. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, he might have had reason to think that the gang would move on to other matters. But no, they nursed their grudge like a colicky baby, inhaling its poison until, to a man, they were gripped by an unshakable obsession. They wouldn't rest until they dragged his corpse through the streets as an object lesson for anyone else who might think of interfering with their business. Even the cops, who were, in any event, on the gang's payroll, had been co-opted into the citywide dragnet by the random storms of violence visited on Nizhny Tagil night after night. They were used to turning a blind eye, even at times laughed about it, but not now. The attacks had escalated to a level that made them a laughingstock in the eyes of the state police. It was typical of their thinking that rather than clamping down on Stas's gang, they took the easy way and capitulated to its demands. So almost everyone was on the lookout for Arkadyin. There was no surcease. There could only be a nasty end. That was when Mikhail Tarkanian, whom Arkadyin would eventually call Misha, arrived in Nizhny Tagil from Moscow. He had been sent by his boss, Dmitry Ilyanovich Maslov, head of Kazanskaya, the most powerful family of the Moscow Grupirovka, the Russian mafia, involved in drugs and black market cars. Through his many eyes and ears, Maslov had heard of Arkadyin, had heard of the bloodbath he'd single-handedly caused and its stalemate aftermath. He wanted Arkadyin brought to him. "The problem," Maslov told his men, is that Stas's men want to tear him limb from limb." He handed them a file. Inside were a sheaf of grainy black and white surveillance shots, a gallery of Stas's remaining crew, each with his name carefully written on the reverse. Maslov's eyes and ears had been busy indeed, and it occurred to Tarkanian, even if it didn't to the scowling Osorov, that Maslov must want Arkadyin very badly to go to so much trouble to extract him from what seemed like an intractable situation. Maslov could have sent his chief enforcer, Vyacheslav Germanovich Osorov, at the head of a raiding party to take Arkadyin by force, but Maslov was a canny dispenser of his power. Far better to make Stas's gang part of his empire than to start a blood feud with whoever was left after his own people got through with them. So instead, he sent Tarkanian, his chief political negotiator. He ordered Osorov along to protect Tarkanian, an assignment Osorov openly despised, adamant that if Maslov had listened to him, he, Osorov, could easily have taken Arkadyin from the hick baboons of Nizhny Tagil, as he called them. "I'd have this Arkadyin back in Moscow within 48 hours, guaranteed," he told Tarkanian several times during their tedious journey into the foothills of the Ural Mountains. By the time they arrived in Nizhny Tagil, Tarkanian was sick to death of Osorov, who, as he later told Arkadyin, "felt like a woodpecker attached to my head." In any event, even before Maslov's emissaries left Moscow, Tarkanian had formed the outline of the plan to extract Arkadyin from his predicament. He was a man with a natural Machiavellian mind. The deals he made for Maslov were legendary in both their bewildering complexity and their unerring effectiveness. "The mission is misdirection," Tarkanian told Osorov as they approached their destination. "To that end, we need to create a straw man for Stas's gang to go after." "What do you mean, we?" Osorov said with typical surliness. "I mean, you're the perfect man to establish the straw man for me." "Osorov looked at me with that dark look of his," Tarkanian told Arkadyin much later. "But he was powerless to do more than yelp like a kicked dog. He knew my importance to Dmitri, and this kept him in line. Barely. You're right about one thing. We're dealing with baboons," he told Osorov, throwing him a bone. "And baboons are motivated by only two things, the carrot and the stick. I'm going to provide the carrot." "Why should they want anything to do with you?" Osorov said. "Because the moment you hit town, you're going to do what you do best. Make life a living hell for them." This answer drew a rare smile from Osorov's face. "And do you know what he said to me then?" Tarkanian whispered to Arkadyin much later. "He said, 'The more blood, the better.'" And he meant it. 43 minutes from the moment he entered Nizhny Tagil, Osorov found his first victim, one of Stas's oldest, most loyal soldiers. He put a bullet through one ear at close range, then went to work butchering him. The head he left intact, looking out from the chest cavity in a gruesome parody of a cheap horror film. Needless to say, the rest of Stas's men were incensed. Business ground to a halt. 3 death squads with 3 men each were sent out, searching for this new killer. They knew it wasn't Arkadyin, because the killing wasn't his typical method. They weren't frightened yet, but that would come. If there was anything Osorov knew how to engender in others, it was fear. Choosing another victim at random among the photos in the dossier Maslov had given them, Osorov stalked the gang member. Finding him on the doorstep of his house, with the door open and his children peeping out, Osorov shot him, shattering the bone in his right thigh. With his victim's children screaming and his wife running to the front door from the kitchen, Osorov sprinted across the pavement, leapt up the concrete steps, and put 3 bullets in the man's abdomen in precisely the places where he'd bleed most heavily. That was day 2. Osorov was just warming up. There was far worse to come. "Pinprick," Humphrey Bamber said. What do you mean, pinprick? Veronica Hart shot Moira a nervous look. I was hoping you could tell us, she said. Hart's cell buzzed, and she walked out of earshot to take it. When she returned, she said, "The backup I ordered is waiting outside." Moira nodded, leaned forward toward Bamber, forearms resting on her crossed knee. The word pinprick was paired with the name of your software program. He looked from her to the DCI. I don't understand. Moira felt the air go out of her. I met with Steve just before he disappeared. He was terrified of what was going on at the DoD and the Pentagon. He intimated that the fog of war had already started to permeate the atmosphere at both places. And what, you think Bardem has something to do with that fog of war? Yes, Moira said firmly. I do. Bamber had begun to sweat. Christ, he said. If I had any idea the real-world situation Noah was going to use the program for included war. Excuse me, Moira said hotly, but Noah Perlis is a high-ranking member of Black River. How could you not know, or at least suspect? Back off, Moira, Hart said. I will not back off. This idiot savant has given Noah the keys to the castle. Because of Bamber's stupidity, Noah and the NSA are planning something. Something what? Bamber's voice was almost pleading. He seemed desperate to know what he was complicit in. Moira shook her head. That's just it. We don't know what. But I'll tell you one thing. Unless we find out and stop them, I'm afraid that we'll all live to regret it. Bamber, clearly shaken, rose. Whatever I can do, however I can help, just tell me. Go get dressed, Hart said. Then we'd like to take a look at Bardem. My hope is that we'll get a better idea from the program itself what Noah and the NSA have in mind. It won't take me a minute, he said. He ducked out of the office. For a time, the two women sat in silence. Then Hart said, Why do I get the feeling that I'm being outmaneuvered? You mean Halliday? Hart nodded. The Secretary of Defense has decided to reach out to the private sector for whatever he has in mind. And make no mistake, no matter how clever Noah Perlis is, he's taking his orders from Bud Halliday. Taking his money, too, Moira said. I wonder what Black River's bill for this little escapade is going to be. Moira, whatever differences we've had in the past, we agree on one thing, that our former employer is without scruples. Black River will do anything if the price is right. Halliday has a virtually unlimited source, the U.S. Mint. You and I both saw the flats of $100 bills Black River transshipped from here to Iraq during the first 4 years of the war. Hart nodded. $100 million in each flat, and where did the money go? To fight the insurgents? To pay off the army of indigenous informers Black River claimed to get their intel from? No. You and I know, because we saw it, that 90% of it went into blind bank accounts in Liechtenstein and the Caymans of dummy corporations owned by Black River. Now they don't have to steal it, Moira said with a cynical laugh, because Halliday is giving it to them. A moment later they rose and went out of the office as Humphrey Bamber emerged from the men's locker room. He was dressed in neatly pressed jeans, polished loafers, a blue and black checked shirt, and a gray suede car coat. Is there another exit? Moira asked him. He pointed. There's an employee and delivery entrance behind the administrative offices. I'll get my car, Moira said. Hold on. Hart opened her phone. It's better for me to do it. My people are outside, and I need to instruct them to deploy outside the front entrance to make it look as if we're taking Bamber out that way. She held out her hand, and Moira gave her the keys. Then I'll go get your car and pick you two up around back. Moira? Moira drew her custom Lady Hawk from its thigh holster, while Bamber goggled with his mouth half open. What the hell is going on? He said. You're getting the protection you wanted, Hart said. As she disappeared down the corridor, Moira motioned to Bamber, allowing him to lead her back toward the admin offices. She used her DoD-issue ID on the few managers who questioned their presence in the health club's back office. When they approached the rear door, she pulled out her phone and dialed Hart's private number. Once the DCI answered, she said, "We're in position." "Count to 20. Hart's reply came in her ear. "Then bring him out." Moira snapped shut her phone and put it away. "Ready?" Bamber nodded, even though it wasn't really a question. She counted off the rest of the time, then wrenched the door open with her free hand, and, with her gun at the ready, moved out, presenting only her profile. Hart had stopped the white Buick directly in front of the entrance. She'd opened the near side rear door. Moira took a look around. They were in a remote section of the parking lot. The blacktop was surrounded by a 12-foot cyclone fence topped with razor wire. To the left was a row of huge lidded bins to hold the health club's trash and recyclables between garbage pickups. To the right was the turnaround to exit the lot. Beyond rose blocks of anonymous-looking apartment and mixed-use buildings. No other vehicles were in this section of the lot, and a view of the street was blocked off by screening on the outside of the fence. Glancing back over her shoulder, Moira made eye contact with Bamber. "Okay," she said. "Keep your head low and get into the back seat as quickly as you can." Crouching down, he scuttled across the short distance from the doorway to the Buick, Moira covering him the whole way. Within the safety of the car, he scrambled across the seat to the far side. "Get your head down," Hart ordered as she swiveled her torso around the front bucket seat. "And keep it down no matter what." Then she called to Moira. Come on. What are you waiting for? Let's get the hell out of Dodge." Moira went around the back of the Buick and took one last surveillance look at the garbage bins up against the cyclone fence. Had there been some movement there, or was it just a shadow? She took several steps toward the bins, but Veronica Hart stuck her head out the window. "Damn it, Moira, would you get in the car?" Moira turned back. Ducking her head, she came around the back of the Buick and stopped dead in her tracks. Kneeling down, she peered into the tailpipe. There was something there, something with a tiny red eye, an LED that now began to blink rapidly. "Jesus," she thought. "Oh, God." Tearing around to the open door, she yelled, "Out! Get out now!" She bent, pulling Bamber across the leather seat, hauling him out of the car. "Ronnie!" she called. Get out of the fucking car!" She saw Hart turn, momentarily bewildered, then move to unbuckle her seatbelt. In a moment, it became clear that something was wrong because she couldn't get free. Something was in the way, or the locking mechanism was malfunctioning. "Ronnie, do you have a knife?" Hart had a penknife out and was sawing through the material that held her fast. "Ronnie!" Moira screamed. "For God's sake!" "Get him away!" Hart yelled at her, and then, as Moira took a step toward her, "Get the fuck away!" In the next instant, the Buick went up like a Roman candle, the shockwaves slamming Moira and Bamber to the blacktop, showering them with smoldering patches of plastic and spirals of hot metal that stung like bees flushed from their hive. Chapter 17. A hymn of deep-throated cathedral bells woke Bourne. Sunlight filtered through the jalousied bedroom window, fingers of pale gold striping the polished floorboards. "Good morning, Adam. The police are after you." Tracy had come into the doorway, stood leaning against one side of the frame. The robust scent of fresh-brewed coffee entered with her and swirled enticingly about him like a flamenco dancer. "I heard it on the TV earlier." She had her arms crossed over her breasts. Her hair was still wet from the shower, slicked off her face, tied with a black velvet ribbon into a ponytail. Her face was bright, freshly scrubbed. She wore umber slacks, a cream man-tailored shirt, and shoes without heels. She looked ready for Don Fernando Herrera, or whatever else the day might hold. "Not to worry, though. They don't have your name, and the single witness, a guard at the Maestranza, didn't, or couldn't, give an accurate description of you." "He saw me in very low light." Bourne sat up and moved across the bed. "Sometimes in no light at all." "All the better for you." Was the smile she gave him sardonic? In his present state, he couldn't tell. "I got breakfast.
And we have an appointment to see Don Fernando Herrera at 3 this afternoon." His head still throbbed, and his mouth was as dry as a desert, distinguished only by an acrid taste that was faintly nauseating. "What time is it?" he asked. "Just after 9. The arm Scarface had tried to break felt better when he flexed it, and the flesh wound down his back scarcely burned at all, but the pain in his chest made him wince as he wrapped the top sheet around his waist and rose out of bed. "Perfect," Tracy said. "A Roman senator." "Let's hope by this afternoon I look more Castilian than Roman," he said, as he padded toward the bathroom. "Because it will be Professor Alonso Pecunia Zuniga who will be accompanying you to Don Herrera's this afternoon." She gave him a curious look, then turned and went back into the living room. He closed the bathroom door behind him and ran the shower. Over the sink was a mirror surrounded by small incandescent light bulbs. A woman's bathroom, he thought, made for putting on makeup. Returning to the bedroom after his shower, he found a thick Turkish terry cloth robe, which he wrapped around himself. She had covered his chest wound with a waterproof plastic layer, which he hadn't noticed until he stepped into the stream of hot water. When he came into the living room, Tracy was pouring coffee into an enormous cup. The small kitchen was merely a niche at one end of the single open room, which was spacious but, like the bedroom, as sparsely and anonymously furnished as a hotel room. On the wooden trestle table was the typical Andalusian working man's breakfast: a mug of hot chocolate and a plate of churros, slender twists of fried dough dipped in sugar crystals. Bourne pulled up a chair, and he and Tracy ate their breakfast, and she let him have all the churros. He was still hungry when he finished. He went to the refrigerator. "There's nothing much in there, I'm afraid," she said. "I haven't been here in some time." Still, he found some bacon in the freezer. As he fried up the strips, she said, "Write down your size and I'll get you some fresh clothes." He nodded. "While you're at it, I need you to run an errand for me." Finding a pencil and a scratch pad on the kitchen counter, he tore off a sheet and wrote out a list of items, along with his clothes size. When he handed the slip of paper to her, Tracy glanced over it and said, "Professor Zuniga, I presume?" He nodded, tending the browning strips. "I gave you the addresses of the theatrical stores I found yesterday. We were on our way there when Scarface picked up our scent." She got up, grabbed her handbag, and went to the door. "This should take me about an hour," she said. "In the meantime, enjoy the rest of your breakfast." After she left, Bourne took the skillet off the burner, laid the bacon on a sheet of paper towel. Then he returned to the scratch pad. The sheet he'd torn off was from the middle because he wanted to keep the top one intact. With the pencil at an extreme angle, he ran the lead lightly over the sheet. Letters began to form, the imprint of the writing left over from the last note someone, presumably Tracy, had made. Don Herrera's name and address came up, along with the time, 3 p.m., just as she told him. He ripped off the sheet and put it in his pocket. That was when he noticed indentations on what now was the top sheet of the pad. He tore that off as well. Running the side of the pencil over this sheet brought up a line of numbers and letters all run together. He ate the bacon standing beside the front window, staring out at the shimmering morning. It was still too early for people to be out at the feria, but the Moorish scrollwork balcony on the building across the street was garlanded in flowers and gaily colored fabric. His eyes scanned both sides of the street for anyone and anything even remotely suspicious, but nothing presented itself. He watched a young woman herd 3 children across the street. An old woman in black, small and bent, carried a mesh bag filled with fruit and vegetables. Popping the last of the bacon into his mouth, he wiped his hands down on a kitchen cloth, then crossed to Tracy's laptop, which was set up on the far end of the trestle table. It was on, and he saw that she had a Wi-Fi connection to the internet. Sitting down in front of it, he Googled the string of numbers and letters only to get this result. Your search, 779 ELGAMHURIAAVE.
Did not match any documents. Suggestions. Make sure all words are spelled correctly. Try different keywords. Try more general keywords. Then he saw his error and placed spaces in the appropriate places. 779 El Gamhuria Avenue. An address, but where? Returning to Google, he typed in El Gamhuria Avenue and up popped Khartoum, Sudan. Now that was interesting. What was Tracy doing with a North African address? He typed in the full address, including the number, which, as it turned out, belonged to Air Africa Corporation. He sat back. Why did that name sound so familiar? There were a number of entries for Air Africa, some of them from very odd sites, others from blogs of dubious nature, but the information he wanted came from an entry on the second page from Interpol, where speculation was cited from numerous sources that Air Africa was owned and operated by Nikolai Yevsin, the legendary arms dealer. Ever since Viktor Anatolievich Boot had been arrested, Yevsin had taken his place as the largest and most powerful illegal arms dealer in the world. Bourne rose from the chair, walked back to the window, on reflex checking the street again. Tracy was an art expert buying a Goya unknown until just recently. The price must be astronomical. Maybe a handful of people in the world could afford it. So who was her client? With church bells pealing the hour, his gaze snapped back into focus as Tracy walked into his field of vision. She was carrying a mesh shopping sack. He watched the confident rat-a-tat of her stride, the heels of her shoes rhythmically striking the pavement. A young man appeared behind her, and Bourne felt his muscles tense. Halfway down the block, the young man lifted an arm, waving, and ran across the street where a young woman waited for him. They embraced as Tracy entered the building. A moment later, she came through the door, put the mesh sack down on the table. "If you're still hungry, I bought some Serrano ham and Garacha cheese." She placed the food, wrapped in white paper, on the table. "The rest is everything you asked for." After he dressed in the light, comfortable clothes she'd chosen for him, he pored over the contents of the mesh sack, lining the items up, opening the lids, smelling the contents, and nodding to himself. She regarded him solemnly. "Adam," she ventured, "I don't know what you're involved in." "I already told you," he said mildly. "Yes, but now I see how badly you're injured, and that man who was following us was evil-looking." "He was evil," Bourne acknowledged. Then he looked up at her and smiled. "It's part of the industry I'm in, Tracy. There isn't the capital floating around there was in 2000, so more startups are chasing less money. That makes for cutthroat competition." He shrugged. "It can't be avoided." "But from the looks of you, this kind of work could send you to the hospital." "I've just got to be more careful from now on." She frowned. "Now you're making fun of me." She came and sat next to him. "But there's nothing amusing about that wound in your chest." He produced the photo he'd printed out at the internet cafe, set it out between them. "To become Professor Alonso Pecunia Zuniga, I'm going to need your help." She held quite still, her liquid eyes studying his face for a moment. Then she nodded.